Good morning, everybody. Morning. I'll start with the karakia. Whakatehau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia makina ki utu, kia mataratara, ki tai, he hiake ana te atakura, ki tio, he huka, he hauhu, ki he moriora. Translation, get ready for the westerly and be prepared for the southerly. It will be cold inland and icy cool on the shore. May the dawn rise red-tipped on ice, on snow and on frost, breath of life. Meeting minutes, meeting notices. I've got to go through these. Kia ora koutou, greetings councillors, exec and support staff. Nau mai, haere mai. I extend a warm greetings and welcome to those who have joined us today in the public gallery, and a few health and safety notices. In case of an emergency, please follow the building wardens or make your way to the nearest exits, which are well indicated. The meeting point is located across the road at Peace Park. Bathroom facilities are located opposite the Chamber 4 entrance, the entrance off Margaret Court right there. I'd also like to explain about the recently added feature to our meetings. Whakatane District Council is now live streaming our council and standing committee meetings. The webcast will live stream directly to council's website and to the YouTube channel in real time. And for today, we're also providing a monitor in the area where people are gathering before they're called through to speak to their submissions. The purpose of streaming our meetings is to provide greater access to council debate, decision making and to encourage transparency. To those members of the public here today, all care will be taken to maintain your privacy. However, by remaining in the public gallery, it's understood your consent has been given if your presence is inadvertently broadcast. Please be aware the overhead microphones in this room are very sensitive. So throughout the meeting, conversations from anywhere in the room can be picked up and be audible on live stream. I extend Council's appreciation to the 1,000 or so individuals and organisations who have made the effort to submit on our draft long-term plan. I especially welcome the 80 people who have chosen to speak to their submissions. 80 is a significant number, and as you can appreciate, it's been quite an undertaking to create a work schedule. To ensure fairness to all, I'll be keeping as much as possible to the schedule. I remind people that this is a formal council meeting, and it will be conducted with decorum, professionalism and civility. I'm sure members of the gallery and speakers will respect councillors, staff and each other. Council is here to listen and ask questions of clarification of those who are speaking to their submissions. I won't tolerate behaviour that interferes with the hugely important objective of today. So thank you for your tolerance and listening to all that. I will move to the apologies section. Can I have a mover and a seconder that the council accept the apology from Councillor Puller for today's session of the LTP hearings, 2024-2034 meeting, and noting that he may attend from 3 p.m. I have a mover, Councillor Isles, seconder, Councillor James. Does anybody have any conflicts of interest to declare that relate to the business of the agenda today? Councillor Isles?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, Bronwyn Fox, DRC. I'm a board member, so I will.
Thank you for that, Councillor Isles. Yes?
Sorry, that was the Whakatane Ohope Community Board will be presenting today. I'm also a member of.
Sure. If during the course of the meeting something comes up in a presentation that triggers a potential conflict of interest, please just declare it at the time. So I think we can kick off into the agenda today. Just a bit of a warning on timing. Because of the sheer number of submitters, we're going to be pretty strict on time. Normal individual submission is 5 minutes. If it's you're representing an organisation, then it's 10. you will get a delicate tinkle on the bell from the left here, about 30 seconds out from the end of your time. I'll use some discretion, but if you're in the middle of a sentence, I'm not going to pull you up. But we do want to try and stick to time in the interest of fairness to everybody, so just bear that in mind. And then you've got 5 minutes of questions. And we'll also give a bell just 30 seconds before the end of the question time. So thank you for that. The first speaker, I'm not sure if he's online. He's there, good. So the first speaker of the day is Rod Mihari. It's an individual submission, and it appears on page 88 of our submissions document. Welcome, Rod. The floor is yours, my friend.
Kia ora, and you can hear me okay?
Yep.
Good. I'm actually down the South Island with Reuben in our caravan. I'm parked up at Hamner Springs, so I moved here yesterday to get some good coverage so that I could zoom in. My submission is basically two things. One is the affordability of rates, and the other, of course, is the wastewater system at Matatā. But first of all, I'd like to talk about the rates. I know that you people are really close to what's happening, and I know the pressures that you're under to fund the activities that the council CEO brings to you, right? And the plans that have been put in place in the past. But I want to ask you, what are you actually doing to hold the increase in the rates? Because it's all right to say, oh, look, we've just got to fund this stuff. Government's putting pressure on us. We've got to do this. We've got to do that. But when you look at the people who are paying the rates and the pain that is starting to happen, it's your responsibility to care for that. It's your responsibility. It's nobody else, yours. And the problem is, some people just cannot afford the rates. And not the increases that you're looking at, because the problem with the increase in rates is they compound. This year maybe 17%. Next year is maybe another 10, 12% on top of the 17. And you know what I mean? Very quickly it gets to a stage. Am I boring you, Mr. Mayor? Because I'm telling you that there is a serious problems with the level of rates. And, if you think about a ratepayer, what action can a ratepayer take to eliminate the amount of rates, right? They can not pay them, and I guess you're starting to feel the pressure of people not paying their rates, or they can sell. But when it comes to Maori land, in Matatā, selling is not an option. People are not going to sell their ancestral land. And so the only other option is a revolt at the ballot box. And I want to make you aware, you are vulnerable. All of you that sit around that table, except the paid executive, is vulnerable to being hit in the ballot box. It's happened in New Zealand before. It happened at the last election. Look at Gore. One young guy comes along and steals the whole circus because it was a revolt in the ballot box. The ratepayers revolted at the ballot box. And I just want to make you aware that that is something that you have to consider. See, one of the problems is you have a list of wants, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw on the Facebook page the other day a water park in Mout. And I go, what? A water park? Who's paying for this? I'll leave it there. Now, the wastewater plant in Matatā is an ongoing problem. It's been ongoing ever since I shifted to Matatā 13 years ago. In fact, it come very close to being put in place 13 years ago. Every residents meeting, not every residents meeting, residents meetings where council staff appear, they give us an update and a promise, and a promise, and a promise, and none of those promises have been met. We were promised that resource consent would be applied for 18 months ago. It's nowhere near being applied for, ready to be applied for. And I want to ask you, if you had a whiteboard, if you put on that whiteboard behind you, Mr. Mayor, all the things that have to happen, where is the Matatā wastewater system in the scheme of things? Are we near the top of the list, or are we down the bottom of the list? And if we're down the bottom, who is above us? What is more important than a wastewater system in Matatā? Because I can tell you, with global warming and the increase in the amount of water that is lying, surface water that is being generated by increased rain, these septic tanks are failing major. If you take the lid off when it's raining, the water's running back into the septic tank, not out of it. The groundwater is absolutely saturated. How does a septic tank work when groundwater is saturated? It's right in dry weather. It's not in wet weather. And so we are having the situation where people are having their septic tanks overflow onto their backyards, their front yards, wherever their tank is. And that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable in this day and age. It's third world. It is third world. We are just down the road. We are 20 minutes from where you are sitting. And we have a system that is not working. It is not working. Your testing will show you that it's not working. I want to know, what is the urgency around the Matata wastewater system? And when will it be put in place? And how are we going to pay for it? That's the big nigger in the woodpile, isn't it? How are we going to pay for it? And so my submission is, we have to have some priority in this. We have to be moved up the list. We cannot sit by and see money spent on wants in the district, knowing that we have a system that is failing and failing big time.
Thank you, Rod. I think we get your message.
Okay, well, I hope so.
But, let me remind you that this is not about you asking us questions. It's about you making a submission and us asking you questions. So let me ask you one. If you want to ask me questions, you're welcome to make an appointment and come and see me. We can sit down and we can have it out. What would you drop from the list then? Because, the rate strike has arrived at from a whole list of projects, and probably many of them, and you've got one that you'd like at the top of the list, which was quite an expensive one. So which would you drop of the others that you know about?
Okay, is the water park a reality, or was that just a fantasy that I saw on your Facebook page?
April Fool's joke.
We don't know anything about a water park, Rod.
Oh.
I'm not sure what you're referring to,
It was
actually.
an April Fool's joke, Rod.
Oh, was it?
Thank God.
Gotcha.
Look, I don't know. To tell you the truth, I don't know your list. I don't know the list. All I want to know is, are we on the list, and where is our priority in that list? Because as a citizen of Matata, I would say our priority is right up the top. In fact, it's in the letterhead. It's been there for so long. We should be in the letterhead. That is the priority that Matata residents see. The urgency of it is extreme. And we've spent so much money monitoring and planning and presenting, and we're no further ahead. We were further ahead when I shifted to Matata 13 years ago.
Well, you didn't really answer my question, but thanks anyway. Does anybody else have any questions? No. I think you can take that, Rod, as an acknowledgement that everybody understands pretty well the situation in Matata, or at least is getting abreast of it.
I have a question. Kia ora, Rod.
Kia ora.
Rod, I'm not too sure. I just need to get clarity. You mentioned around iwi was not going to sell the lands, and then you followed with a comment around a revolt at the ballot box. What are you talking about there?
Okay. Like I said, when you're faced with a rate bill like we are, $4,500 heading towards $5,000 a year, and you're on a fixed income, you're either on a low wage, or you're on a benefit loan or superannuation like Ray and I are, you have some real problems, right? You got to think, we cannot afford this. And if you put insurance on top of it, it's really starting to become unaffordable. So you got to think, what can I do? And I said, there's three things. You can default on your rates, right? You can sell. You can say, well, we'll have to sell and downsize, go somewhere else. Or the other option is I'll take it out in the ballot box. Now, what I'm saying is Maori don't have that second option. They're not going to sell ancestral land. And so they're stuck with either default or revolt. It's up to you.
Councillor James.
Yeah, morning, Rod. I hope the weather's fine for you down at Hamner.
It's good.
Just, I mean, we're well aware of the wastewater situation in Matata, and we are all taking it seriously. Are there any other issues that we should be addressing with rates in Matata that you see, or anywhere else in the district?
Well, I can tell you that the feeling in Matata is we're paying high level of rates. You know, $4,500 a year is not chicken feed, and we genuinely feel in Matata we don't see our fair share of the development or the beautification or looking after the environment. Honestly, we don't. And that's the feeling of Matata. Matata does not have a lot of goodwill towards the council, I can tell you. Councillor Dennis does an excellent job and fights on our behalf, but we have never seen the level of beautification that a Hopi has or Wakatani has. Come and have a walk around our lagoon, you'll get the feel. You'll get the feel of what I'm talking about.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Rod. We've got to move on to the next speaker, but thanks very much for your passionate advocacy for your community. Cheers, mate.
Hey, Rod.
Thanks, mate.
See ya.
See ya.
The next speaker is well known to us all, Bronwyn Fox. She's representing the Disabilities Resources Centre, and the written submissions on pages 5 to 9. Welcome, Bronwyn.
Morena. Morena. Very much. I don't know whether I need it. No, I don't think I need it. That's all good. So,
You're not going to talk about a voters' revolt, are you?
Morena, Bronwyn, it's not just for us, it's actually so the people online and the people in the gallery can hear. Just move it to however it's comfortable for you, Bronwyn. So others can hear. Just move it. Pick it up, move
Might be a
it.
screw in it.
there's the one pop star. So, Morena. Morena. Good morning. Good morning. So, I welcomed you and greeted you in the 3 official languages of New Zealand, though I appreciate some people in the district aren't that happy about that. But anyway, you have my written submission, but there is a couple of things I just wanted to say to you. And of course, mostly it's about accessibility and plain language. And one of the things that I felt came from the other night is that people need plain language. They need to understand your message. Don't think your message is necessarily bad, but again, there's mixed views on that. But I think at times people don't understand what you're saying. Can I also just acknowledge that you have a very, very big responsibility. Leadership in the community and leadership over significant assets, and that responsibility and leadership is pretty tough. As an avid theatre goer, I want a new theatre. As a sports person, I want a new place to play badminton. As a hockey player, we need more turf. But I also want my toilet to work, my rubbish picked up, and the other 87,000 things on the list. So I leave that in your very capable hands to balance. I think the reality is that we need to balance short and long term. And the reality is we are going to have to pay more no matter what. It's a real hardship, and I'm very conscious that for some people that is really difficult. So I wonder whether an investigation in affordability for people might be a better option than just necessarily the blanket percentage increase. So I'm not saying rates shouldn't go up, but perhaps for low-income families or where it is tough, there's a different conversation. I also think we sometimes need to look overseas, and this will be, I'm sure I will receive some public flack for this, but there are a lot of countries where home ownership or land ownership doesn't ever happen. So there is a price, I believe, for owning land and property and things like that in New Zealand, and I think we're incredibly lucky. I'm incredibly lucky that this morning my rubbish got picked up. I'm incredibly lucky that actually I can go to the theatre, I can use a pool, and it's very cost effective. So as much as it's hard and as much as we have to balance the stuff, we also have to celebrate what we actually have access to here in the Whakatane district. And you probably don't skite enough. And I think you should be. But I think what was reflected the other night for me is that the district is telling you to do more events like that. And I would be suggesting that you would do that 2 or 3 times a year. I think it's helpful for people to have their say, whether you all agree with what people said or not. It gives people a feeling that they have been heard. Plus it's fabulous night entertainment, let's be honest. Get hear people's different views and what people are passionate about, and you know, that's what democracy is all about, isn't it? Hearing everybody's view. But to go back to the point, like I said, I'd like some redevelopment down at the War Memorial. We use that theatre all the time, and it needs some love and attention. I don't think the reality is you can afford a new theatre, but let's give it a bit of a paint and maybe clean up the toilets. Would be lovely. I think there's some stuff where you could do there very easily. I also think that there might be some community council partnerships that could be discussed about places like the Little Theatre and how we could assist you. We, as always, the Disabilities Resource Centre, want to be involved in making your whare more accessible, which we were, but also making the stuff that you present more accessible. And I think that's really important moving forward. So thank you. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. It's a action-packed 2 days for you. So thank you very much for the opportunity to come chat.
Thank you, Bronwyn. I've got one. You stressed affordability, something that I'm taking very seriously. But affordability means different things to different people. I'd like to see some quantitative treatment of what affordability means, but how do you think we can get a better handle on affordability and what it really means in a district that's, you know, so heterogeneous and with such, you know, considerable wealth disparity?
Because I work in the community and in fact health as such, I think there are some basic principles that we need to think about. We need to think about water, sewage, shelter, and those sorts of things. So the bottom line is we need the basics done, and the basics need to operate. So they are the major priorities: getting water sorted, getting sewage sorted, those sorts of things across the district. And then it goes down the priority list. Like, I'm talking the theatre, but if we need a new sewage system, and I'm using that as an example, that's got to be the priority, because that's about how we don't kill people from a health perspective. So for me, I think that there's some opportunity at a spatial planning level to think about what are the key priorities the council should be looking at. But to be honest, I don't envy the job. Because no matter what, the pie isn't big enough. Everybody wants a slice, and every speaker you're going to get's singing from a different song sheet. And we heard that the other night. You're not doing stuff about sea levels. You are. We're putting in 5G. We're, eroding farmers. We're killing livestock. The list is endless. The bottom line, it's a balance. But you as a council have stewardship about getting our basics right first. That's the bottom line. Everything else is gloss. Who wouldn't want to walk into $100 million theatre? But we don't have the population. I'll be lynched by the theatre later, right?
Thank you, Bronwyn. I better pass you on to Councillor James who's got a question.
Yeah, thanks, Bronwyn. It's a very good presentation. Just to follow on from your essentials, water, sewage, rubbish, blah, blah. Where do you rate the what we're installing around the district for disabled people and accessibility in that? Because we get a lot of comment about why are we having raised crossings and all this sort of stuff. So where do you rate that?
So again, I'll probably be lynched by the disabled community as I leave. I think there's a huge balance in this, and I think dependent on the group of disabled people depends on the opinion. So the raised crossings are a beautiful example because blind people love them. Some blind people love them. Other disabled people find them difficult with their mobility. The list is endless. I think the biggest thing for me is get some advice first, and get some advice that's generic, because you're never going to please everybody. I want an accessible playground for older people. I want somebody to be able to wheel onto their mobility scooter on a swing and have a swing on their scooter. You aren't going to ever be able to afford that, but we could have a partnership and make it happen. Like sometimes it's not actually just about you having the money. It could be about us having some advice and we modify something. Do you see what I mean? Like sometimes it's not always about let's spend dollars in places, or the dollars might be there in a different format. So there are some things I think we're meeting sometime about disabled car parking, which again is a hot ticket item. I apparently am the mobility police of Whakatane, and people who are bad on their mobility scooters get reported to me, so there you go. No matter what, from a disability perspective, it's about being accessible as you can. You've done it in here. You've done it in here because people don't have to go upstairs to come and see you, come and talk to you. You've actually really been a showcase for that here. You just got to keep going with it. Sorry, very long-winded answer, Wilson, to your question.
We've got still time for questions. Anybody else? No? Councillor Weston?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for kōrero. My kata was around, we do have a mechanism in terms of the rates remission, and I just wondered whether or not, if there was a balance in being able to work in collaboration with other services, so that if there are families that are struggling, that there's more effort from the council to be able to make that known and the whole process known, and to work with other maybe budgeting services.
I would, can I be honest that the budget advice service across the district, across the entire Eastern Bay, is amazing, and I am delighted as the COGS chairperson to often provide them with money, which is really great. It's never enough. They would be a perfect group for you guys to work with, because they actually are at the coalface. Wairaki mentoring services, another one. There's some services out there that are doing the on-the-ground work that would actually have access to the people and know that. And I think that would be a really cool thing for the council to do, instead of people always having to kind of front up and go, I can't afford. I think sometimes we put a lot of people off. So I love it. Great idea.
Okay, thank you, Bronwyn. And now that you've got all this feeling of being lynched, you'll know what we feel like.
Yeah, trust me. I trust me, I know. But thanks very much. Have a great day. I know it's been a long couple of days and I'm going for coffee.
Wonderful. Thanks,
Thanks, The next speaker is Graham Weston. It's an individual submission, covered on pages 40 to 57. That's 17 pages. You've got 5 minutes starting from, well, as soon as you get seated.
Good morning.
Morning.
Previous speakers focused on wastewater, and I'm afraid I'm going to have a chat too about wastewater. The footprints are interesting, a little bit misleading, so I'll pass on other than to just focus on that. The fuel that council consumes, because I'll talk about that a little bit later. Our emissions from transport, I believe, are a little bit too slow. We could do a lot more, a lot faster. Wastewater doesn't appear as if there's going to be any change. We seem to have a head in the sand attitude towards the wastewater, and that's throughout New Zealand. Eastern Bay of Plenty is a renewable electricity generator. There's a 14% emissions associated with that, which I find a bit of a problem because of all the renewable electricity that we generate. It just shouldn't have emissions associated with it. And the problem is it has perverse side effects. For example, potential investors, ESG folk, who want to invest in renewable energy are put off because we've gone and tagged our electricity, our renewable electricity, has been contaminated with carbons. As a percentage emissions in the two footprints is probably a little bit deceptive, and as the wastewater treatment plant is going to go up as you reduce your emissions elsewhere. So that's just an observation. Fox County District Council, we're not using our free solar energy. I think accelerating the transition to EVs will reduce our fuel dependency and is actually going to save dollars if you can get off fossil fuel. Should be adopting EVs as soon as possible. I think you should plan a little bit more for the extreme risk of floods and tsunami. Tsunami, there's not a lot there at the moment apart from where to run. We could perhaps do some more. Okay, this is a great picture. First time I saw it was a couple of weeks ago at a presentation. And it's been on my mind ever since. I'm not an arty person, but that one there, you can read a lot into that graph. Lots of colours, lots of meaning, hidden meaning, or whatever. The person developing that must have had fun doing that. The wastewater treatment, the wastewater component there is huge, and it doesn't look like it's changing on your way to 2050. But in the meantime, according to your infrastructure plan, you're going to spend 15 million. Now, I was wondering whether or not the two previous speakers, especially Matata, if you were to relocate to another place, because that particular wastewater treatment plant we've got is designed to emit. It's an open air pool, sucks in oxygen, gives off smellies. It's in the middle of a residential commercial area. Perhaps you could move it to the airport, and instead of using that type of technology, you improve your technology. There's plenty of it around. We're a lot more advanced now. Transport. Okay.
30 seconds.
Skip that. There's the wastewater treatment plant at Mecko in Auckland. We would need only 1/5 of one of those BNR reactors to meet our needs. If you placed it at the airport, you could probably collect Matata's sewage and any of the farmers nearby. Solar energy, well, that new technology will require energy, lots of it, and if you had a solar farm next door to it at the airport, you've got yourself a cheap source of energy. As far as funding ESG investors, I wouldn't mind betting they would be interested in helping out with both of those projects. You just need to think out of the box. That's a truck that is battery driven. We need to get off the out of the fossil fuels that we're using at the moment. If you use electricity for driving all of your vehicles, you make huge savings in the fuel. And that fuel, that electricity is renewable. It's coming from our area, from our nuclear fusion reactor, and you're not importing it. There is money to be saved, and we're talking close to $1 million.
Sorry, Graham, you've gone already over time, and in the interest of being fair to everybody, I've got to stick to the clock. We'd love to continue to hear this sort of, well, at least I would anyway, but we're going to have to leave it for another day. We're now in question time, so Councillor Boynton has a question.
Hello. Graham, thank you for your presentation. Actually, I really enjoyed it, and I thoroughly enjoyed your submission as well. It's very thorough. One of the things that interested me was about, you mentioned about having support for the Pikitahi Bridge as an alternative route, because you talked about if an event of disaster and being able to prepare there. And you had moving State Highway 2 closer to Te Tahi Street and having to replace the Pikitahi Bridge. So can you just explain how that would support our communities in a disaster?
Okay, so there's a picture of a single span wooden bridge made out of Tasman pine, hopefully. That would have a deck 15 metres above the ground. Good chance it'll let a tsunami and anything that comes down the river if we have big floods. Unfortunately, the landing road bridge is very susceptible to that. We know about all the debris that picks up on those piers. So we shouldn't be relying on that bridge as a way of recovering after we had one of these extreme events that you've all acknowledged is a problem for our area. If the bridge is still in play, then we can bring in all sorts from road oil if we need to, because it's the way the stop banks are at the moment. I'm pretty sure they're going to be not quite be able to do the job in a tsunami type thing. So there's a lot up to your question.
Yes, thank you. Was there another part to my
Oh, coming in from the south.
Yes.
Yeah, look, the Langham Road Bridge, it's congestion out there at the moment. By having a southern entry, you get the opportunity to take a big load off all of those roundabouts and the hub, all that area. And if you are going to be expanding out towards Thornton, I wouldn't mind betting that you can increase load on that particular road. Coming in from the south, there is actually a study that I've been watching, and there are other opportunities with this scenario, and it's come out a long time. It was 2008, Gabriel Porter's report, and they had in section 6 a really good solution that I'd like to come and talk to council about at a later date, so I can expand upon what I'm talking about up here.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, we've got a little bit of time. Yeah, I'll ask one. This government has changed the playing field on EVs. I mean, they've taken off clean car rebate and RUC, and the EV penetration essentially stalled. That was supposed to be the low-hanging fruit. So how do you see that playing out now? I saw one of your graphs had EVs growing. Doesn't look like that's going to happen anymore, does it?
Yeah, New Zealand is not going to. We're just a minnow. The graph I've got in the submission is a world graph, and it shows the trends to EVs and the trends of ICE vehicles diminishing. And it looks like 2037, manufacturers will stop producing if their markets get taken off them. If they can't sell into Europe, they won't bother producing the vehicles. So that means Whakatane District Council won't be able to buy a fossil fuel truck or car, even if they wanted to. So by 2040, you should have your last vehicle, and that's really what I was trying to say in the submission, that you're probably going to end up saving money whether you like it or not. But if you accelerate that transition, you can actually benefit financially, and everybody's thinking about dollars at the moment. Answer that question? Yeah, I think the world's going to dominate, and something the Western world hasn't cottoned on to, the Chinese. There's going to be a huge avalanche of Chinese electric vehicles in the country, and that's only just starting.
Yep. Thank you, Graham. You've given, there's a whole bunch of subjects that we could have town halls on, and we can talk more about, but thanks very much for all the work you put in and for coming along today.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Glenn Sullivan, individual submission. Welcome, Glenn. And this is Glenn's submissions on pages 20 to 21. Thank you.
Morena, Your Worship and councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Glenn Sullivan. I'm a chartered accountant. I run my own accountancy firm here in Whakatane, and I've given you a leaflet that explains some of the financial constraints the council has at the moment, which will deteriorate over time if more debt is incurred. So I wish to speak against spending over $100 million on the War Memorial Centre on the basis that it's not affordable at this time, and it should be deferred for another 10 years for consideration then. you have a leaflet that I put out, which has attached to the back of it the profit and loss statement and the balance sheet of your 223 financial statements of the council. The relevant sections are page numbered on my summary and highlighted on the financial statements for your ease of reading. As of 223, the debt of the council was 116,800,000. The financing costs on that were 4,917,000. If we look at some of the ratios of that, the ratio of your total revenue, including rates, subsidies, charges, was 87,910,000. So the ratio of that to the debt, if the debt exceeds that by a factor of 132%. If we have a look at the net profit after tax, not that lovely number at the bottom after the revaluations are added in, you will see the net profit after tax is only $8,525,000. Now, this is not even double the financing costs. Oh, sorry, that's a loss of $8,525,000. There was a surplus the previous year of only $5,590,000. So the ratio of your net profit to your total debt is 2,089%. So it's going to take a long time to pay off that debt load that we've got on at the moment out of the net earnings of the council. If we increase the debt, you'll continue to incur losses. The losses will grow because your finance costs now are nearly $5 million a year, and you're running at a loss of $8 million a year, and interest rates are going up, and you want to take on more debt. The ability to service debt is calculated by the current asset to current liability ratio, sometimes known as the quick ratio, or the quick test, or the current ratio. This is only 59%. You should be targeting, according to textbooks, 100%. In my experience, you can work on dealing with 80% quite adequately, but at the moment it's only 59%. And that indicates concern, particularly as the debt is going to grow with interest rates going up and losses continuing. So the government needs to get its budget in order. Now, with local concerns, this is easier to do in a private enterprise because you can increase your rates, but that's not publicly palatable all the time. So that's why rates have been going up 89% over the past few years, and why there's such a big rise forecast now. We need to run the council at a surplus so as we can retire the debt, so we can afford to do more capital projects. At the moment we're constrained, and I think it's just not affordable. So that is really my submission. I think I like facilities, but we do have arts facilities elsewhere in Bogtown. We've got the new theatre over Gateway, we've got the new library and gallery over there, we've got the arts centre across the road from the War Memorial Hall, we've got lots of sports facilities at rugby clubs, netball clubs, schools, etc. around here. So the other thing I'd just like to say is I think we should abandon the Marina project. It's unpopular, it's on polluted land. Ask the PG to allocate it to one of the other projects in the Eastern Bay area in our district. I know that the nursery in Tekaha could do with some more funds, and the honey facility in Ruatahuna could do with more funds. I suspect the water scheme in down by Ohio, my tongue is getting tangled up on that one. They could probably do with some more, and the rail hub over in Cowrail is stalled at the moment, so that funding could be allocated elsewhere, and that project deferred. Authentic Harbour looks a more likely venue, to be honest.
Thank you, Glenn. You put your finger on a very difficult problem. I'm sure that there are councillors that have got questions. Councillor Jukes.
Hi Glenn. I was just wondering, it's actually not the handout but your actual submission. You just mentioned that pensioners get a 50% rebate. I'm just wondering where you got that from. The rates remission is $750.
I just go on memory, it used to be 50% last time I helped a pensioner with that, but that was probably about 5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the percentage depends on the value of their property, but it's a set amount of $750 for the rates remission policy, if that's what you were referring to. And also you've got there the 39% increase. Is that what you're taking as your property? Because we've gone out with 17.1% general average increase.
There was 3 options put out in the submission document. As you can see from what I put in front of you now, I am concerned about the level of debt in the council. The council needs to get in order. We need to take the hit, in my opinion, as unpopular it would be, if the higher rates rise over in terms of normal rates of 5%, 4% per year. We need to get our house in order, get the debt under control, get the council running at a surplus so the current debt can be retired so more projects can be funded in the future. Yes, it is a hard hit taking a 30%, I think it might have been about 35%. I haven't got it in front of me. So, yes, that's my opinion. Hard, but that's
great. Yeah, no, thanks for clarifying that.
Glenn, have you calculated the compounded rate increases over 3 years? Because it's all very well to talk about 1 year, but this is a 10-year plan, and probably the first 3 years are reasonably credible.
No, I haven't done any NPV analysis on the cash flows. However, in my experience, modelling like that is only of limited use in actuality. The main reason for that is they don't normally factor in inflation. We have high rising prices at the moment. I refer you to last Friday's beacon referring to the Blueberry Corner Road project, which was budgeted in 22 at 3.8 million and now has been abandoned at $7 million. That's just in 1 year. Yes, there have been some other factors on that. In 10 years' time, this project will be double, maybe quadruple your $108 million. I have a lot of experience in the corporate world before I came to Whakatane and with capital projects around here, and they just about always run over budget. The only one that I can think of that didn't run over budget was the remodelling of here, but we did go for the most expensive one, which possibly had quite a large contingency in it. So those other PGF projects I mentioned before, they're running over budget on their construction costs. Please don't repeat that out to all these chambers.
You're live. It's been live streamed. All right, sorry, Glenn.
Councillor Isles and Councillor Boynder, did you have one? No.
Thank you, Your Worship. Glenn, were you in a bit of a bad mood when you wrote this submission, do you think? The point I'm making here is...
No, I'm not known for my diplomacy. I'm blunt by nature. I tell things how they are. So...
My 2 questions really are, you say their children could afford to help them with that, or food banks if needed. You're assuming that all pensioners have children that can support them, I guess. Is that correct?
If they don't have children, there are charities around, there's a lot of charities around, and I can point you to quite a number of them. I also help people myself, and I'm sure that there are a lot of other individuals who help people in need.
Okay, my other question is option 1. you say it is inappropriate to apply more equity streaming when attitudes like this continue in the rural sector. So again, it's a generalisation, is it? Because I mean, many of us that live in the rural sector are honest ratepayers.
Of course it's a generalisation because it's a summary. So in the rural sector you have a large percentage of rates arrears. If you refer to your financial statements, you will find that in one of the notes in financial statements, and you'll see that the rural rates arrears is quite a lot more than the urban rate. And some of this is because of attitudes in the outer areas that people shouldn't pay rates or they don't want to, and it's not adequately enforced. And so I do not think it is appropriate to subsidise generally in those areas. You do have a rates of admission policy that can be applied on a case-to-case basis. So it's in a matter of fairness. Well, I think everyone should be on the same level playing field. It shouldn't be, there's already enough discounts and charities and facilities for the punters of us who are less well off. And for your information, Andrew, I wasn't always a chartered accountant. I grew up working in a factory and made my way up from there. So I know what it's like to be in a low economic situation. I've been there. I've been unemployed. I've even had to help myself to my own food in situations. I've lived on the street. I've done all these things. I know what it's like. I know what's there from my own personal experiences.
Thank you. I mean, so do I. I mean, again, there are people that you have actually singled out now who are still striving to get to where you are today. So,
I haven't strangled out anyone. I'm just speaking in generalities, Andrew.
I'm just going to use the chair's prerogative and stretch that, because I've got a question I want to ask. I agree with you that times are tough, and I agree with much of what you said. In a high inflationary environment, can debt be the lesser of two evils? I mean, you know, you can hit people hard now. I mean, you've pointed out the affordability issues, the cost of living issues, but inflation helps you with debt if it's strung out intergenerationally. I mean, what do you think about that?
It does, Your Worship, but it's countered by the inflationary effect on interest rates. So if you look back to the Muldoon era when we had interest rates around about 22.5%, you could buy a house there in Auckland for around about $100,000. So your principal locked in on the debt stayed at $100,000 even though inflation continued at 20% over the years. So that in real values, dollars in 10 years time, your house was still at $100,000, but you've been having to fork out 25% interest on it. If you can afford it, yes. Unfortunately, in my street, 3 people couldn't. My little cul-de-sac and lost their houses in that high interest rate environment. So, yes, but at high risk and a high casualty rate.
Thank you, Glenn. We'd love to keep talking, but we're going to move on, so we'll get to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jerry Raymon is the next speaker. An individual submission. It's on pages 249 to 257 of the document. Welcome. My handouts. Somebody going to do that? Okay.
Your Worship, Councillors, my name is Jarl Raymon. And thanks for this opportunity to contribute to the LTP. I have made 3 separate submissions, which you will see on my handout. a little less dour, I hope, than the previous submission. The first is for a second bridge, and it is the product of my personal research as well as containing my own views. All that I would like to say is that I have experience with whakakatai and their predecessors, and I can assure you that under urgency, the requirement of a business plan is waived. What is required is decisiveness. As a council, you need to decide yourselves where it will be, put its design out to tender, fund that design work, and on its completion, call for conditional tenders. Taking this path, the funding will follow. It's a statutory obligation. They collect money on our behalf and must distribute it. On a lighter note, let's not let procrastination masquerade as prudence in this manner. Easily happens in politics, as you're well aware. The second submission I'm offering here, a plan B, should the Keeper Road project prove to be unmanageable. Should you pursue this option, you will find that there is no geological case for not developing my alternative boat harbour in the location indicated. The third submission is by building an elevated plaza over Kakahuroa Drive, the river and the vista would be brought to the town centre, and the desirability of Whakatane as a recreational destination would increase. Just to conclude, it seems a bit rich for ratepayers bathing in the fact that recent valuations have made many paper millionaires for them not to expect an equivalent substantial rise in rates. Because at the back of all of this, it is the market that is dictating. That's where these numbers come from. The market is the cause of the reduction in the purchasing power of our dollars. So finally, and I'm not wishing to butter you mob up, but in my opinion, it's quite unfair to accuse councillors of profligacy when the lion's share of increases are quite beyond their control. Thank you.
Kia ora, Charles. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for that. You've got lots of interesting stuff in here. I'm sure there's going to be questions. Councillor Rangiaho.
Kia ora. I was just looking at your map.
Oh yeah.
And before they used to have a bridge down Cleary Ave. Is that legit? Were you looking at doing something else different to that? Because I've just brought up the map.
Oh, if you look at that plan.
You see, it's got from Arawa Road.
It goes from Arawa Road.
And go over to Rewatu Road.
That's right.
Yeah. But I think I used to live up Cleary Ave and everyone talked about this bridge that was over there.
Yes.
Are you suggesting to go back to that side as a location for a second bridge?
No, specifically what I've drawn is what
Opposite Trident High School.
opposite Red Conway Park. The road has to be raised to produce a roundabout on Stop Bank. And then the river's at its narrowest. If you read my text, I explain it. At that point, to a similar roundabout at Reuben Road, and then that gets it up and running. And once again, if you read my text, you know, I have referred to the fact that Whakakatāi is proposing to rebuild the Pekatahi Bridge in 10 years. Well, it's pretty obvious that the only detour will be through Whakatane. And if this case was made stridently to Whakakatāi, they would see that they could even defer fixing up Pekatahi Bridge if they financed this, because it's a reasonable detour, you see.
Thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Remick.
Thank you, Weston. Good morning, y'all. And first of all, congratulations on pretty amazing freehand drawings that you've been able to produce. I'm interested in your plaza idea. So are you proposing that where you can see the steel piles that are going up along the waterfront at the moment, between the existing car park, we build up and over the roadway, and then we have retail there with steps coming from the riverside to have access from there. So you'd have access from the car park over this roadway, raised roadway, and also steps from there. Is that what you were proposing?
Yes, it's just a pre-stressed concrete structure that jumps across Upper Road Drive. It reduces the headroom to about 3 metres, so big delivery trucks couldn't go along there, but you know, people, these popular caravan things that people drive around in, would be comfortable, so it wouldn't be resistant that way. But what it does is it creates this recreational plaza with lovely steps down to the water, so it reintroduces the water feature, which is the essence of Whakatane, which has been designed forever, and the fact that the stock bank has been raised where the sheep piling makes it even worse. So you may as well be living in Timbuktu rather than in the lovely water situation. So that seemed to me to be a key thing that could re-stimulate the whole of the town centre, because it's so close, the town is so small relatively. People could walk down, have their lunch there. It is a natural connection to the existing restaurant precinct, and I have included a wheelchair ramp to get up on it from, so the promenade then comes to life as part of the area. And in terms of servicing those restaurants, those businesses up there, I've indicated elevators from the car park, which are just service elevators, right? So it's just an idea that I'm chucking in. This is an LT, this is 10-year planning, and it just, there's a case for creative and constructive ideas to give the place a bit of a boost.
Thank you for that.
Ideas make the world go round. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Charles. A great presentation on that, certainly thinking outside the square. To do with the boat harbour, been similar drawings to this from the yacht club, but I don't know whether that's where you got this from, but do you feel that what you're proposing is accommodating today's needs, or I don't know whether it's going to be big enough to accommodate the boating needs in the near future? How do you come about getting your...
Well, that's a good question. Essentially, I've designed it so the marina could be extended further on down the river. As I've drawn it, it only goes to about where the regional council building is, but it could just be continued on and on. The principle there. I've just allowed for a 50-berth marina there. But my main point with it is, as I have labelled it, it is an alternative if Keeper Road doesn't fly. You know, I mean, the problems are enormous, and it would be a tragedy to lose this 20 million allocation. And so I have, my research in preparing that design is I have endeavoured to put there the majority of the things that Keeper Road were providing. And hopefully that would meet the criteria of the Provisional Growth Fund allocation. So, there's this big 3,000 square metre marine maintenance building on it. There's a lovely 500 square metre traditional Waka building thing on it. There's an extra 30 car parks for trailers, and an extra launching plank into there. So it just seems to me to tick most of those boxes. Not as lovely, of course, as Keeper Road was proposing to be.
Your proposal for keeping depth of the river there, because the sand builds up there significantly regularly, doesn't it?
Oh, well, they already dig out in front of the yacht club, so I don't see it's a great problem. Remember, when you build something like this, the most economic engineering solution is to add cement to your excavated deepening and use that as the fill in your new roadways. And it's not likely to silt in the future because it's got a closed end.
Thank you.
In the interest of moving on, thanks very much, Jael, for putting your mind to these things and coming up with some great ideas. I've got a few questions, but I don't have time, so I'll just reach out.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good luck with it all.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Whakatane High School Year 10, Kua Waitanga. So that's on page 376 to page 126. Thanks, guys.
Morning, Koto, Mayor Luca and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm Conrad.
And I'm Annabelle.
And we're here today on behalf of our class 10 Kua Waitanga.
Kua Waitanga, or ALP, is an accelerated learning program our school offers for the top 20% of students. And there are two classes in both years 9 and 10. This program is designed to group together academically focused students so they can further develop their learning pathways.
It was a pleasure to have Alex Pickles come in to talk to our class about the LTP, and some students made personal submissions we discussed what we believe are priorities for this district and came up with this.
Many students feel that there's not enough for them to do, like in town, and so they were hoping to look for something like a bouldering gym, which is kind of like a rock climbing course.
We also believe that there are not enough drinking fountains available. This would be helpful because there'd be less waste, and it would also be better for people to grab instead of an energy drink. It would be better to have water as an option.
Many students either bike or walk from coastlands to our school, and they think that it'd be nice to have a wider footpath on the bridge because at the moment it can feel unsafe being so close to cars.
Whilst the council is putting in raised speed bumps, we desperately need more pedestrian crossings, especially if students and residents are encouraged to be walking and or biking to places.
And there's a bike pump track near the hockey turf, and many students have said that it'd be nice to see that upgraded so it's more readily available for lots of different age groups to use.
We also need some more shaded hangout areas and picnic areas as well for things to do to get outside more and to say sun smart.
Thank you for your time. Is there any questions?
Oh, thanks, guys. You've just helped me out a lot because I'm getting rude notes asking me about how I'm falling behind schedule.
Shall I keep it quick then? I just wanted to clarify, just that you said that there wasn't enough to do, but your option with the Rex Morpeth hub was just to do the necessary maintenance.
Yeah. So we're also aware that it's going to put great strain on people to try and fully redevelop Rex Morpeth, but we think it would be nice to see it developed, but it doesn't have to be like fully redone, just so that like some things are more readily available for people who want them.
Thank you.
Councillor Tanchos and then Deputy Mayor Enoch.
Well, thanks for coming along. Great presentation. And it's really good to hear your voice, and the range of things that you've raised are really important for us to think about what we do as we go forward. I wanted to ask you a question about the youth hub, like volunteer Nelson, the Hopping, Kurinui, more youth mental health. Is that? I remember being in Whanganui some time ago, and they had a youth centre there that was kind of peer run. So young people organised it.
Yes,
they had some facility services there, but it was and all the rules were decided by that. Is that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what we're trying to achieve. It's a place like run by young people for young people to come in and learn about themselves and employment opportunities and further education.
Supplementary if I may. So, because I think it's a really great idea. I suppose the challenge is finding the organising team that's committed. Yeah, because young people are getting older, and so you always want to find new people to manage that. Do you have any thoughts about how we could effectively support something like that, like organising of them?
I mean, I'm part of the youth council, and maybe they could, like, some of their top members could help run, and if we could get, like, with youth council, more people who are older, like most of us are still in high school, so if we could have some like older leaders, and then they could help, like, bring us into what we might want to do for this hub, and also like prefects. I mean, they already have a lot to do, but it'd probably be a good learning opportunity for them to try something like that.
Thank you, Worship. Oh, good morning. I'm Annabelle and Conrad. Congratulations first for you and the team for putting together the mission. And you've got some really good simple ideas, and they look cost effective. The hub might be a different sort of a story. I just want to ask you, do you have locations already in mind for more water fountains?
We were probably thinking like definitely West End, specifically because obviously a lot of people go there, and on hot days there's not much things really available if you don't have a water bottle. And like along the Strand, if kids are in town, you have to go in somewhere and buy something if you want to get water, and which will lead kids to buy like fizzy drinks, which are not as good for your health, obviously.
Something that I'd like to add to that for the West End area is, I went to West End recently, I walked my dog, that was all nice and stuff, and then when I came back I really wanted a drink, but it's so far to be able to just find a drink, and there's no water fountains around to be able to help keep you hydrated.
That's super, thank you. Can I just say that there is actually one in Whaharangi, a water dispenser. Yeah, so right in the heart of town, you can actually fill your water bottles up there.
Councillor O'Brien and then Councillor Boynton.
Thank you. What a great presentation. When you talk about upgrading the rotary pump, it would be good if you could come up with some concept plans for us to see what you see, what you envisage as upgrades to that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Would that be great? Yeah.
Kōrua mihi atu kia kōrua a motokaha Thank you so much, and congratulations on your presentation and confidence. I wanted to ask, great suggestions by the way that you've put forward to us as a council. But I wanted to ask, have you guys worked with or have go into collaboration with members from Climate High School at all around finding out what some of the others do?
No, not really. We're only speaking on behalf of our class, so we can't even speak on behalf of our school at the moment. Yeah. So we haven't really, but maybe we will try and reach out to try and see what they're.
No, that was something I was going to ask. Would you be open to working with other rangatahi from Maruku around your ideas?
That sounds fine. We can tell you.
I'm going to put my teacher's hat on and risk being lynched by the entire Whakatane High School students. You said that students don't have enough to do. Did I hear that correctly?
Yep.
Well, what's wrong with studying?
That is an excellent point. Students do not study enough.
Well, if students were to study, like you say, afterwards you would obviously like a break, and you've been inside for so long studying the entire time.
Being a bit facetious, but yeah, thank you guys for a great presentation, and we'll see more of you in the future, I'm sure. And you're not next as well, are you? Whakatane High School, or is that your colleague over there? Yeah.
Interact Club.
The Interact Club, yeah. So, thanks guys. The next presentation is Whakatane High School Interact Club.
Well done. Well done, Conrad. Well done.
Kia ora everyone, Mayor Luca and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. I'm Annabelle, I'm Charlotte, and we're here on behalf of Whakatane High School Interact Club. The Interact Club is an opportunity for students to get involved with the community. It's very volunteering. As a junior version of Rotary, our club has around 40 members and our teacher, Mrs. Bond, manages it. Alex Pickles and Casey Ball came to one of our recent meetings to discuss the long-term plan and climate change strategy, and many of our members made personal submissions. However, before we discuss our group submission, we'd like to say that we are not involved closely enough to give an opinion on the financial decisions, as none of us are at the age where we pay rates and can only state what we'd like and not what we can afford.
Taking that into account, we chose option 2 for the Rex Morpeth redevelopment because it's nice to see changes to make it more accessible for all, especially the new or different sports disciplines, and hopefully the changes will bring more community events to town. With the food waste side, we're not sure which option would be appropriate, as food waste bins have a high chance of being contaminated, but we'd like to see an education program run to teach people what to do with that food waste. And this, as Vandal mentioned before, could be one of the uses of the youth hub, that's so people can come along and learn about bins and what you need to do with your food waste. And this will be all free, hopefully. And having a youth hub will also create opportunities for students to learn about like mental health issues too, and for students to be more involved in the community. And members have also mentioned that there are not enough drinking fountains. That was something that came up within our club too. And again, pedestrian crossings, that's a big one. But otherwise, thank you for your time. Is there any questions?
Thank you guys. Questions? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. It's actually a comment.
I will permit it because you've got 7 minutes. This is long, it will take up 7 minutes.
Hello, Charlotte and Annabelle again. Thank you very much. I just wanted to commend you on identifying what you don't have strength in, like by not answering the financial questions and stating that that's a really mature attitude to take rather than a stab in the dark. So well done. And again, what would be useful now that we've got Whakatane High School, the Interact Club and perhaps the wider Youth Council, identifying where you think more pedestrian crossings might go and or water fountains. I thought we did have in the system, we were planning on a water fountain map that could go at the eyesight. That was a few years ago. I think it was a youth council suggested, so maybe that's something else to follow through with.
Councillor Tainshaws?
Thank you. I wanted to just ask a question about your views on Rex Morpeth, because you talked about, so I'll speak up. You talked about it would be good to see Rex Morpeth being more accessible, especially to different and new sports disciplines. And I'm interested in your experience or observations among young people that you mix with. Do you think it's a common experience that people can't get access to the facilities they need for the sports they want to do?
So I have heard a bit about basketball in our school, and I think there's 3 teams that play basketball, but their practices have had to be moved to early hours of the morning before school, just because there's not enough hall space, and everyone else is trying to book the same hall. So I'd just like to add with hockey as well, like my sister, she had training this morning and they could only get like an hour time slot when they have like a tournament next week as well. So it's just like that accessibility, they just kind of need to be, more accessible, probably make them extend just at least available,
Thank you.
I've got a question, something you didn't mention. Climate change. Do you think we're on the right track? And if we held the climate change town hall, would you and your mates all turn up and actually participate in it? As in, speak up, make yourselves heard?
I was unaware that this was going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. I'm saying if we have one.
Hopefully. It would be nice to get the youth council involved, and I'm sure if I put it out to interact, I'm sure a lot of them will be interested in coming.
Okay.
And views on climate change. It's a hard one because there's a lot going on in the background that we may not know about as well. I'm a part of the climate change strategy group, and I think what we've put in there is really good as well, seeing the draft as well. It's just hard to tell what kind of track we're kind of getting on as well. Just good to see the effects too.
Okay, thank you, girls. One more? Yes, so
Tony, can we ask you to speak up?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just really wanted to just make a comment and also, like Leslie, just commend you guys not only for your submitting but also for presenting and the ideas that you brought forward too. And your answers as well, really articulate, and really look forward to the opportunities that might be able to come through in the future, principally with the ideas that you put forward. And then hopefully see you guys be part of leading that as well. And yes, I just really wanted to congratulate you. Thank you.
No more? Well, guys, you are the future, so go forth and carry on doing what you're doing.
Well done. Thank you.
Cheers. The next speaker is coming in on Zoom. And it's Sue Lund, Planetary Accounting Network, pages 153 to 160. Hi, Sue. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm joining you this morning with my colleague Kate Miar, who is going to lead us.
Kia ora koutou. I'm just going to share my screen. Give me one moment. Is that coming through for everybody?
Yes.
I just want to start by saying how much I enjoyed that last presentation. It was very impressive to see how accomplished some of the young people are, and it's an intimidating room to come into, I'm sure, for them. So it was really lovely to see that. Just to give you a quick introduction to myself, I'm the CEO at the Planetary Accounting Network. My background is in engineering and in sustainability science. I have a PhD in how we use environmental measurement to enable science-based decision making, and I've worked in the sustainability space for a long time now with roles such as the previous one to this was as Becker's Sustainability Director, leading their international sustainability practice. I'll let Sue introduce herself.
Kia ora katoa, ko Suland toko inua. I'm thrilled to be joining you this morning, and thank you for the opportunity. I am a principal planetary accountant with Kate at the Planetary Accounting Network. My background is in financial services and sustainable finance, and my most recent role before joining PAN was with ANZ Bank, where I was responsible for climate-related disclosures, and particularly climate-related disclosures and responsible investing for ANZ Investments and the KiwiSaver scheme. I'll hand you back to Kate now.
Thanks, Sue. So this submission is on behalf of the Planetary Accounting, which is a New Zealand-based charitable trust. We don't have a base location per se because we're a fully remote team with people in the team across New Zealand and a few international team members. But actually Sue and another colleague of ours are both right on the perimeter of the Whakatane region, so have a particular interest in this long-term plan. PAN, the Planetary Accounting Network, which we refer to as PAN, our purpose is to help people to use science to inform decisions for the environment. So the reason that we are making a submission is that we really applaud Whakatane's purpose and ethos, but we also really understand the challenges that there are when you're trying to achieve parallel goals, particularly where some of these can be quite disparate and almost certainly require trade-offs to be made along the way. You all know these strategic directions and key priorities, so I won't read them out to you, but I just highlight them because I think I've connected with a lot of local councils, both in New Zealand and internationally, and what I've heard is the challenges are really similar across the board, and that is that there are a myriad of measures, metrics and targets that all are very useful in their own right, but they often don't help to provide the answers to the really tricky questions that you need to be responding to, such as, should we spend carbon to improve the resilience to climate change? How do we balance economic and environmental pressures, particularly when they're so interlinked? Horticulture, agriculture, forestry all rely on very strong natural capital foundations. But also critically, how do we know when we've achieved success? You know, we say shaping a green district. What is a green district? Does that mean a 10% increase in green spaces, a 50% increase, a 25% water reduction in water consumption, more? I think I really, I saw a quote from you, Dr. Mayor Luca, on the need for local council to bring science to the table, and I couldn't agree more that we need science at the table for local council, central government, and for businesses and communities, so that New Zealand can really show international leadership in the environmental space. And we really believe that Planetary Accounting can help Whakatane to synthesise, simplify and contextualise your current approach to enable really robust science-based decision making that aligns with your strategic direction. I expect many of you have actually already heard of the planetary boundaries, but for those that haven't, this image here depicts a standard called the Planetary Boundaries, which is really recognised as the gold standard for environmental sustainability, because it really highlights the importance that we think not only about climate change and carbon emissions, but around broader environmental impacts, including waste, nitrogen and phosphorus runoff, the way we use land, biodiversity, water consumption, and so on. At PAN, we use a framework called Planetary Accounting that translates these planetary boundaries and actually links well into other global standards such as the Sustainable Development Goals and donor economics, translates these global outcomes into the scales where we make decisions. We can use Planetary Accounting to look at, I don't know why that flicked back, to look at the impacts of products, of lifestyles, of businesses, but in this case also regions. Planetary accounting is really just about simplifying and contextualizing data. So it's not a cookie cutter approach, it's not a cut and play framework. It can be used in as many different ways as carbon accounting. It's just a lot broader and provides that context that we need. And so while using planetary accounting makes it really easy to compare, contrast and align targets and efforts in one region to another and between regions, businesses and community action, the process of applying planetary accounting is really bespoke to the specific needs of that region or city. It isn't about tossing out the great work that's already been done to date, it's about taking that and advancing it and putting it into better context. It's also not about the measurement per se, but what that enables in terms of decision making. So one of our sort of favourite examples is some work we've done with Dunedin City Council, where we've quantified their environmental performance using donut economics and planetary accounting to show them where the hotspots are across the region and priority actions. But what's next is what's exciting. You know, they're looking at how can we now take that framework and apply it so that council decisions can be linked to those top level frameworks in every report from business case right through to detailed optioneering. How can they digitise some of that data to say, you know, to enable all the different stakeholders and decision makers to interact with that framework? Another really different example is in Melbourne. Regen Melbourne, if you haven't heard of it, is a grassroots movement, so it's not local council driven, but they've also taken planetary accounting and used it to quantify the environmental performance of the region. But then what they've done is digitised it so that communities can interact with it, and it's such a neat tool. I'm happy to share the link. You kind of click into different segments and it pops up and explains what is climate change, what is nitrogen and phosphorus runoff, where does it come from, how is the performance going, what do we need to do about it. So it really distills and aligns action across many different stakeholders. Whakatane already has a strong climate strategy, and so in your case we're proposing that what this could help to do is strengthen the breadth of the environmental measurement and action that you have and put it into context in a way that's really meaningful and supports you to make sound science-based decisions that build climate change and natural hazard resilience, that facilitate economic regeneration, that respond to development pressures and shape a green district while enhancing safety, well-being and vibrancy of community and strengthening relationships with iwi, hapu and whānau. I think another quote that we saw Dr. Mealuka was your vision, that you had the vision to see climate change coming from a long way off and the conviction to then steer your research accordingly, which gave you the opportunity to lead really pioneering developments. At PAN, we see planetary accounting a little bit in the same way. It gives you that crystal ball. It tells you how far and how fast you need to go so that you can have that really early vision in whakatane to rapidly test scenarios and roadmaps against the outcomes you want and create a really strong platform for innovation and transformational change. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, ladies. And thanks for bringing this kaupapa to the table and putting two uncomfortable bedfellows in the same sack, which is economic development and ecology and together. And I think that's a developing area of ecological economics. That's great. Are there any questions around the panel? Yes, Councillor Tanchos.
Thank you for that presentation. It's really exciting stuff, actually. And seeing you've integrated, Kate Raywood's work as well as the Planetary Boundaries work, it's great to see that all integrated together. My question is to understand how you talked about helping to navigate through trade-offs. And so I suppose the way I understand it is that if you've got the measures in these different kind of areas, then you're able to see which areas are the most critical or most at risk and prioritise action towards those, even if there's a trade-off in another area that's less at risk. Is that kind of how you apply it?
Yeah, more or less. So when we set targets that have scientific basis, it gives you a really strong understanding of where your overshoot or undershoot is. And so, instead of measuring the carbon footprint of something and getting a number 100 or 1,000, it says how is that good? What does good look like? And so then you can start to make a decision. If you're way over on carbon but well under on water, that lets you say, okay, well, we can start to, it's okay to have a trade-off that impacts water a little bit for carbon, or vice versa. It gives you that context so you can really see where your priority actions need to be, but it also avoids that hidden impact shifting. So if you're only measuring carbon and greenhouse gases with that context and not your other environment, and have no context around other environmental impacts, then there's a high risk that you end up pulling levers for change that look really good from a carbon perspective, but actually have really severe unintended consequences somewhere else in the environment. So it does it twofold, if you like.
Yeah, that's great. Supplementary for me. No, that's great. That's really helpful. And the ones I'm looking at, they don't have, and perhaps it's not intended to address kind of social issues as well. But you talked about trading off, say, resilience, which is not necessarily measured in some of these measures.
Yeah, that's right. So Planetary Accounting Network specialises in the environmental side and not in the social side, but we have partners who bring that social lens to the table. So with Dunedin City Council as an example, they do have both sides of the donut and they do have a strong social framework. We help to scaffold the decision making around which metrics to measure, because which metric you measure really has a big impact on what outcomes you get, but in terms of their ability to drive that social piece, they had a really strong skill set in-house, so most of that work was done by them in-house. Likewise, Region Melbourne also has social as part of that donut, but that was done not using Planetary Accounting, but aligning with Planetary Accounting. So we do work really closely on that dual side, and also bringing cultural elements in as well, but I guess the particular expertise we can support with is that environmental piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Kate, and Sue, thanks for bringing it to our attention. It's a simple question. Aside from Dunedin City Council, are you working with any other councils across the country?
We have done some work with Kapiti Coast District Council, and we're in discussions with several others at the moment. I think the Planetary Accounting is relatively new, and it's sort of picking up pace quite a lot. A lot of our work is actually in the private sector, so we do a lot of work with businesses ranging from quite large New Zealand scale businesses. We've got some international firms as well, and driving a bit more pressure in the local council space. We do have a partner called Open Corridor that's digitised Planetary Accounting across Australia, and so there's a lot of Australian local governments who have access to that approach and data in different ways.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies. I've got a question. Do you think that, given what you're fighting here is the conventional paradigm, and do you think that these sort of new ways of thinking will ever be able to really topple the mainstream economic view of the world? It's growing, and more people talking about looking at things in a different way and taking nature into account. I mean, we depend on it after all. But what are your views on that?
That's a big
very
question.
much in the fridge, unfortunately.
I have to believe that we can. I think what I trust is that having that future perspective, I think there's been a really long history of a short-term perspective where we're not looking at the end goal. There's this, idea that sustainability is about a little bit less bad and then another little bit less bad, and that's not only not practical and not science-based, but it's also pretty depressing. You can never win the game. I think having that long-term perspective, or a design brief for what the future would look like, so you can test scenarios, is the only way we will get that really systemic transformational change that we need. I think if anyone's going to do it, it's actually local government in New Zealand, because we're agile enough and small enough that we can make those sort of level changes, but we also have a really loud voice on the international stage, and so if we can test it and demonstrate the success of it, it's not about not doing things. It's not about, hey, you can't fly and you can't eat this and you can't do that. It's about what is that awesome future that we're going to go to. My favourite example is a 40-hour work week is not considered sustainable in some studies. Perhaps the future is, a way better work-life balance. It's understanding what that future that we want to be in is, and then I think we'll get everybody on board to go there.
Okay, thanks very much. Great answer. Time.
I was just going to add too that I think the momentum is building, and I think certainly in the private sector space with mandatory climate reporting and now the nature-related reporting, the task force for that issuing its standards last year, and they have been quickly adopted around the world, and it matches in so well with the work that PAN does. So as we know, for systemic change, it needs to come from so many different areas, and I think the momentum is building across all the areas that PAN supports, so the local government and the private sector. So, yeah, I'm positive as well. It's probably just a question of the timing of that, and we probably all want it to go faster than it may happen.
I think you're right. We have to remain optimistic and try to instigate change. Have you happened to seen the paper by Weidman et al. Scientists warning on affluence, published in Nature Communications?
When was that? I've read quite a few of Weidman lately, but I don't think I've seen that one.
It's worth a read. I'd read it out, but I don't want to get offside with my.
It sounds similar to the limits to growth.
Thanks very much, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Okay, so that brings us to Tim Root, individual submission. Welcome, Tim.
Thank you.
Pages 149 to 150.
Good morning, everyone. Is this good enough? First of all, I just want to say I really appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing, the vision that you have for Whakatane, and what you want to make of it. I'm from Belgium. I come from Ghent. It's one of the most beautiful villages in the world. If you ever go overseas, put it on your bucket list. But we moved to Whakatane because this is where we wanted to grow up, grow old, together with my wife, and so for the last 3.5 years I've been living here and trying to get adjusted to settling here. I've been, moving around the world for 20 years, and then finally you try to get some roots and settle somewhere. You go, okay, what does that mean? What does that mean to me? And how can I be part of the community? I could never do what you guys do, sitting in a room the whole day listening to all kinds of people.
It's tough.
Could you pick up the microphone, please? Do you mind picking up the microphone? Yeah. I don't think others can hear you. Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe if it was good that I was censored. But right now, I read on Facebook somewhere, you get 5 minutes to change their mind. I'm like, wow, this feels like, Britain Got Talent. and you don't know how it's going to go, and sometimes you have people singing there and they blow your mind, and other times you have people singing there and you go, do they not have family or friends that told them that they should not do this?
Okay.
And so that's a little bit the feeling that I had at some point when I was reading through your long-term plan, to be honest. And I got to page 11, and I agreed with everything. I'm like, oh yeah, I can follow this thinking. But then you get to the point where you go, and our funding is broken. Okay, you realize that. That's the issue we have. And then you move on. And then you start thinking about all the stuff where you're going to start spending money on. And you go, wow, how how you can move from the funding is broken and then to, hey, we're going to increase the rates because that's how it works. So I understand that the funding is broken and you have to do something different here. But why not think different then about how you're going? Why not tell, higher governments, hey, this sucks, this is broken, so we'll have to do it differently. And we'll break your rules because we have to, And so there's a lot of other stuff where sometimes, and I just, I didn't think about this long enough yet, not like you guys. And I've not been here long enough to understand all the ins and outs. I really don't. The proportions are so off to me, I can't put the whole Whakatane district in one of our sports stadiums, But then the size of it is like, it's 14 times the size of where I come from, with all the amenities that you have to deal with, and so it's very different. So I'm not there yet, and I hope that you guys are. But what I'm really trying to say with my submission, and I tried to say it in different ways, is start thinking differently about the whole thing. I like your vision, I like your inspiration. Push it. Go further. I saw what in one of our side towns in Belgium, how some companies changed the whole area because of their innovation. It was about speech technology and stuff like that. But the brains that came to come and be part of that, all this, I worked in the car making industry for Volvo cars. That's 15,000 people making sure that 250,000 cars are built every year. And it's not just that, it's not the only industry. There's 45,000 other people that are, there. What can we do here in Whakatane so that this becomes a place where people love to work? They don't have to go to that their kids feel like there's a lot of stuff for them to do, but there's a lot for them as well to develop themselves. They don't have to go overseas to find new innovations and stuff like that. So I'll close with that. From my understanding, most of you have read my submission before, so we can talk about some of the details afterwards. But this is kind of the kick I wanted to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions?
Thank you for your thought-provoking submission. And I think it is a really good challenge to us. So how do we think differently? How do we come at this in different ways? You talked about creating an environment that attracts different kinds of employment and workers. One of the issues, we always have a challenge attracting highly skilled professions because we don't offer all the facilities that they get in a big city. So often people prefer to live in a big city. We have some advantages in terms of our natural environment. What are the things that you think we could do to make our town more attractive so that we can attract in skilled professionals who bring innovation and capital as well?
I worked for Potlight for 3.5 years as operations manager, and before that I was working at Statecraft. I've been doing lean manufacturing for 20 years and I'm running big companies. It starts with the imagination. If you cannot imagine it, it doesn't work. And the problem that I had when I was working with the business owners of that business is they could not imagine what it could look like. And that was the hardest part, because I think we could have revolutionized the whole building industry by not building tiny homes like builders do, and because of that, we could have changed the way that the whole furniture business would work here, the plumbing industry would work here, and it would have been very interesting for people to come here and go like, wow, what are they doing here, But it's the same with all the other public services that we provide here. It could be about how we do our water, how we deal with water, and make that whole different thing. When we're thinking about this 4,000 or 5,000 people being added, or that we think they're going to add our district in the coming 10 years, how we're going to add them? Are we going to try to create new eco-villages with, using the donut economy and stuff like that? Or are we just going to let it happen like that, that kind of stuff here? And then once you have that kind of vision, then you attract people like me and others. They go like, man, we cannot do this anywhere else. And that's where it goes, Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. Any more questions? There's still a little bit of time. Oh, I'll make a comment since others have.
I was going to say I would make a comment, but okay.
I mean, I was born and bred here, and then I've lived in some of the biggest cities in the world. The last one, 16 million people. And I've been involved in the debate over big city versus small town. And for me, the small town wins hands down, really. I don't think we want to be like a big city. That's why most of us are actually here. But we have to do better with what we have, and we have to do a better job of looking after ourselves, because it's clear that the funding system is broken, and so we need to be more creative and innovative. Thank you for your submission. And Deputy Mayor Amick wants to make another comment.
Thank you, Tim, actually, and I agree for your thought-provoking presentation and what you wrote in your submission. Sometimes when you see none of the above, none of the above, none of the above, you stop writing. But I commend you for putting in some solutions and some thoughts for us to consider. And I did notice that you'd been sitting in the wings out the back there, and I actually text someone to say, is that your staff member? Because you're sitting there looking very considered and absorbing it. So good on you, thank you.
Thanks, Tim. We are going to go to David Stewart next and push the morning tea break down by 5 or by 10 minutes. Oh, what happened? Right, cancel that.
New instructions.
New instructions from the left. Okay. So we're going to break now. 10:30. We'll be back at 10:45. Thanks, everybody.
Sorry, I said.
Just reminding.
backwards. That's the trick.
And bring it forward. Unless it's close to like it's literally got to be right. As an open, then you can do both.
Oh yeah.
But unless it's close to them now, I'm not going to get it. And then the next thing, do not speak here.
They don't hold it right, they hold it like this.
Welcome back, everybody. The next speaker for this session is Glenn Othar. He's very familiar to me. Welcome, Glenn. Representing Sustainable BOP, so you have 10 minutes, and the presentation is on pages 122 to 125.
And councillors.
Get close to that mic, Glenn, because I think people aren't going to hear you. Yeah.
Oh. Yes, it's a pleasure. I'm sort of almost daunted by how much time, because I'm used to, for those who don't know, I live in Tauranga, and if I've presented to the council there, you get given 5 minutes and very quickly sent on your way afterwards. So, I appreciate the...
A little bell will go off at 30 seconds to go.
That's great. I guess one of the issues I wanted to address up front was just in regards to the food waste collection. I just put our views in the submission, but I do want to say that I'm not sort of in a hardcore position around what we submitted, but I've talked to a number of people who have told me that it's better to have a separate food waste collection to the mix with green waste. I mean, I'm sort of probably a bit old school at home and kind of hold in and don't do the right thing, but I guess when you're doing it at a district level, I guess our submission is that just make sure you have done the mahi and kind of figured out what is going to be the best solution in the long term, which is from both a cost perspective, which obviously has appeal to keep the cost down, which we support, but also to make sure it does work in terms of at a practical level. And I guess my strongest thing, and you know, it's come up in other submissions around the Bay of Plenty with councils, is I know there's a lot of opposition, and we're sort of not in favour of sticking a whole lot of food waste on trucks, going across to the Waikato, and then having it processed and brought back to the bay in some cases, and then distributed around. So we think it'd be far better to have something local and to actually keep carbon emissions down, all the things that go with that. So I guess it's more just that we're pleased to see this happening, but we do support the most cost-effective approach, but a cost-effective approach that actually works and is scalable. And we don't want to express a view in terms of the urban rural, quite happy for locals to express their views on that, but I do know in the Western Bay of Plenty, they went through the same sort of discussions, and some people felt very strongly they could just take care of it themselves. So when it comes to the actual funding model, I guess, one of the issues is who should actually pay and how, and we've supported in the past and still, subject to the views of your community, a pay per pickup or pay per weight basis for landfill waste, as opposed to just a fixed amount, because we know there might be one person living on his or her own who hardly puts out any rubbish, and I think that there's you can look at the equity grounds in different ways, but I think from an incentive point of view, it's good to actually have a disincentive to fill up your rubbish bin. But when it comes to things like the food waste and the recycling, there's probably more of a public good that says, have that as a rates funded, because that's something you're trying to encourage. I guess I was going to comment on your funding, just in the context of my observation with other Bay of Plenty councils as well, and I guess I can only sympathise with what you're dealing with. I urge you on behalf of our trust to sort of stick to your guns in terms of your approach to Three Waters, because our view is that we don't necessarily see a Waikato Bay of Plenty solution as being the best for people in the Bay of Plenty, especially in the Eastern Bay of Plenty, especially if you have the same thing happen that happened with the regional transport funding. So I'm sure you're aware of how little your council got allocated in there, and I happened to sit around as an advisor on that committee, so I was sort of sitting close to Victor watching it all, and it did play out, I felt, in a way that meant it just demonstrated why big centralised decision making doesn't always work for the smaller communities. So in terms of Three Waters, I think you're obviously facing some really tough decisions, and I'm sure you know that the same decisions are faced by a whole lot of other councils. So I would like to sort of see as much of a pause as possible to see what exactly is going to be the solution first before you react too strongly in that area. And I'd personally prefer to see sort of something either at a Bay of Plenty level with some safeguards for smaller districts to get funding, or just to look at some other model, because whatever happens, it looks like ratepayers are going to be footing the bill. And so if we're all going to be paying around the Bay of Plenty, we don't want to be paying a whole lot for Waikato to get the benefits, would be my view. In terms of transport funding, I did want to comment, because I know you've had a number of initiatives sort of on the go. I suppose the way I've looked at transport projects is that because of the FAR rate, 63% I think you get FAR rate, that it does make transport quite a good bang for buck to invest in compared to some other things. So when you're weighing up, I'm not sort of advocating against other important things, but when you have two things of equal weighting, it is, I think, helpful to sort of look at, you can get basically 3 times the bang for buck if you invest into a transport project. And I'm also aware that the current government has obviously cut funding in some areas and increased funding in other areas of transport, but there is still funding available for walking and cycling projects. There's still funding available, hopefully, maybe for some sort of support of public transport across the region. Obviously there are limitations on that, but I mean, I guess if Whakatane had a compelling case, I'd still urge you to sort of push forward with that, because I've sort of seen over time, as the 3-year funding cycle goes through, often councils haven't picked up funding during that time frame, and that happened in Tauranga actually. There were some projects that were earmarked to be funded for cycling projects, and now they've just fallen completely away because the council hadn't got its ducks lined up. So if there's smaller scale things you want to get through, I'd urge you to keep doing that, keeping in mind that it is typically a good investment for ratepayers because you get that subsidy. And the final thing I was going to talk about was I feel it's probably the last thing you want to hear, but we've come asking for money. And we're asking for $5,000 of funding to support the work that we have started just ever so slightly to do in this part of the bay, and our trust is keen to have more of a presence here if we're welcomed by people, and so far we seem to have been, and I've had a number of people who have been urging us to do more in this part of the region. Our challenge is that we had a funding model which we were hoping to get from some of the bigger, wealthier funders in the bay, and that, to be honest, just didn't sort of work out. And I'll be upfront, part of it was because we've been a bit critical of some of the big spending investments that have been made in some parts of the Bay of Plenty, and we've felt that it's far better to direct, hard to get funding into more of a community level and to some of the other districts. So I guess now we've sort of looked at that and said, well, we'll better sort of follow through the logical next step, which is maybe to go to this part of the bay and say, if you've got the $5,000 at the end of the process, then we feel we could offer something of value. We typically do different events with a number of you have been at our green drinks recently, which we thoroughly enjoyed, by the way, and we were glad we played a tiny little part in getting your 1,000+ submissions happening, so that's exciting. But more importantly, I think we're trying to look at a combination of economic, social and environmental sustainability. So we're not just about environmental stuff, but we're trying to look at those trade-offs and trying to support organisations to deal with those kind of trade-offs. And that's probably the best thing we can offer, is just to look at how we can work with council and with local communities in that area. So I'll leave it there, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Glenn. Questions? Ventures.
Thanks, Glenn. Lots there. And I think you guys do great work. I wanted to dive a bit into your comments around the three waters, and your observations around how smaller areas like us fare in those kind of collectivised situations. Because it's an interesting observation. You've been in there with the regional transport stuff. But at the same time, I suppose they offer some scale and the ability to do some things which we might otherwise struggle to do. I was wondering if you had any thoughts about whether you could structure something that was collectivised across the whole bay and perhaps the Waikato in a way that you avoided disadvantage for smaller communities.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that would probably be the optimal solution. I mean, we'd sort of advocated for, ironically, given what I just said, we've advocated for an NZTA style funding model where you sort of have central government put in a far rate for water, and in the case of Whakatane it might be, whatever percent, 50%, and Tauranga might be 25%, because I presume the government will not want to give as much as they do for transport, but to actually to deliver that funding for projects within Whakatane district that meet certain government outcomes. Yeah. And then if you still want to do something else with, I guess my own view is stormwater is possibly best left out of it, but you'll no doubt have your ideas on that. But in terms of something like a wastewater project, if you wanted to prioritise something a bit higher within the district, you could still do that. But you may not get the central government funding unless it aligns with their funding. So I'm supportive of that, but I guess, it was very much tempered by the experience of being around the Regional Transport Committee table for the last 2 and a bit terms, where, you had basically lobbying from one of the councils in the northern part of the bay 6 or so years ago, and then last time there's been another council, and you end up sort of seeing it get so parochial, and I would prefer there be some kind of almost minimum funding on a per capita basis that was used as an extra factor in determining where the funding goes. Because at the moment it's all based on the projects and the benefit, and Tauranga, gets a bigger advantage, and I think the same would happen with Waikato. I guess I'm concerned with Three Waters when you have 2 growth cities, Hamilton and Tauranga. Yeah. That could go awry. I think it's hard enough with one in our region, and having Hamilton in there as well will grow that to a real problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you. And good morning, Glenn, and thanks for your presentation. I just wanted to talk about whether the other Eastern Bay councils, whether you've requested some funding from them to help with the annual, you'd like 5,000 every year for the 10 years?
We haven't, and I'm happy to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I was wondering, is it really an Eastern Bay thing? You're not holding events in either Rapotiki or Kawerau, and would you be suggesting that we have them join us?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we were thinking more in terms of the strategic stuff might be a good fit with Whakatane Council as well, and then the events would be a part of that picture. And so there was a plan from discussions with some of the locals to do something potentially in Rapotiki for one event this year, and then potentially Kawerau next year. But we're very open to suggestions, and I guess we hadn't applied to those councils, perhaps on the grounds that we're thinking we'll sort of see what you guys say first, giving you a little bit bigger.
All right, okay. And so the green room event or training that you had last year for our tourism operators, and the green drinks event that you've had recently hosting us with the LTP, those have been the only events you've done this year?
Yeah, like this, Mike Joy came last year, we brought him, and then we had green drinks last year at Mata.
Yeah, I couldn't go there. Thank you.
At the RTC meeting, Glenn, I think you'd left the room when the discussion got sparked up that followed on from your presentation, when they said that equity didn't have anything to do with it.
I'm glad I left the room.
Yeah, maybe. But anyway, there's an issue. So, regarding funding, what's wrong with just centrally funding it all?
Well, I guess I was.
I
was speaking on the. I thought you meant our trust. That'd be great. No, the Three Waters funding should be central in our view. I guess I was just looking at the Labor government and the national-led government. Those guys don't seem to want to do it for some reason. But living in a city, Tauranga, where we've got off-the-books debt that is heading towards $500 million projected. You know, I don't like off-the-books debt. I don't think it's a solution because ultimately your ratepayers will be paying for it either way. So let's, as you say, Your Worship, get the cheapest money, which is central government money. So that I would definitely favour that, but I think you're up against it with these governments. So.
Okay, thanks, Glenn.
Well, can I take the liberty of one toilets and I would care strongly support it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn, again. The next speaker is David Stewart, and he's submitting as an individual, and it's pages 108 to 109. Thanks, Dave.
Can I go to? My name's David Stewart. I'm from Tamaki Makaurau, Mangere East. My mother was a cleaner. My father was a freezing worker. And that tells you pretty much all you need to know for now. I got my first push bike when I was 12 years old, and I literally thought that I had taken over the world. And it was my first taste of freedom, and I've always had a push bike ever since. I haven't always ridden it, but when I left Auckland, I went to a hilly, dry stock part of the country called Waikato, which was hilly and limestone, so I couldn't ride my bike. I came here. By the time I came here, I was 58. I was 145 kilos, and I joined a gym finally because there was one that wasn't an hour away. And when I came here, I had been diagnosed in for a knee operation. And after 3 months at the gym, I had had x-rays when I come here, and they confirmed that I would need a knee replacement, straight into it, knee replacement. I never had surgery before, other than a vasectomy. And
Too much.
It was horrifying. But I didn't want to. So we went back to the doctor. He asked how my knee was, and I said, which one was it? And he said, it was your left knee. And I was like, okay. No, it's not giving me any trouble. He asked what I'd changed, and I said I joined the gym and I was on the exercycle for 40 minutes a day. And he said, that'll do it. So we have a tendency to go straight to surgery without actually asking fat old men to exercise. So now I have a bike and I use it most days, and I'm not a picture of health, but I'm quite well, thank you. So my submission is for this council to make more of me, make more people like me. I ride my bike around town and I see a lot of old men and older women on their bikes getting around, just look to me for fun. And there are parts of the long-term plan that are called in walkways and cycleways. I used to do a musical concert here every year, and people used to come, and my cousin come down from Whangarei, and he come with his partner, and they had bikes, and they said, where's your bike track around here? And I said, you can drive from here, you can go up the road, go all the way out to the heads. And he said, how far is that? And I said, 10 kilometres? He said, no, like 30 kilometres. And I said, oh no, we don't have anything. That was the first time I really thought about that. And when I saw this thing in the long-term plan, I tracked down the person who was sort of, I guess, ground managing it, showed me what was involved, and it was the cycling track that my cousin was looking for. It goes out to Thornton, Edgecombe, Awakeri, and back into town. And so far, the only argument I've heard that's of any substance against it is that we might have to build toilets. And I'm like, when people travel anywhere in the world, there's two things they do. It's walk and cycle. That's what people do when they go places. And, you know, I don't want a whole lot of people to come and live in this town, really, you know. And with that, good luck with your rate increases. But I do like the idea that we can bring people here for recreation. So for that end, spend all the money of mine that you like on recreation and well-being. And sorry guys at the back, but that includes the War Memorial Hub. You know, I've gone to a lot of 39, 38, gone to a lot of concerts and events at the War Memorial Hall, and it is, you know, it's an embarrassment to anyone that's been to a decent venue anywhere. You know, that needs fixing so bad. I've got 15 seconds to go, so I'm just going to sit here and let you dwell on that while you line up your questions for me.
Thank you, Dave. And since you're giving money away, Glenn's just asked for 5,000, so can you help him out?
I never knew that I could ask for money here, but if I did, I'd ask for the next service on my bike. It's about $100.
Does anybody have any questions for David? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. And good morning, Dave. And thank you for your compelling presentation and some support what you've written there. And I'm so pleased your health is improved. I just want to ask about with your cycling everywhere, and we've got these locky dock things that were funded by NZTA, not ratepayer funds, at different places in the town and Ohope. Do you ever charge your e-bike in there?
No. I don't. I use them, but I'm just frightened someone's going to steal my charger.
Oh. Off the bike?
Well, the charger's at home.
Oh, yes.
Will I have to bring the charger to the docking station?
No, you just park your bike and...
The Locky Dock's got a charger in it, and I think they were funded by Horizon, but I'm not...
So where do I plug it in?
On the Locky Dock.
You park your bike into it, and then there's a little code or something, and then it just charges your bike while you go to the cafe or somewhere.
Oh, maybe I am charging my bike. Is it wireless?
No, you won't be charging it if you don't know where they...
No, I don't know. I don't know much about that. My bike cost 40 cents to go from a third up. It cost 40 cents. I'm good for that.
The supplementary to that was...
Even with a big rating.
Did you think we needed other charging stations around the district?
I can't answer it because I don't understand how the charging works. I saw that it was possible to charge there, but I figured I would need a lead or my own charger or something, and you know, I can't afford to buy another bike if someone steals it or even a charger, unless I can come here and ask for funding for it.
Councillor Jukes and then Councillor James.
I'm just going to slip in a comment, if I may. And also just in response to the Deputy Mayor. So I've just bought myself an electric bike, absolutely loving it. Waiting for the 20 kg weight loss. That would be absolutely fabulous, but I guess I've got to do a few more of these 30 or 40 kg.
You have to close your mouth, Councillor.
It won't happen.
And just to say, most of the electric bikes, if they're fully charged, you can get 200 k's.
Oh, okay.
That will go down a lot faster if you're putting in turbo or power all the time. So it depends on.
Or weight.
But you can actually go a significant distance on them without having to recharge them.
Which do that loop, no problem.
Yeah. So. Just to clarify that fact.
And in closing, what a great job you've done of the Landing Road roundabout.
Thank you.
You've still got another question?
Yeah, you're not going to slip away.
Is it a question, councillor?
It is a question. So, I mean, you say we haven't got a lot of cycleways, but do you use all the cycleways we have got? And also the second question is, are they of good or reasonable standard? Because I understand the Keeper Road cycleway is not the best.
I use the Keeper Road and the Warren Cole, and I just go into town most days on that. It's changed the way I shop. I used to shop at Pack and Save, now I shop at New World because I can do that on my bike, and I only buy what I need. Keeper Road, you don't want to hear what I think of Keeper Road cycleway. It's a disaster. But what I have got good at is between the tar seal and the old red seal, there's a gap about that wide. And most of it you can get down that gap, and it's sort of like, you know, riding over a tight wire over Niagara Falls. You can't get it wrong.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Yes.
The next speaker will be Alan Law. Scheduled for later on. He's presenting as an individual, pages 84 to 85. Welcome, Alan.
Morning, everyone. Morning, Bishop, councillors and executives. I love my district and I have got a social conscience. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. A lot of ratepayers are feeling that you are eating off our arm. Our economy is in recession. We have a cost of living crisis that's not going away. And ratepayers are struggling and wondering whether they're going to hold on to their homes, some of them. And many business owners are not even drawing a salary. We have submitters, and I've been here for 2 days because I want to actually get a feel of our community, wanting to spend ratepayers' money on nice to haves, and as important that you all get the balance right. So closer to home, farmers who pay half the district's rates are experiencing the worst economic climate in a generation. The high inflation, high interest rates, high compliance costs, coupled with lower product prices is unprecedented. We've never seen it like this before. And at the moment, many farmers are seeing their farms as a liability, and I can tell you that's a fact. And here in council, you are wanting to take even more money out of our pocket. Basic repairs and maintenance have become our nice to haves. And about a third of farms are not even applying fertiliser for the second year in a row, which is leading to lower food production, less investment for environmental stuff, less money spent in our communities. So if you look at central government, they're targeting 7.5% cost cutting in the public sector, including staff cuts. And I think council need to do the same. You could consider selling assets. You need to focus on your core business. You need to run a lean and efficient operation. Council, I believe, needs to pause until the economics in our country improve. You need to read the room. Wait until inflation and mortgage rates have dropped a bit before even thinking about the nice to haves in our district, which will push our rates up. To quote David Longy, I think we should pause and have a cup of tea. Pressing pause is not going backwards. Your ratepayers have had to park their aspirations and their dreams and some their retirement plans. Council must do that too. Forget about the 17% rate rise. Even 10% I believe is too much at the moment. Go and sharpen your pencils and have another go at it. I believe within a year the coalition government's policy on local government, including infrastructure funding, will be clear to us all. Defer the Rex Morpeth Park development for now, just do essential maintenance. Close the funding gap over the medium term to ease the rates burden, and use that time wisely to drive efficiency and improve financial management so you don't create new gaps to fund. So So basically, live within your means. On the uniform annual charge, keep the status quo at 24%. So dropping this will help some people in our community, but it'll push more costs onto a smaller group of ratepayers. And farmers who pay half your rates will be impacted. We already pay a higher portion of general rates for services that we quite often don't use or don't benefit from. Climate change. Get some diesel utes that can do the mahi in the mud 24/7 in all conditions in a civil defence situation. The last thing you want in an emergency is a delay while your vehicles are waiting to be charged. So I don't think there's any need to collaborate on farm emissions. Council's involvement runs the risk of introducing more bureaucracy, more cost to industry and more cost to ratepayers. This is already well covered by specialist bodies, our own regional councils, Fonterra, Dairy NZ and others. If you want to do your bit as council with climate change, sort out the sewage problems in Matatara and Edgecombe. These problems have been going on for far too long. We've just spent $230,000 on one of our farms for an effluent upgrade. It's a compliance cost. We don't have the option. I'm not overly impressed with the submission process, and I'm shocked that our electeds let this document go out in its present form. And to pigeonhole feedback to suit a narrow agenda, I think is undemocratic. It is not good form to have elected councillors slagging individual groups in the Beacon. Yesterday, a submitter slagged the Whakatane Action Group. Nobody pulled her up, but surely this is what this whole submission process is all about. It's called democracy. Council has received some really, really professional submissions, and I trust that you will listen to the ratepayers and do the right thing. We've had some really, really professional submissions. If you don't, I reckon the Whakatane Action Group will dig in for the long haul, and it will be identifying councillors who fail to have their ears on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Does anybody have any questions? James?
Thanks for that, Alan. Some of it is, there's a little bit of criticism there which we can take on board in that. What solutions do you see for us to keep the rates down in single digits?
I haven't gone into depth in studying all the financials because I just frankly haven't got time. This is the first time I've submitted to council. But I think you've got to look at everything, like we're all having to do, line by line in the budget. Otherwise, we'll be out of business. And I'm not just trying to be a smart ass here. That's the fact. But I also think that the local body funding model is broken. We've got to the stage where you can't just keep fleecing property owning ratepayers. And it's probably not just a local government issue, it's probably a central government issue as well. And I think with the new coalition government, from what we're hearing from them, hopefully we can have confidence that they're going to come out with some new proposals, because you've had 2 submissions on alternative funding in this process. Yeah, but we can't keep going like we are.
I think we're all living in hope of the new government.
I'm not an economist.
Thank you, Mark, for your submission, and also to Alan. For your submission, and also too that it's your first time that you've presented. So I'm glad that the process is working well enough for you to be able to come through and speak to us. In your submission, you've put there, I hope I've got the right submission, consultation and relationships. Is that part of your... And in there it talks about all ethnicities in our district deserve an equal say. We are one people. Just which people are we?
New Zealanders.
So where does Māori fit in as part of that? Do we have to negate being Māori to be New Zealanders?
Absolutely not. The same way I expect my heritage and my culture to be appreciated. I've got Scottish and English, descent. We're all one people, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Alan, thanks for your presentation. I'm just wondering if you've seen, it's a bit of a famous graph that's around the traps that shows taxation as a percentage of GDP in New Zealand from 1900 up until the present, and it's a line going up like this. So central government's cut of GDP goes up and local governments has stayed flat for more than 100 years. That's certainly part of the problem, that it's not being shared with local government, and this is part of the discussion that's been going on for 3 years at least about what local government is and how it should be funded. So yeah, it's difficult.
One of the issues we've got is central government shoveling stuff at local government without
absolutely,
resources.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thanks for that. Thank you.
A few times now. Thanks, Alan, for your presentation. And you always stop when you present different things and make observation. I'm interested to get my head around the impacts of rates for dairy farmers, because it's not something I know a great deal about. So can I ask you, so last year, what would your rates bill look like? And how would that, as a proportion of your annual expenses, just to understand it?
I can't quote you that number, but I can tell you that our regional council rates are in excess of $100,000, and they're so high that now we've had to put them on monthly payments because we used to pay them all in February. But we can see what we're getting for those. We've got on the plains, a floodplain. It's a lot of it's rivers and drainage, but we can see what we're getting for that. The frustration is that ever increasing rates, and you sort of think, well, what are we actually getting for that? I mean, like I said, I've got a social conscience. Our family's been here for over 100 years, and this district is our home. I'm not going to leave.
So when you say 100, is that regional and district council?
Regional only.
Oh, regional council.
So this is what, and I think this is one of the problems we've got. This is one of the challenges you guys have all got, is we've got the district council over here in the silo, and then we've got regional council over here in its silo. And I put in my, I haven't brought it up today, but I put in my submission, there is a lack of cohesion and cooperation between the two councils, and we've got a real bad problem in Thornton, and no one seems to give us stuff about a bridge on Smiths Road, which is impeding our drainage and has done for 3 years. And one flooding event caused by that cost one farmer $100,000. But you guys still expect them to pay their district council rates. So we've got to do better there, and I've brought it up with regional as well, but there's got to be more collaboration on those issues. Because we all live in the district, we all share the same resources, but we all want a fair go.
Thank you, Alan. The next speaker is Reuben Cohen.
Thank you.
He's presenting as an individual, so therefore 5 minutes. His submission is on pages 110 to 112 of the document. Morning, Alan. Morning, Reuben.
Morning. Thank you for coming here. I must say that I'm not happy with the time limit. In fact, I'm so unhappy with the time limit that I've sent a message to the local government, and quoted to him a part in the Act which actually says that you could be given time that's appropriate and also the Auditor General's report, which says that it must be a real opportunity and not unreasonably constrained by time limits or other restrictions. And I feel that this is unreasonable. So I've done that. I'll wait for a reply. I didn't know that it would be so short, but let's get on with it anyway. Start off with I've made two things in my submission to you. One was on climate, and the other one was on rates. I'll start with the climate one. This is something you produced yourself, so I don't need to make copies. You've got this right down in the corner. It says that we're going to put 1.3% of the rates towards climate. That shows your priority to me, and that's the smallest amount you're going to be putting towards anything else from the rates. Okay, yeah, I'll do my best on that. Is that any better? I hope it is. Thank you. Sorry about that. And I feel that, you know, if you're looking at priorities, what should you be doing? Well, you should show more concern for things like the resilience of this society. Okay, and now you're looking at somebody who got washed out of Edgecombe, lost my house over there, and so I know how it feels. I know what it's like that after 30 years of having a house, paying mortgage, etc., I'm suddenly homeless. Okay, and a lot of that was made easier by people's kindnesses. But I didn't find a lot of kindnesses from the official section of the community. But anyway, having said that, all I'm saying to you is that we're going to need some work on the resilience. We're going to need something put up there, because even if you think there isn't such a thing as climate change or whatever it is, it's not man-made of this or that, or whatever it is, it's happening. Okay, and I've had the proof myself. Now, what I'd like to see is less paperwork and more groundwork. And the council can put together quite cheap initiatives to get themselves, to get yourselves, and to get me and the non-council population to start changing our ways. That's the thing that's needed, because otherwise we're going to be fighting this all the way through. And what we're doing at the moment has led us to this position. And we need to change, myself included. Okay? I'd like to know, where are the retreat areas going to be? How is that going to be conducted? What's going to happen? Because I've had to retreat. And my retreat was not good. Anyway, I'm not going to go into those details. So I'd like you to give that more priority, please. Then the other part of it was the rates. Now, you produced this from 21 to 31, and this particular thing, I'll try and tell you what I'm showing you. I haven't made copies because this comes from your, from what you have produced. And here it is from 21 to 31, that's how the rates was going to be distributed, and that's the red line over here. Right, so we've got to the present over here. It's supposed to drop down to something like 5%. In fact, it's going to be up there, which will be 17%. Now, if you can't predict or make provision for something that's 3 years old, well then, how are you making provision for what you're asking for this time? How much trust do I have to put in that, in what you're producing? I mean, that's way, way, way out. And you can see for yourself that there's a lot of people in this district that have problems. Now look, I'm being shown over here that time's up, right? So I've got a deal to make with you, if you like. I have only just started telling you a couple of the things here, and I want to be able to quote to you from the Act as well. All right? Now, don't ask me questions. Exchange that time to allowing me to speak. And then if you want to, and you can't give me any more time than that, write to me, and I'll answer your question.
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, thank you. We need to see that what the Auditor General has been saying is that local councils are not defining the parameters, okay? So the parameters, what are your goals? When you set things, what are your goals and how are we going to reach them? What's your version of sustainability? And how are you going to apply that? We need to know these things. And the Act actually says you've got to do it. And as far as the Act is concerned, again, it's supposed to be sustainable, right? So what's your definition of that sustainability? Because at the moment here, you're just saying, put the thing up, the rates, for instance. And I'm saying to you is, then we've failed. We've failed on sustainability on the economic side. Because you can't just keep putting it up. That doesn't work. You need to define that. You need to come up with the ideas of how we're going to look at this thing. And really, here we are. This also comes, not in this format, but this also comes from your website. And this is all, there's 115 items there, and there are still some missing of all the recreational facilities, etc., that are available in this district at the moment. I said 115 of them. Okay. Now we're spoiled for choice as far as recreation is concerned. Some of it's old, some of it needs some repair. We certainly don't need, under these conditions, we don't need to add more to it. All we're doing is we're just putting our debt up. And there's nobody saying to me, look, I want you to pay more rates because I'm not going to stand here waiting for a badminton court to come empty. No one said that. Right? The whole thing with the rates, the affordability of rates, and with the recreation is a conflict. And that conflict's been caused by you. You put them together. And so people are at odds with each other. You need to make your minds up a bit better than that. And as far as giving information is concerned, for us to be able to make up our minds and give you decent submissions is concerned, well, do you know what you've done? You've gone and bought a property for $750,000, and you're intending to change that into a gateway and into parking. You're going to have 15 parking spaces on that. Now you divide your 15 spaces into the $750,000 almost, which you paid for that property, at $50,000 for each parking space on a piece of dirt, not even on the Strand or anywhere that's useful. That's going to be used, just occasionally or whatever it is. And then you still haven't paid enough for that particular property. You still have got to demolish it. You left that property to be vandalized when you first purchased it. You had no plan of what to do with it. And that vandalism that happened, of course, impacted on residents, myself as well. And so basically what I'm saying to you is, you haven't said anything about that. That's also predetermination, and the Act says you can't make up your minds with bias. If you're biased already, if you predetermined the outcome, then what are we doing over here? Why did you buy this property before you even had one of those things presented and said, this is what we're going for? That's predetermination, right? And you've broken the rules by which you're supposed to be functioning over here. The Business and Economic Research Limited, which are people that you know about, they analyze for council the state of the district that they're looking at. And what they've said here is that household types which have rates of affordability issues, those households predominantly have low or fixed incomes. Okay? And fixed incomes, here's me. I'm on a pension, that's it, nothing else. And every time we get a $6 increase in the pension or something like that, there's somebody else who's put up another one and it's all wiped out. We're fixed, pretty much fixed. And these people, working with councils around the country, have identified that certain areas people are basically disadvantaged completely by this.
Reuben, how much further have you got? A few seconds.
Give me a couple of minutes, I'll try and wind it up. Okay, thank you. The Auditor General...
I'm afraid I can't, in the interest of fairness. Look, I've presented at many international conferences. They can be from 5 to 10 minute presentations. What governs it is practicality. And I have to be fair to everybody, so I'm really sorry about this. Well, 5 or 10 minutes is intended, at an international conference, of putting your work up there.
Acceptable.
Yeah, well, can I just finish what I'm saying? It's intended to put your work up there, but it's not the end of the conversation. It's the start, actually. So we're happy to talk to you any time, but I've got to be fair to everybody. If I give you extra time, I should have given everybody. So sorry.
Well, that's how you should have arranged it from the beginning, because this is a public thing. You want to talk to me privately.
Or whatever, in a group.
Thank you very much.
We're happy to talk to you as a group. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Ellen Wright is the next presenter.
I'll try and do this fast. Is that going to work? Can you guys hear?
Yes.
Okay. Right, I've introduced myself. So I'm going to do the questions first. So let's talk about reconvening part. 2018-2021 LP, our long-term plan, it's a $10 million job. 3 years later, it's a $107 million job, 10 times. And both those plans had a 10. The rate per board is only 50%, but it's actually really loans. And it's $100 million of $600 million that we're going to spend. So I think it's important. I believe the council's had enough money. They've done enough preliminary work to pause this project. In 3 years' time, you'll have another LP long-term plan, and it'll be 2027, and there's plenty of time to restart and still do this project on a construction start of 2029. So it's an emotional issue we can take off the table. $100 million, I actually believe right now, would enhance the well-being of this community. It was spent on infrastructure, like the wastewater plants, etc. Food waste, I've got to be quick, I've been told. 70% increase was a bit of a shock, and I think it needs to be explained. My biggest concern is the preference you've chosen, and it is about the smell and health of the risk of contaminated food waste in the general bin. It already smells after a week, it'll be 2 weeks and unacceptable. And I'm also concerned about the reject rate of a whole truckload of green being rejected because somebody's contaminated. So that worries me. Going ahead before the government's decided is also the incorrect thing to do. My actual option is the status quo. Make no change, educate people. Just don't waste food. The gap, I'd like to acknowledge the fact that I've had a lot of information from the council. Some of it came Monday, so it's not actually in my submission, so I've done a couple of alterations. Every option does not include 3 waters after 2 years, but the consultation pack is actually focused on how fast to close the gap based on only one option made up of the council's preferred options rather than a lot of other options that you could have done. It's only got 1 year showing, so it's limiting what you can see in the future. But it's a 10-year plan you're actually asking people to do. Every option generates about the same amount of money in 10 years, 600 million. And 100 million of that is the sports centre, I've already said. So it does impact this plan. I've had a look at previous years' long-term plans, 2018, 2021. They've got 3 waters in, and they show the infrastructure spend over 30 years between 2021 and 2150, and includes 3 waters. For whatever reason, it seems to be accelerated, and we haven't explained later on. So there's no option to show a 10-year plan with no rec sports centre, maximum spread of expenditure on infrastructure that we now spread back over 30 years. and there's no option with or without that water in there. My second point is that with the plan, as it is now, the debt is hitting the limit at the year 2030, but there's no 3 waters in there. But we've got there because we spent $100 million on a park that we could decide in 3 years' time. Balancing the books. Gary spent a bit of time trying to help me here. Without subsidies and grants, if you just look at cash flow, rates plus fees, less suppliers plus employees, less also a little bit of interest, which is not a lot, comes to zero, roughly. Which means we can't actually do any capital spending at all, not replace an asset, do nothing, which is the issue. And then I've had a look at your capital project list. I didn't bring the spreadsheet, and I should have, but I can tell you roughly that, I'm running out of time here, 75% of capital projects are funded have fundings of loans and subsidies. 25% of capital projects, the ratepayer has to find $13 million of it. So reducing scope or deferring projects will actually help balance the sheets. Especially if it's 100% ratepayer contribution on it. So less spending, spreading work means you can actually, and this sounds bad, you can reduce your consultants, you can get less contract staff, and you can have less staff and less overheads because you're simply spending less, so you don't need these people here. But I haven't really done that. I've actually looked at some examples. So in my submission, I gave you some examples to try and help. $1.5 million surplus revenue from the Harbour Fund will take your $14.05 and 9 cents down to $12.29. If you reduce your vehicle purchase, which is continuous, 800,000 every year, you'll take the $12.29 down to $11.81. If you take away the purchase of investments, which is 800,000, you'll get down to $10.80. You'll get down to $10.85. If I look at staff and supplies, which is a bit of a mystery, and I've ignored staff, I've just had a quick look back at what staff and supplies add up to, and I think in your 2025 plan, supplies, which is a magic number, is $40 million. If we can reduce that by 4%, we'll get down to $8.16. So if I just gave him my bullet points on it, ratepayers can't afford 17%. Don't spend so fast. Don't spend on Rex Centre. Review it in 3 years' time. Reduce using consultants and contract staff. Stop increasing staff levels and maybe review what they're at. Challenge the central government finance and debt rules. Review the suppliers cost because it seems to be a huge number and it keeps going. Ask for a ratepayer task group to look at the plan with fresh eyes. Draft up a plan with 3 waters because this current plan looks great after the year 2030, but people may not realise what's actually going to happen when 3 waters and everything else happens in the future. 2 seconds. Lowering the uniform annual general charge. The idea is socially correct. It hasn't looked at the generations. We've got elderly people in an expensive house they've owned for 40 years, and need I say, they've got a fixed income. Every renter in this town that's in a house is not going to benefit. If you increase it, the landlord's going to knock on the door and want the renter to pay. And if he's in a low value house and he's going to make money, he's not going to come knocking to the door and give the renter money. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Alan.
Has anybody got any questions for Alan? Good submission. I think you were very succinct and you made your point.
Yeah, well done.
And I think a lot of them are good ones.
Sorry, Your Worship, just a comment.
Quick comment.
Hi, Ian, and hi, Alan. Thank you very much. Another really thought-provoking and challenging presentation. There is a lot in both of what you've said and what you've written that I think we probably need to take some time to decipher. And just, I was going to ask, would you be willing, if we had any further questions, to come and talk to you?
I would absolutely like that. And I'd like to thank the fact that Gary sitting here spent an hour with me, and I spent a bit of time with the finance ladies afterwards. I mean, the community is actually struggling here. And I mean, I've got time to mention, I didn't mention, and I don't know whether you do it now, but I've done projects. And every person in an organisation that worked on a capital project, the Tasman Pulp and Paper, when Bill Hodge took charge and he had the problem you had, that time was booked to the project. A lot of it, every bit of it. And when you've got a project that's got a subsidy coming from the government or a grant, and instead of being $100 million, you actually went through it and worked out that your staff and your management are actually inputting 10 million. You asked for 110 million and you got your subsidy back as a kickback. And it's a lot of money. He went from the threat of having his engineering department demolished to actually proving to management that when we go to Fletcher's board and we want to build a winder for 26 million, in there's $6 million worth of our internal labour, which they cocked up and went to capital, so our costs went down. And if you think I'm not telling the truth, no, sorry, Gary's here. If I go out, if any of us go out to build a building and we go there for 3 years to build it, every single person and their salary and everything else is capitalised into that building. It's not paid for by somebody else, it gets capitalised into the building. So that's just an example. There's a lot to do, but we can't carry on like we are.
Councillor Quinton.
Can I really comment?
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you, Alan, for coming in, and also too for quite a thorough submission and presentation. I just wanted to acknowledge also too the willingness to be able to meet with our staff, our council staff, Cohen, to get some further clarification, because I understand from the community meeting that we had last week, there were a lot of questions that some felt were unanswered. So I'm glad that there was a process in which you were able to work some of that through and present today. Thank you.
I think you're right. They are questions. Also, there is, where's the waste? Where are we moving money to? There's this incredible amount of mistrust in some of the way it's presented, and I actually think we can present it a hell of a lot better. And the last thing to say is, in terms of waste, there's an linear right? It's in the plan next year. It's alone. It's 600,000. But I happen to know that we've already been working out there, clearing it, and then next week they're actually going to consult about it, and it's to let people walk between McGarvey Road and whatever. But it saves you walking 50 metres to a good footpath and 50 metres back. It's going to be an alleyway up a dark thing. We're going to put the lights in. We're going to do maintenance on it. So yes, it's a loan. $600,000 by the way. But there's ongoing costs, totally unnecessary. And how would you like to have a new backyard? But it's to help people get across the area. There's a limit. There's $13 million worth of projects that are sitting below the 40 million that I can look at that have got loans and subsidies in. And I've only just quoted some of them where I look and think $800,000 a year, every year for 10 years on cars. I look at the 13 million and I think, what's in there? I know you've all had a look at it, but please be aware that when it says loan 100%, that is not actually helping us get the dollars down. We're paying interest, but it's chewing up a huge amount of manpower. Which is my point is that if you decrease and spread spending, you can get rid of manpower.
Thank you, Alan.
My second wife and third wife are going to talk now.
All right. Thanks very much. Jennifer Cummins is cancelled. So we're going to move to Dr. Francis Taina Kore Curtis. from the Te Arawa Restoration. Tarawera. Oh, it says Te Arawa here.
Tarawera, yeah.
And I thought it was another group I didn't heard of.
Hey,
all right.
you recognise me.
Yeah, I recognise you.
Thank you.
Morena.
Ka kia e nā, kia ora tātou katoa e huhui mai tēnei ramo tēnei kaupapa nui a tūhoi, mau kai mau kai o ngā tiawa, au kaina. Anei te karakia, unu hea te unu tapu nui kia wāpio. Kia māma te nākau, tēnā ngā me te wairua. Koirai rono pake ia ke kiruna kia tīna. Haumi e hui e tāi e.
You are.
Kia ora Mr Chair, koutou nei e whakarauta mai ki raro i tēnei o ngā whare, nei tā mātou nei mihi, ko mātou tēnei no Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group ko te iwi collective me ki, nā reira nei kamihi atu. So, Francis Tanakori Curtis, I am as the project manager here for the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group, and I'm hoping that everyone, and I can see some familiar faces in the crowd, that you all have a copy of our submission. So I just want to talk to that, if I may, Mr Chair and our people around the table. So as you can see in our submission, and thank you beforehand for allowing us some time to be able to speak to today's submission. So for the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group, the inception of this group has come about from the Ngāti Rangitahi Settlement Act in 2022, and the Act itself has allowed for a group to be able to come together with our three councils, Whakatane District Council being one of those councils, Kawerau District Council and the Rotorua Lakes Council, with Regional Council, ourselves and our three other mana whenua groups that are part of the iwi collective, Ngāti Mākino, Ngāti Awa and Tū Whare Tuaki Kawerau. So we have we're a legislative body, we hold forums quarterly, and the whole proposed activity at this stage is to develop a strategy document to clean up Tarawera Awa ki te awa o te atua. So we are here to our councillors to be able to talk to having extra resource, and I'll get straight to the point, around a secretariat resource. So just in front of you, we're giving out just a really simple budget, and it's a one-pager, and that looks at the secretariat resource. At the moment, we have that person who is available. You would have seen in the submission that we were given a $788,000 one-off grant from the Crown. So that's really sitting in the submission. Where's that money gone to? I'm sure that's what we're all asking ourselves. So a big portion of that has gone to the project management and the strategy document writing of that. Why? Because our Tarawera, our strategy group, the iwi collective, have helped us to build an external group outside of Regional Council to get a lot of progress on the development of the strategy document, and to be able to start pulling that together in breakneck speed. So with that comes cost, and the cost, as I alluded to just earlier, has been around project management, an external document writer, also for court hearings once that is notified, the plan itself, as well as workshops that we have been, we've already started doing workshops outside of forums, as well as
sorry, Francis, can you speak into the microphone, please? Because I think at the back that's
you can move it, Francis. You can pull the whole thing towards you. Yeah,
Can you hear me now? Yep. Thank you. Okay, so what are we now looking for? We're looking for secretariat resource. as I was saying earlier, we have a secretariat that is with us, but that who's here runs out June 30. And so what has she done, what has that particular person, because it could be anybody that becomes that resource moving forward, is that the person that we need, as I've already put out here, that person does a lot of coordination with our chair before and after our forums. That person will also be running a symposium for us and doing cultural monitoring, which is one of the things inside our proposed strategy document. Once we arrive at the completion of that, to be able to do some cultural monitoring on the Tarawera Awa. So that's part of where that resource will be, about that person helping to plan for what that will look like, so that there is an overall health index that is developed at the end of all of that. And so these are what the costs will look like over time. But I just want to park it there, and I'd like to be able to give it over to our task chair, Lee Comer, and he'll be able to talk further.
Tēnā koe Francis, tēnā koe Te Mea, tēnā koutou nā rangatira katoa. Our ask this morning is quite specific, but I'd just like to give you an understanding why it's so important. Is that when we, can you hear me okay?
On the back, you okay?
When we settled with the Crown, they did a number of things. Particularly, they acknowledged the fact that they breached the Treaty of Waitangi and set up a legislative body to restore the mauri of two waterways. The lagoon, as you would know it at Maratā, we know it as Te Awa Te Atua, and the Tarawera Awa. And they gave us sufficient money to get started to develop a strategy document. And that money is housed with the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, who provide a lot of the support to the members of our group, which includes your Mayor and Leslie on it with the others, such and such. But once we got into this program, we started to realise the breadth of it. And for example, in our aspirations document, we want to rechannel, if we can, the Rangataiki River and the Tarawera River back where they used to go, so that we turn that stagnant lagoon in Maratā into something that actually has mauri. Now, in order for us to realise that that specific aspirations, first of all, we need to convince you and everybody else that it can be done properly and safely and effectively. And that requires a group of people to come together with the necessary skills to be able to develop the plan. And you can see the dollars starting to build, because if you don't have a good plan, there's no way you're going to convince people like yourselves that we should proceed with it. And then, having convinced you that we should proceed with it, there are some millions of dollars to be found to be actually able to do the work, none of which we have. So we have to have a very small but good strategic project team who are starting to do the work, looking at the sort of the detail that needs to be done, looking at the costings of what needs to be done, and finding places where we're getting the resources from. And so I think we underestimated the need for specialist people in the project team. And one of the people that your funding will provide for us is somebody that is well versed in engagement. If our aspirations are going to be realised, we have to go out and talk to many stakeholders, get them on side with what it is we're wanting to achieve, getting them involved in what we're wanting to achieve, and have continuous engagement with them. And so the funding that will go to Francis's team is going to be used for that purpose. And if I could just finish, Your Worship, with this. Whakatane District Council is probably one of the most important entities in our work, because your contribution to restoring the mauri of the Tarawera Awa and Te Awa Tatou is going to be immense. For example, you've already invested a lot of money in looking at the reticulation issues at Margaret. If we don't solve the way that currently pollution is seeping into the lagoon, we'll never restore the mauri. So that's a big ask. Edgecombe is in your rohe. The wastewater system at Edgecombe is not fit for purpose. And in fact, their ponds up there are leaching contamination that ends up in the Tarawera Awa. I'm not wanting to sort of be too daunting, but all of the drains that were on the Rangataiki Plains drainage that runs through the area that's Whakatane District Councils are heavily polluted. And so we've got to work with the farmers to somehow turn that around. And just to finish off, you know the land that Norski had responsibility for in terms of the way that they dumped a lot of the contamination when they were running the mill, that's on Whakatane District Council land. So you are a really important player in what we're doing. Your support has been welcomed. So your support today for us getting some money specifically for this particular task is really important. So thank you for hearing us.
Thank
you.
I heard you say you just dismissed when someone didn't turn up. Hello. So we've been deprived of our river for as old as I am. In 1954, I was born, and the mill started running. So 70 years of pollution. So my dad was deprived. He grew up with the river. Or every person in Marata every family had a house down at the Tarawera River. And when the pollution came, of course, all that knew about was the black drain was rooted. So I've been deprived of the river. My children have, so it's 2 generations at least. So, this is going to help the district council get the funding that's not going to come from Three Waters to help do the stuff that we know ratepayers aren't going to be able to pay for. Sewerage, stormwater, water reticulation and stuff. This is something that can help WDC to get more funding from our government. So that's about all we've got to say here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tapene. We're open up for anything that can help us get more funding out of government is welcome.
Exactly, yeah.
It's open for questions. So we have a question from Councillor Wilson. James.
Thanks for your presentation. It's good. Part of the restoration, I understand, is rejoining the Rangataiki to the Tarawera, correct? Is that going to involve taking all the water away from the cut, or are you just going to divert some water towards the Tarawera?
One of the challenges that we have is how do we separate the contamination in the drains from the improved water that's starting to come now from Tapahoro through Kawerau, through the mill, and then down to the cut. I think we need some engineers to help us, because it would be silly for us to divert the Tarawera through, particularly the Tarawera, through Te Awa Tatua, if all those drains that are currently contaminated, polluted prior to it going into. There's a whole lot of quite complex work to be done on how we deal with those issues. So we would like, as clear as possible, the water to go into Te Awa Tatua to create a flow that was once there in the past. Whether we can get both the Rangataiki and the Tarawera through there is yet to be seen. But certainly, we want to get at least the Tarawera back through that particular.
Thanks.
And of course, Regional Council just did it in the last 10 years, the rediversion of Mecko, so it's not impossible. So the other thing is, we met with Brett Mountford and Richard and them were there, the farmers, and one day in 50 years' time, our kids might be trying to block the water from going out so they can pump it back up to the other end of the Rangitahi Plains because of climate change. So, there's we're trying to drain it away at the moment, but as we get hotter, we're going to probably want to pump it back. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Emick.
Thank you, Your Worship.
And then Councillor Boynton.
Ngā mihi koutou mō tau kōrero. Thank you, folks, for your presentation. Can I just ask a question? So the 78,000 is what you're asking for Whakatane District's contribution for this resource. Are you also going to be talking to Kawerau District Council and Oturua Lakes?
Yes, so that is, well, we haven't put a submission in yet. Hopefully you can hear me, but we will be looking to, not specifically for that part of the resource, but we are going to be putting a submission in to the Lakes Council to support us.
Kawerau?
And Kawerau.
The Regional Council?
Oh, sorry, and Regional Council, I forgot.
The Regional Council already have quite a dollop of money, but we actually are going to be looking upon them for some big money to be able to do the feasibility work. That's got to come from somewhere. I know that they put significant money into Mecko and the Kaituna. So we are becoming reasonably, I'm going to say expert, at passing the hat around, and you can be reassured that that's going to be passed to everybody, including central government, in terms of resourcing the restoration of these waterways.
Especially.
Central
government. Councillor Boynton and then Councillor Dennis.
Tēnā koutou,
Speak up, please.
My partai was really just actually, it was focusing on the current government and just whether or not the resources would be there for the further investment needed into the projects you're wanting to have. And my partai was centred around with upcoming changing legislation that impacts on our environments. Do you believe or think that this mahi is either more important than ever, or will there be the resource available from central government with the direction that they're taking with these legislation changes?
I don't want to over-talk sort of what we expect, but you would imagine, you would understand that we've already had some meetings with important ministers, and we've had the opportunity to talk to Minister Jones and Minister Potaka. And the feedback that we get from Minister Jones is that what we're doing fits into the government's view about things, but they would like to see the work that we're doing as Marata having an economic component to it, not just simply an environmental component. And that's where we'd like to work with the Marata community on making Marata a destination point in the Eastern Bay. Can you imagine if we've got the rivers running out past the post office, and we've got a cycle track or a walk track around that? That in itself is what we're thinking of would attract people to come and visit the town on a regular basis. And not that we could make that into an instant Tito, but that's how Tito started. And the other thing is, if you look away from the coast, and Tiffany and others can vouch for this, up on the hills, that is a perfect place for walkways. And some of the historical points up there, so there's what we want to work with you is how can we make an economic argument for why they should be investing in the restoration of the Māori.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. Obviously personal to my heart too, as well as yours. So I've got two things. Is part, like I really appreciate the whole philosophy about restoring the Māori of the Marata Lagoon, but back in the day when they put the cut through, they cut through that place. They also went through a historical Urapa. Does that also present part of the healing that needs to occur by fixing that one up?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, yeah, in 1917 when they cut it out, of course there was no consultation with Māori in those days. The county council, I think they were called. Yeah. So, no, for sure, Gavin, they cut straight through the Urapa. And I remember when we were kids, they ended up they didn't have the roadway down the right-hand side, and then they had to put these rock roadway down there that's there now. Before that, because the banks started coming away and all the bones were appearing, and because we used to walk along the side of the sand to get down to that side of the river, and hello, we were seeing these things, so it definitely is going to help.
Just my last one is that, and I acknowledge your desire to open up the walking tracks in the back, and at the moment the community and DOC are trying really hard to do that with the help of Whakatane District Council staff. But there seems to be a big problem with getting Kiwi Rail on board. Are they actually part of your group, or will you be able to put a bit of leverage on Kiwi Rail to be able to open up access way to be able to get up to those hills?
I think the railway is clearly an issue for Kiwi Rail, and having people cross the railway intermittently would be a problem. But I think that, I've heard where you're thinking about putting, what's the name of that place? Off the other side of the railway line.
Yep.
So my answer is we have to find a way of working with Kiwi Rail so they're satisfied with the safety of their lines and we can access the walks that we want.
Okay, thank you.
Last question, Councillor Rangiako.
Hei, kia ora koutou, tēnei te mihi atu I whakapapa mai ki wā koutou papa, kaupapa I mua tātou aro. Tēnā koutou. I'm going to go straight back to the purpose of your fellow submission in terms of funding for the Secretariat. Absolutely an important role in everything that you have mentioned. But also with the Secretariat is, I'm also interested in the relationship, because it actually, there's another relationship inside of here, and it's the iwi on the Rangitaiki River. We've got 7 iwi sitting on that, and we're looking at something, it's almost restorative, but have we had an engagement with, and that's usually through the Rangitaiki River Forum, or those relationships? Have they been involved or engaged with the proposal because of the cuts of joining our two Ngā Tipua?
Kia ora whaia, and you've absolutely hit it on the head around why we require the Secretariat resource. Why? Because right now the person that we have sits on both the Rangitaiki Forum as well as the Tarawera Awa Strategy Group, and so that person becomes the conduit between both of our groups. No to your pātai around have we had any formal engagement with the Rangitaiki Forum. That is definitely on our cards for that to begin. We have been in different forums together, but it has not been about our kaupapa around rechanneling. However, that is something that we will be addressing in the very near future. So when I just returning to the pātai around the resource, that's why that resource is absolutely needed. Kia ora.
Thank you, guys. And sorry I didn't recognise you with my reading glasses on from the back. But no, thanks very much for the submission. And
thank you for your time.
You had your hearing aid in Victor.
Yeah, no, I must be due for one at some point.
Thanks.
Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi.
Okay, the last speaker before the lunch break is Scott Saunders, and his submissions are part of Appendix 6, which you'll be able to find on Stella. So welcome, Scott.
Testing. Kia ora. I'm Scotty Saunders, one of the group members from Hawaii, Wakatani Accessible and Inclusive Group, and beside me is my disability assist dog Gracie. Couldn't find any human help this morning, so she had to come. But I know you've probably heard a lot of submissions today, and meeting, tick a box. So we'll try not to take too much of your time. There's quite a few group members that couldn't make it today because sadly some of them were unwell, and accessibility in the community is quite tough for some of them to get here. We've put a written submission in, so there will be a written submission as well. But I was the one that got the short straw to come in, which is a positive, to come in and just share some of the things we'd like to bring up for the 10-year long-term planning for the council. And I'd just like to start off with a bit of honey. It's not always good to use too much vinegar, so I'll start off with a bit of positive. And let's look at it this way. As a community and the council, let's all work together and go over and above the minimum regulations that the government has set for accessibility and building codes, which is some of the weakest standards in the world. So let's all work together and see if we can just improve some of those conditions so that we can be more inclusive. One of the big things that the group would like to bring up is the red crossings, and that was started in 2017. I know there's a few new members here now. We put in the group was formed officially in 2018, but the community put a submission into the council in Ahopi that there was no safe crossings. There was only one by the school. And there's a lot of elderly people out there. We've got a rest home. There's growth out there now. And the submission was that we were looking for pedestrian crossings. Now, without being negative, they've gone ahead, the council's gone ahead and put red crossings in. Now, the problem is with the red crossings, and this must have slipped through the crack somewhere, whether it's through your consultants or somehow there's a bit of incompetency there, because the New Zealand Transport Association's guideline for a red crossing is 30 kilometres and under. So some of these red crossings are on 60k areas. For example, just on the edge of a 60k area by the Doctors Medical Centre, there's a very busy area there. I know there's been reports of close calls and accidents there. We're just waiting on some information on statistics on the accidents and the mishaps on the red crossings. So that's our biggest thing that we'd really like the council to look at and go over that again, and that the community was really wanting pedestrian crossings. So that's really our main concern. But we've now got a working agreement with the council. It's an MOU which has just been recently signed. We've been trying to get that agreement since 2018, so that's really positive. The group is here to help. We live with limitations, and a lot of us have disability, age concern related alignments, etc., cognitive problems. So we are here to help the council. We're hoping that in the future we can form a positive relationship and give you a bit of guidelines so that our community can be safer and more accessible, and also with building codes. And we're just trying to get the council to think outside the box, and the community, because often when you live a life with limitations, you live that life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So We really are here to help, and we're hoping now that this agreement's been signed, before you start a project, you'll come to us and we will be there to help you. So I won't take up too much of your time. I'd just like to finish with that now, and we're hoping that you'll look over our written submission and there'll be some positive change to come for our community. And it won't be just talk, we'll be doing the walk together. Thank you so much.
Does anyone have any,
Ask you to take a seat, Scott, because it's question time.
question time, yeah.
Yep, we've got a bit more time
any
to
questions for
answer
Scott?
questions.
Councillor Tanshaws?
Thank you. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
It's good to get the honey and the vinegar.
Yeah, too much vinegar, eh?
No, it's all good. It's all good. I had a couple of questions. The first one was just about, I'm just going to your written submission that's just been given to us.
Sure.
One of the proposals is for the council to have a portable, accessible toilet. I know this is an issue. I organised an event in Awatapu, and finding an accessible portable toilet was impossible. We just couldn't find one.
Couldn't get one.
And so you're proposing that council buys one and buys out, like the same way council's got a mobile stage that we may
It would be nice, you know, I mean, you know there's no magic wand, but it would be nice to, you know, look into those sort of things. Yeah.
Thank you. And my other question is, on the next page it talks about, and it comes to what you've just said as well.
Yes.
Please ensure there's budget to enable red crossings to be made safer or changed to full pedestrian crossings. Obviously there's quite an extensive process putting in a full pedestrian crossing.
Yeah, we understand the process.
What are the ways that you think they could be made safer in the meantime, or if we can't do that?
Well, the big thing is as I said earlier, if you're listening, and I'm sure you were, there's been a mistake made, and none of us like to admit we make mistakes. We all make mistakes. We're human, you know. But the New Zealand Transport Association's guideline is that those red crossings only be set in areas where it's 30k and under.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to come and do some crossings with me, you know, I could sort of give you a bit of what it's like to cross when you're legally blind or you're in a wheelchair, or mothers in their pushchairs. It's pretty challenging.
Yeah.
So that really needs to be looked at, and we are concerned that someone could get killed, and we don't really want that on anyone's watch, eh?
Yeah. I suppose I was wondering whether there were other things. So I get your point about where they're placed, but are there other physical or signage or whatever changes that you think would lead to
make it safer?
Yeah.
Sure. Obviously, the main goal is to bring the speeds down to 30k. That's the number one goal.
Yeah.
Obviously, speed humps, you know, like the level ramps, to slow the traffic down. Better signage. But also, one of the things is we got voted. I hope he got voted New Zealand's best beach recently.
Yeah.
There's nothing to people along all the Ocean Road to go to the beach, and that sounds like, oh, most people just walk to the beach. But there's so many people that just can't go to the beach.
Yeah. Okay.
They just can't get across there.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, we're hoping and praying that there will be a bit of allocation there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much. Go and have a good lunch. And
appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The adjournment time, or time to break for lunch. So we reconvene at 1:15 according to the schedule. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
You going? Welcome back, everybody. The first speaker of the afternoon is Doug McLean. He's representing the Whakatane Hopi Community Board, and his presentation is on pages 207 to 209. Welcome, Doug. And I remind speakers that we're trying to keep to time and that it's 5 minutes for an individual submission with a bell at 4 minutes 30 and 10 minutes for when you're representing an organisation, which you are, Doug. So you've got up to 10 minutes if you want to use them.
I'll be very quick. I drew the short straw. That's one here. The others all out of town.
Microphone, Doug.
So people can hear that.
So people at the back and online can hear? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm quite nervous. I don't know why. Being retired for about 3 or 4 years, I've got out of practice. Kia ora koutou. I won't read it all because I believe you people can read. So I'll just talk to a couple of points. Thank you very much for the opportunity to submit on the Tani District Council's draft long-term plan. First, I'd like to acknowledge the work, or we would like to acknowledge the hard work of the WDC staff in preparing the draft long-term plan. We also acknowledge the challenges of this time and realise Council has had to be adaptable with changes in proposed reforms and priorities directed by central government. You know, you sort of, 1 minute you're standing on your head and next minute you're doing flips, you know, it would be very hard to respond. We strongly encourage councillors to respond to majority views following the LTP consultation period. Consultation feedback from the previous LTP 21 to 31 showed a strong community preference for the minimum refurbishment option for the Civic Centre. This option was not chosen. This decision has led to cynicism from many community members and residents. In short, please act on the majority response from the questions asked and please lead wisely on the issues raised by the community. We will also like to reflect concerns raised that the LTP submission document is a leading document as there are no tick boxes for other options such as status quo, do nothing. This is particularly the case in the Rex-Morpeth Hub response. I'll just go straight to the majority support option 2, funding. It's quite dear to my heart, the Rex-Morpeth part, because, you know, I have been involved, and also I think we need to focus on it for the health and well-being of our young people. Whakatane, you know, I've lived all around New Zealand. I went to Milton and South Island once and it rained for 6 weeks. It's so great to come here where kids have opportunities to train, you know, physical activity, and it's very much a strong part of the Eastern Bay culture, sporting. I think you have to live somewhere else to appreciate the climate here. I don't know anything about this, but I'll read it. In regards to the food waste collection options, we are aware of the mandate from central government to ensure a curbside food waste collection is in place by January 2027, and are in support of starting a food waste collection as soon as possible. Food waste collections are in place in numerous towns and cities across the Motu, and communities are generally positive about adopting this collection stream, e.g. in Tauranga. We're in favour of option 1. It is less costly to residents and may be a more straightforward transition than other options. In regards to closing the funding gap, we're in support of option 3, closing the gap in the medium term 6 years. As a board and as individuals, we've had numerous conversations with residents about the proposed rate increase, and you'll know, I'm telling you nothing. Many find the 17.1 rate hike unacceptable. Any higher rate increase would not be supported by the community. We also like to support many of the projects that Council has planned for the coming years. We support the Marae Tautura playground improvements and are very supportive of the development of an accessible playground. We've had regular strong requests from the community for both these projects. We also are in support of the Awatapu wetland project and are aware of the community desire and focus on bringing the health back to the Awatapu lagoon. That one's very close to my heart. In 1998 when I arrived here, it was a health and safety risk. Within 2 weeks of being here, I put that fence along there because it was 15 metres from the school boundary to the lagoon, and where the ball sometimes went over from the playground, it was 15 foot deep and it was full of trees. If a kid had fallen in, they wouldn't have had hope of getting it out. So we thought about trying to turn a negative into a positive. We went and had a look at some wetlands in Ubre and Adelaide, and came back with some ideas. And we worked with the council around about 2000, and they were great. And it's become very successful. And I hear Nandor's doing a great job there. I've wrapped in that. And I went for a bike ride through a couple of days ago. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a really, really positive to the town, for the town. The elephant in the room, I shouldn't be talking about it, but it's here. The elephant in the room is sort of like a colonoscopy. It brings back bad memories. But obviously the council are self-reviewing staffing levels and staffing costs. Maybe that needs to be got out there a bit more, because it is the elephant in the room. I know it's not governance, and I shouldn't be talking to it, but it's here, so I'll talk to it. And the only other thing and it's not on here, is I've been talking sort of to friends of mine around the country, and I've asked, did you know New Zealand, Whakatane was won the Supreme Town Award a couple of years ago. It's always right up there. Why isn't it out there? None of them knew about it. And also, congratulations. That must reflect on the effectiveness of our council if we're getting these sort of awards. It's beautiful towns in New Zealand. So congratulations there. My home area is the Coromandel. My ancestors settled there in 1850. We're one of the originals, but I prefer this area better. It's great. Thanks for considering our submission, and we welcome any opportunity to speak to you further on. That's on behalf of the Whakatane Ōhaupi Community Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. And as a former teacher, you should know that in order to turn a negative into a positive, you need another negative.
That's beyond me.
Okay, no, never mind. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Richard. Good afternoon, Doug, and thanks for the Community Board's submission. I was just going to ask, did the Community Board, who receives discretionary funding, is there anything else they would like to advocate for from the Community Board up to Council to be included into the long-term plan? Did you discuss that?
No. What we want to, obviously have our submissions, sort of be incorporated into the final document.
Okay. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doug, for your submission and to the Community Board. You've raised a number of issues. We shoot over them a bit, so I'm going to ask you something different, which is around, do you think that the Community Board has the right kind of relationship with Council? I say it in the context of since the time I've been here, I think Community Boards have become more empowered. It's my suspicion or my feeling. Do you feel like the relationship's in the right place, that the community board is doing, has been given the authority to do what it should be doing and is doing that, and we've got good communication, those kinds of things?
Well, I'm relatively new, and I feel it's better communication than I thought it would be.
Okay.
Yeah, I like, I've been a little bit surprised at the courtesy and respect, and I appreciate it, but I can't speak on behalf of the ones that have been on a bit longer. Two things that are a real strength in the town are sport. You look at the Olympians, look at the Olympic medals. One time I was president of NZ Ames, which ran the biggest sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere, still does, 11,000. And I was looking at becoming a bit of a satellite for it got to 11,000 competitors, and Tauranga was struggling to host that number. I thought we could take the leftovers. But when I had a look around, we didn't really have the up-to-date facilities that were needed, and that's why I'm sort of Rex Morpeth. And the other thing, I think, it's really great for the development of our young people. Would it be hard to procure external money for this? Why always go back to the easy option of the council? Also, this town's got a great reputation for the theatre. I'm talking about external funding for some of these things. But then, when you've got people working on external funding, it does take a lot of time and put the staffing levels up. Yeah.
Thanks, Doug.
Right.
Kia ora, Doug. Cheers.
The next speaker is Mate Haitia. So that's pages 258 to 299 in the document.
Yes, if you can use the mic, Mate, because then the people in the gallery can hear and also the people online. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, ko Mate Haitia ahau. I'm Executive Chair of Veka Charitable Trust. Veka, for those of you who don't know te reo, means young. Veka also has an acronym on it, which is Rapua e te iwi ngā kai o ngā atua, which means look for the food of the gods for wellness. I created Veka in 2008. A baby boomer, born in Whakatane Hospital, raised on Pāhau Road in Poroporo, youngest of 9. Attended Poroporo Native School, Whakatane Intermediate and Whakatane High School. I was fed from the marakai, meat from the whenua, although home cools put me off and put me off meat for life. I don't eat it anymore. And we ate fish and whitebait from the awa. Our kuia and kroa had orchards spread across our community, so we were never hungry. So, I've seen and experienced a clean, green, pristine environment. Very different to what it looks like today. And that's not fair. It's not fair on all my mokopuna, and my mokopuna can't. So what are we going to do about it? Veka's story. Veka was created in 2009 in response to my cousins dying young of degenerative diseases, diabetes, cancer, heart disease, eating processed food. We weren't brought up on that kai, they're eating processed food. eating processed food excessively. So what did we do about it? Reka. Found the funders, found the backers, Jeremy Gardner from Te Reunanga o Ngāti Awa, Baupenji DHB, TPK, and we put Marakai in 7 marae of Ngāti Awa. We tested it out in Auckland City, in Mangere, because we have a Ngāti Awa marae there. Then I went to my Ngāi Tūhoi relations, and we did a workshop there in Ruatahuna, on Tata Hoata marae. They were the cleverest hapu, because they had the biggest pests. All the rest had the white butterfly. They had horses. Then we were picked up by researchers. Distinguished Professor Graham Smith and Linda Tuhiwa Smith picked us up and said we need to do research. My cousin, who grew up next door to me, Professor Taima Moike Pickering, she's an academic that lives in Canada, and she teaches at Laurentian University, Sudbury, Ontario, Canada. We did a research project. You'd love the title of this project. We did a pilot first, and the title of the project was Understanding Māori Food Security and Food Sovereignty Issues in Whakatane. This was done in 2014. Thank you, Nando. Thank you, Vicky, at the back of me. Vicky and I are good friends. Vicky Richards. We've been friends in the sporting arena. We worked at DSW for many years. So I've been working with Nando and Vicky quite closely, actually, in the years since Veka was developed and created. We worked, so we started the research, and then we were picked up by academics again, and we have done collaboration with research with the Wharewananga o Awanuiarangi and Te Atawhai o Te Ao, which is a health organisation in Whanganui. Our Māori Party leader is one of the trustees on that board, I believe. So that's what Reka Trust does, but I'm going to put my other hats on now. And what are my other hats? I belong to the iwi of Ngāti Pukeko and Ngāti Awa. Born and raised on all my marae in Poroporo. I worked in the kitchens for years as a young woman. I am now kaikaranga, so you come onto my marae. I'm number 3 though. I'm not number 1. So the not so big hui, I'm there. I'm the kaikaranga, I'm kaiwaiata, and I'm now a kuia and pakake to our iwi. I am also a direct descendant of 3 chiefs that signed the Treaty o Waitangi. So I'm calling for those clear objectives that you were talking about in regards to, I put it in my submission, I'll bring that up later. So, the land on your back door belongs to us. And I've heard all the kōrero over all the years, and we have suffered land loss as Ngāti Pukeko. For those of you who know the history, we once lived at Sullivan's Lake. The river was diverted and we moved back, and then it was diverted again and our tapu was built. Can't touch it anymore. We've had enough. So, what we want to do, we want economic development. We all want economic development. We need money. Our people need money. We're land rich, and the community at the moment is not thriving from the economic choices that we have made. So we want, and we've already trialled these. We want river walks, eco tours, kai tours, marae visits. Our marae are actually busy. We're always getting visitors coming to our marae. But you know what? They're getting our marae cheap. Te arawa whānau are killing us. They're making heaps of money, and we need to make money just like they are. So what do we need with that? we will create employment with that. But then we'll need homes. So we need Whakatane District Council special planning. We need papakainga. So we'll take all our people living in Whakatane, as landowners, we'll take them home. That'll help out your long-term plans. Just take the people from one area and put them back on their land. We need to plant marakai. I'm a co-chair with Winnie Geddes from Te Ohiwa, and we're talking about, they go there, the tourists go there, they come to us and come down the river with us. We've got other iwi at the end of our awa, and we've got the whakatane here, we've got the rangitaki and the tarawera. So, we need food forests. We need food forests in Poroporo, because when I was a young child, we never went hungry. Well, everyone's going hungry now. So put the food forests in. Put them in town. Feed the people. You may not have that homeless man that I see going past at McDonald's sitting there asking for kai. He can feed himself off the orchard. So, we can partner up. We can partner up. Build a barge across the river. We'll grow all the kai. The Kai Institute that our academics want to build, they want kai because we are the food bowl of the Eastern Bay of Plenty and we are not using it. So let's get a barge. We'll grow all the kai over there and we'll send it over to Whakatane on the barge. There's our emissions savings. Food waste. Of course, marakai, composting. We support permaculture. We teach all our people permaculture. It's a no-brainer. Compost. You can partner up again with us. How about building a nursery with us? All those beautiful plants you've got in the ground there, you can put a nursery up at Poroporo. No reira. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to building a strategic partnership and strengthening our relationship as tangata whenua with Whakatane District Council. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mate.
Oh, you can ask me.
Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Jukes?
I have a question.
Miar?
Could you just expand on the, you've just said that we've applied for funding to undertake a full feasibility study. Are you meaning you've applied for funding elsewhere or you? Oh, great.
So, of course, when we're talking environmental issues, especially as our environment is so degraded, and we live in between the two most degraded canals that were once mighty rivers, the Waihoho and the Te Rahu. So, sorry, ask that question again?
Oh, I was just wondering where, you just said that you'd applied for funding.
Oh,
I was
yes.
just wondering
so
where.
we're going to the regional, we're going to Toi Moana to do that because realistically, we can't do all this economic development with a paru environment, with paru water. So we need them to clean it up. But we've got this job for you, papakainga and spatial planning and a few other things.
So from us, you're just looking for the spatial plan to be...
Spatial planning and to support our ecotourism as well. Makes sense.
Thank you.
Mr. Miar?
Thank you, Worship. Kia ora wate, Samahi Puyo Kōpiro. I'm a little bit confused about some of the information I've heard and some of the intention that you've got on your submission.
Okay.
And with the feasibility, before a feasibility gets done, normally you would actually have a bit of a scoping plan with your people and with people locally who can give you a little bit of expertise before you get to the point of the feasibility. Because it sounds like you want the feasibility study to be everything.
So the feasibility basically is, we've actually done the work before doing the feasibility. Feasibility lines up to the funding, really. We've already done the tours. We're already doing those kinds of things. But we want to put it into economic development because we're not leveraging from that. We're leveraging from our culture because people come to see our culture. And I don't know if you all know, but from the Whakatane Bridge, from Wairaka Marae to Poroporo Marae to Bebetu Marae and Poroporo, there are 7 marae, 7 days a week, 1 day a week per marae. The opportunities are there, it's just us thinking outside the box. And we, as the landowners, we've got all that land.
In one of my former roles, I did a lot of tourism and Māori development consulting, and one of the things I came across was that while the Pākehī and the elders had these initiatives and their ideas to keep local rangatahi at home and employed, when you talk to some of the rangatahi, it's actually not what they want to do. And I've seen some whānau and hapu a bit fragmented because you've got the elders wanting to do this and the young people want to be a game master.
Good pātai, good pātai. I run the Ngāti Rangatawa Te Pāhau Marae page. We have 1,000 members on there. Most of them are rangatahi. I wrote the resource management plan. I don't have an environmental degree, but I wrote the Ngāti Rangatawa Ngāti Pūkeko resource management plan. And you will see on that document, different to other documents, is signatures on there of all our people. So they backed me to do that 2 years ago, and this part is outlined in that resource management plan, so we're taking it the next step.
Thank you.
We've got one. You want development, you have the land, you're looking for partners. Is that the...
Yeah.
That's basically...
Makes sense.
Have you got any partners lined up or any you're considering that have expressed interest?
So part of this falls under, so we've got a lot of people, a lot of Ngāti Pūkeko, some of them in the room, who actually are professionals. We have professional rangatahi from all walks of life. But it's the pakeke that comes in to talk to you, all right? The rangatahi can't come in here because they need the pakeke to do it. Luckily, I'm still talking to the rangatahi and I'm a pakeke. So that's why I'm talking to you now, and I can talk to you because of that experience. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Tanchos.
Okay, thank you. Me kia koe, Mate. It's always exciting to hear what you got going on. There's a lot going on. What is your next steps in terms of your ecotourism?
So with the ecotourism, it's talking with Toi Moana and working with them to clean up the awa. Yeah. Nothing can happen without a clean awa. Although we do work with the Kai Institute, as I said, which is Linda Smith and her sister Aroha Me, and we've just had tourists coming from the University of Washington through the whare wānanga. They came to my whare and to my cousin's whare at the back, who's an international artist. I don't know if you know, but she is a weaver, and her art is in the United Nations building in New York. And that's the calibre of artists that we have. So people around the world know about us. So they're coming to us, that's money. But there's nothing coming up the river. We have to actually take them up ourselves. And remember, we got 2 other awa that we can build on to. Sorry, I threw that in.
Yep, we're all good. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mate. Thanks very much.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa.
The next speaker on the list is Raymon Kingsley Smith. Are you ready to go, Raymon, or would you like to? Are you ready to go?
Anytime.
Anytime, okay. Raymon is representing Grey Power, and I have to declare a conflict of interest here since I'm the president of Grey Power, but I've had nothing to do with any of this. I've got no idea what Raymond's going to say, so I've recused myself from the process. So, yep, pages 244 to 248. Welcome, Raymond. We're in your hands.
Now, Raymond, are you okay to use the microphone? Would you like the stand for it?
Yeah, I think so, but forgive me if I forget to hold it up. I'll probably start raving and waving it around, so I'll try to remember.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just got to sort out which glasses I'm going to use.
It's okay, Raymond. Just take your time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Victor has pointed out I'm representing our Grey Power membership. I'm a poor representative because I haven't done the homework as well as I should have, but it's a reflection of what I said at a personal level. That seems like a long time ago I said that, but yeah, those are the wrong ones. Sorry. So forgive me, I'm just going to give a little general introduction on behalf of our membership, because if we have nothing else at this point in time, we have a long memory. And what we had in New Zealand was capitalism with an enforced conscience. And so it had legislative controls and profit margins that maintained a fairness within under the auspice of capitalism. But a flick of the wrist, and that removed those reins, and capitalism has bolted, and I think we're in real trouble. So the gap between the top and the bottom is growing uncontrollably, and it's not something that our New Zealand culture takes kindly to, in general, I'm talking. We were very proud of the fact that we had a pretty level playing field, and we all went to school barefooted, and there was no cash in New Zealand. Those are the days that our members remember, and it's hard for them to accept the idea of what is happening at the present under our council. So that gap that I'm talking about between the top and the bottom is actually the stuff of revolution. People are restless, people are hurting, people are upset, and I am. And how very stupid to have a situation like this with a population of only 5 million on fertile ground. We used to be pretty stable, pretty happy with each other. And I know I'm harking back again like I did the other day, but even more so today because it is on the behalf of a whole body of people who remember all too clearly those good years. It's not that we want to go backwards. We're okay to go forward, but when we can afford it. So at a local level, we ask council to care for us and to stop the plans to spend fresh money. And we ask that you keep rates stable and affordable. Rates aren't meant to go up every year like all the groceries in the supermarket.
rates have to be maintained as a stable base so that we all know where we're at and what we can afford, of course. It was a relief to me to hear Tony Bond warning against the sale of the Tauranga Harbour shares. They can only grow in value. It's it's a great investment, and I cheer for Tony's warning. The world has never been more unpredictable, and I say focus on today's real needs. You know what? Today's kids, they don't want what we had when we were kids. More it's a pity, because they do well with some of the trolley making and sledging and stuff. It was good fun. Anyway, I would ask Council, are you sure that tomorrow's kids will want the same as today's kids? Because I think the world is changing at such a rate, we have no idea what tomorrow's kids will be into. Let's just focus on what the world, the world is really in flux at the moment, and I'm just saying, please look after today well and try and offer your community security. We haven't got any. Everybody's feeling really threatened by the crisis, the economic crisis that is undeniably there, I think. Consider that some of our generation will be forced to give up family homes with the cost of living and the high rates. And I would ask you, where do we go to now? You know what? There's no council, the council-owned affordable pensioner housing that served so many people so well for so many years is almost all gone. And the options for us are few. I don't know how people who don't own their properties get on. Where did they go? I have no idea. Anyway, I'm asking that you limit your rate spending to what it was collected for. We gave our rates willingly and honestly for the things that we need in our society, for the maintenance and for the any extension to the things that we need as the community grows. That's what we gave you money for. That's what we want you to stick to. And so, right now, that means no big new spends. I know I'm repeating myself here. No boat harbour, no Rex Morpeth. We just cannot afford the unnecessary extravagance of demolition and rebuilding. Let's just look after what we've got. Concentrate on another bridge crossing. It'll take both councils, regional and council, to get these plans underway, and we have to try and get that bridge onto the long-term plan as soon as possible. If we're going to put any big cost thing on long-term plan that's going to take a long time to do, let it be a bridge. This is coming from our membership, not just me. I ask Council to limit privatisation within its ranks. And I ask for a cutback on the staffing budget. It seems to me rather too large. going to get so sick of this stuff, but I can't help it. I would ask council that you start listening to your head and instead of your tail. My independence, my health and my independence and sense of purpose is what keeps me well. I'm still fighting. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Rowan. Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Raymon, right from the heart, and it's a really passionate submission you've just presented, not only on behalf of yourself, but of Grey Power members, and I'll include myself because I'm of that same generation, so I know exactly where you're coming from, and I share your concerns. Raymon, again, Grey Power would see the need for infrastructure upgrades, such as the spend that we've actually got in the LTP for Three Waters. Are they in agreement with that?
Well, of course. We know we don't go anywhere without good water. Of course we support Three Waters, and I've been told by several people that our sewage system is going to have to be spent on, and let's go for it. But can we not do it in an affordable way? And I think it would be affordable. There's other things, and of course Rex Morpeth is my big concern. We're spending money on things that I don't see as vital at all, or essential.
Supplementary from me?
No.
Thank you. You mentioned too the pensioner housing, and that was an asset that we sold off some years ago.
Yes.
Do you see or do Grey Power see a solution or an answer to that problem?
No, we're watching council, with great hopes, because we keep hearing that there's going to be a retirement village and all this, but we're also very conscious that the retirement village, when it does get built, won't be for Joe Blow. My mother went into those pensioner flats at Allendale Court, and I was blown away. I thought it was the most marvellous thing on the planet, because my mum had roamed around and stuff, and really had no money. And that was such a cosy little flat, and I protested against its sale, and I'm still protesting. Council said that it didn't, it was the cost of management and repairs, and that was too much for it. Well, rubbish. I don't accept that.
And there was going to be development by the purchaser, which has never come to fruition. Thank you.
Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Raymon. And we all take on board how Grey Power's thinking and that and thoughts. I just one of your suggestions is how about lowering the staff level? And the way I read it, is Grey Power implying that our present staff aren't carrying their weight, aren't pulling their weight? Because I would presume
Sorry, I'm getting some of it, but my hearing really is bad.
Okay. You asked about lowering the staffing level.
Staff rating, yeah.
And the way I read your suggestion is that Grey Power are implying that our current staff aren't pulling their weight, which I would have thought your president would have reassured you.
Well, that's not uncommon. The first thing that happens when people feel that jobs aren't being done is to blame the staff. I don't necessarily hold with that, but I am confused at the huge numbers of staff, and one of the things I hoping to do this year is to come into council, if you will permit, and talk with people in their jobs and see what they're doing and how they're doing it. If council will open its doors for me to wander about asking people what you do, that would be really great, and then I could give you an honest answer.
Councillor Tanshaw's.
Thank you for coming along again and for presenting Grey Power's submission to us. You raised a lot of issues, and as Councillor James has said, we pay attention to that. I wanted to talk about the bridge because I know that's something that Grey Power's been talking about for a while. You'll have seen some commentary in the media about that we have a second bridge, river crossing, it's the Planetary Bridge, which is currently substandard. But if that was, made robust, it was but if you made it 2 lanes, properly sealed it, made it robust against flooding and those things, would that meet the needs, and why not?
Because it's one way. Excuse me, I don't.
But if you 2-laned it, if you improve the bridge,
Is it?
No, I'm saying.
Oh, you mean if money was put into it to make it a 2-lane?
Because then it deals with the freight.
No. I love that bridge. I used it for many, many years, and it's a landmark. It's a very beautiful bridge, and it has put up with all kinds of abuse, and the most recent abuse is the logging trucks. The sooner we get the logging trucks off Planetary Bridge, the better. We need a good sound bridge that can take the heavy traffic and take it wherever it's going. And I don't know if you guys have seen the latest map of one of our members has one of our WAG members has put forward that is actually old plans that came from Wakatani Council to go across the hills to the harbour. Makes good sense to me. It's the best plan I've seen, because if we put another bridge anywhere, and we don't want it going to the sandhills, we want it going the other way out of town, and we want it to connect with Rotorua and the other traffic flow that we have. And this is the most logical one, because if you take it onto the Taniatua highway, and poor Taniatua has put up with trucks rumbling through, people's houses were being shaken apart by it all. And so how sensible, you take them through those hills and off to Apotiki, and he's talking about 5 or 6 Ks. That's all. It's only 5 or 6 Ks of roading. It's not a lot. What a terrific highway. Pardon me?
It's some rough country though.
Well, we've done. Do you know what? Who did the hills over to Rotorua? I mean, that was rough country, and our boys did it with spades, so don't tell me we can't do it. I have actually said to Victor on occasions, we have a Japanese sister city. We should go to that sister city and say, you guys are good at tunnelling. Do you want to put a tunnel through here? Or would you suggest some other way? Because I tell you, I've toured up and down Japan, and the engineering is astonishing. If they had a village like this hemmed in by a river, they'd have 7 bridges across here. And so they could come over, they could put our bridge down, and they could put a walk bridge across while they were at it, and they could do a tunnel through them hills. I reckon. I mean, I'm not an engineer, I don't know, but I just know that people made roads over hills with shovels. We've got a lot more here than that.
Thank you, Rowan.
Well done.
Okay.
Thank
you for listening.
We call Elon Musk, he's got it boring. Apparently it makes it look easy.
Well, I'm sure our Japanese sister city would be interested in the idea of helping us out. They'd do it quicker and cheaper, I reckon, and it would last longer probably. Sorry, I'm going.
The next speaker is
I didn't even use these things.
the inimitable Hayden Reid.
Thank you very much for listening.
Behind you, Graham.
Graham. Okay. Hi, Graham. When you're ready, Graham.
So I can only just hear you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for giving the Bay of Plenty Regional Aquaculture Organisation time at your hearing. We're not here so much to ask you for anything material immediately, but we're here to inform you of what's coming down the track, and just to make you aware of where and how we would like the Whakatane District Council to help our growing industry in the Bay of Plenty. I've got with me Hayden Reid from Whānau Apanui, who may be able to answer local questions better than I, but I have been involved in developing aquaculture industry for many, many years, both in Golden Bay and Tasman Bay and in Marlborough and offshore. The Bay of Plenty Regional Aquaculture Organisation is a subscription-based organisation. It's an incorporated organisation, and it is open to any party that is supporting aquaculture in the Bay of Plenty. We've been involved. Our predecessor organisation started in 2009 as the Regional Aquaculture Organisation, funded by the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. 3 years ago, we didn't break that relationship, but we decided we would like to become an incorporated society, and so we've set up with a committee rules and running ourselves as an incorporated society. Our role is actually to act as a conduit for aquaculture ideas, investments, training, science, and put all the parties together that are trying to grow this industry in the Bay of Plenty. What we would really like you to do in your long-term plan is to be cognizant of the needs of an industry which is probably going to be in the region of 100 million tonnes in a few years. That would be the same size as the, $100 million of sales in 10 years or so. And I would suggest it's going to be much higher than that long term, all based in the Bay of Plenty from Whakatane right through to East Cape. Mainly mussel farming to start with. I would like to just note that a lot of the planning that is required is not at sea, because that comes through the RMA and the Office of the Treaty Settlements and things like that. But for every one job that we create out in the ocean, we will create 4 jobs on land, and my experience is that doesn't the jobs don't just remain in the area where the aquaculture is being practiced at sea, but is spin off into the adjacent towns and cities. So in Marlborough, on top of the south here, whilst there's no mussel farming in Nelson, there's mussel farming in Tasman Bay and mussel farming in Marlborough, but a lot of benefit of that flows through to Nelson, where there's engineering works and employment of staff, things like that, and even factories actually move from where the mussels are grown to where the population is. So what we're asking for this hearing is that when you're considering the plan, that you bear in mind the requirements of our industry. Of course, we would love you to keep supporting our industry, and you have supported our industry. We had the Aquaculture Summit in Whakatane 2 years ago, over 100 people there for the day, and a very, very successful event. We're now going to have a blue economy workshop there in June in Whakatane, and Donna's helping us put that together. So whilst you may not see mussel farms off your coast, I'm sure the benefits and the needs of the industry will flow through into Whakatane district, and we would like you to be cognizant of that, and in your planning always keep a space for us. So most of the consenting work will be done at central government level, I think, but it's all the local infrastructure that's required and the people that are required, which we ask you to be cognizant of. I'm going to pass over to Hayden now, and Hayden, is there anything you'd like to say?
He's broken it.
Just warming up to me.
Send you a bill for that. Yeah. You've broken it, Hayden.
No, I haven't. That's well, everybody. Nice to see you. Just reflecting, I think it's the first time in 13 years I've actually sat here formally. What Graham's outlined is that there's a lot of work going on. There's going to be almost 30,000 hectares of seawater space developed between here and Potaka. A PwC report that was completed just mid-year said that it would probably generate between, when it's in full production, it might be 10, 15, 20 years ago, or even might be more, but when it's in full production, it'll be a $2 or $3 billion industry and will employ 2,000 or 3,000 people. So it's like a new primary industry. So the planning provisions, and obviously probably a bit of history here, the planning for provisions of things like that in regional plans, in district plans, and the like are really important foundation stones for this. So I already know that you guys have, as you can imagine, are working with some folk in Wellington on an economic development plan. So, I've rolled out already.
Take up the next one.
So you can imagine that those sorts of, takes a while to warm up. So those sorts of documents and considerations and thoughts are super important. So please spend some time to talk to some folk who actually are living and breathing this, because it's a really important piece of work. There's an aquaculture settlement going on right now with all of them wana toi iwi, and there's settlement space for a number of at least 2 or 3 iwi locally, which has also significant space and has actually been recently gazetted. So I just ask that you include us in things like those processes, and I also know that there's obviously a regional plan being put together, and it'd be good to think about that, because here will be amongst other things, an important labour pool and an important an important commercial hub for a lot of that activity. So if you know about it, then you can think about those provisions in these documents. So that's all I would probably add. So yeah, feel free to talk to us. And from what I hear in the traps, a few other things might be useful to do.
Thank you, guys. Anything to add, Graham, or are you done?
No, I've done. I think I got the gist of what Hayden said, but I'm on a very, very low volume here, so I'm done. I thank you very much for the time and the support you've given us the last couple of years. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I've got a question. You made a thing out of job creation, like you're talking about, for 1 out at sea and 4 on the land. I'm just wondering how things like automation and, dare I say it, AI, if that's going to affect this sort of industry. I can't see how automation is going to replace a boat, but muscle opening machines seem to be a thing. Is there any chance that automation and associated technologies will threaten the number of jobs that this could possibly create?
To be honest,
I'll just answer quickly, Hayden. My view of that is that AI will be very, very helpful in assessing crops and ripeness and all those sort of things underwater, but it's going to be the mechanization on the boats is very high already, and that's not going to change much. I suspect in factories every party is looking to reduce costs, and mechanisation will do that. At the moment, there's still a substantial amount of sorting by eye done on in the mussel factories.
And we've got 3 projects right now.
But I must admit, I must say also, it's not just the jobs in the factories that come out of the industry. There's a huge amount of ancillary support that's required, by the truck drivers, the engineering firms, just the support that you generally need for businesses that are supplying the industry.
Yeah, Graham, just to add to that, we also have just had calls from some of the executive here for the last 2 days, looking at some of the innovations in this space, and we actually have 3 research projects. We have 5 research scientists full-time at Cawthron as part of the build on the mussel factory. So it's embedded in the DNA of what we're doing. It has to be, frankly, to be competitive internationally.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tenshos.
Thank you. Thank you, Graham and Hayden. It's great to have your presentation to us today. Hayden referred to the Eastern Bay spatial planning work that we're doing, and clearly we need to be involving you in those conversations. But just from what I'm hearing today, so what I've heard is, we need to be thinking about our transport networks, we need to be thinking about workforce development, we need to be thinking about our regulatory role. Are there other areas you think we need to be really mindful of when it comes? Because I should say, I went to the aquaculture summit, and I had no idea of the scale of what was coming down the line. It's really quite enormous, and so we do need to be thinking quite closely about it.
There is actually a natural catenation here. Capital, actually building stuff, that's a constraint currently, but that's being looked at. The next thing is infrastructure, and if you like, the activities. The next thing is workforce development, to your point. Actually, the next thing is housing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Frankly.
Yeah.
So you've got to put these people somewhere.
Yeah.
And I don't know about, some of you have been around a long time, some of you not so long. There are some really interesting historical reports inside this council that really look at a lot of that stuff, and a lot of hard work and thinking went into that. So I just encourage you to ensure that all of that historical thinking is being considered amongst the stuff that's being done now. But that's absolutely important.
Any other questions in the last 30 seconds? Yeah, I mean, building, how are we going to do that? I mean, it was viable in bygone days because building costs were low and land was cheap, even in relative terms. How do we do it today, given the huge investment costs required to... Well, I mean, you talked about capital, and we know it's going to require a lot of capital for the aquaculture part of it, but the housing part?
I think the answer in capital to build lies the answer to capital for those other surrounding services, because you can't separate them. So you have to take a systems view of this. It's really simple.
Thanks. Any other questions? No? Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for the time.
It sounds all really exciting.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Dale Takitimu. Dale, thank you. Welcome. It's an individual submission and it's on page 137.
Kia ora tātou.
Yes, speaking.
Kia ora tātou. Ko te o takitimu tōku nei ingoa, he uri ahau no konei, no mātātua rohe, no reira me mihi atu ki a koutou, ka tika e hui hui mai nei rungi tēnei o nā kaupapa. Kia ora, my name is Dale Takitimu. I'm a ratepayer here in Whakatane, resident here in Whakatane. I'd like to mahiti all of you for this process and for opening up the process for us to have this conversation. I guess to supplement the submission that was put in writing to you, I'm speaking to you today as a Māori mama of children that will be the future of this town if they decide to stick around. Because at the moment, many of the children of this town, many of the rangatahi of this town see success and their future outside of Whakatane, because they do not see opportunities or accommodation for them within this town. And that to me is disappointing and alarming as a parent here who currently considers Whakatane and its surrounds to be close to paradise. And I would like my children to see their future here, and I would like them to claim this town as their own, and I would like them to see their futures here, but currently they don't, because there's very little accommodation for rangatahi in these spaces. There's little accommodation for rangatahi in these planning documents. And for us, and myself and my 14-year-old daughter attended the hui at the town hall. It's really hard to sit there with a 14-year-old free-range, free-thinking, hybrid child who is bilingual and has been brought up in a space where her mana and her tapu is respected, to come into a town hall meeting where the comments off the floor were really disturbing. And not only that, she didn't see her council shutting them down at all. So as we walked home that night, she talked about this council as them and they. She never once expressed that she thought you were her council. And I would like that to change. We as a family would like that to change, because this council puts this flag inside your buildings and flies it outside. And I think that comes with an obligation to earn that, because that means something to me and that means something to my babies. That means that you're going to respect us and our culture and our legitimate right to be here. Inside the the long-term plan documents, we've only really seen the priorities that council have decided to consult on. When I've delved through the website to find the actual document that is the long-term plan, all I can get to is the council summaries, because you've already decided what the priorities are. I'm hunting through those documents to find where your Te Tiriti o Waitangi policy is. I can't find it anywhere, let alone give feedback on it. But if you're going to continue to fly our people's flag of resistance within your buildings and outside on this flagpole, then you must have a commitment to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And that means improving the treaty literacy of this council so that you are working in safe places. I would have at bare minimum expected a treaty partner to have shut down some of the absolute racism that was going on in that town hall. But apart from moderating, and your moderator was so good on the night and handled that room very well, but apart from the moderator talking about time constraints, there was no content editing of what was being flown around that room. And for my 14-year-old to hear that people in this town are calling Māori privilege rubbish is very, very problematic. How do you expect people to want to engage in a process where they're devalued constantly? It's not good enough. The other thing, when we spoke about it as a family, a lot of the planning that's gone on so far, particularly in regards to the precinct at Rex Morpeth Park, prioritises existing stakeholders, those people who are already engaged in the facility. It doesn't talk about the future needs of this town or question who's not being engaged with. And that to me is problematic, because the young rangatahi of this town should have been engaged with about the future they see for themselves. Because I'm concerned that my generation is making decisions about their tomorrow without including their perspective. And they want to be involved, but we need to rise to the challenge to make it accessible for them to do so. So those are my comments in regards to the long-term plan process. We have also made some comments about the intergenerational equity that is, or inequity that is occurring with the rates increases. I know there's a lot of talk about people not wanting to bear the rates increases at the moment because of that pressure on people that are already under financial pressure. The issue for us is that the generation that now don't want to pay rates increases have already reaped the benefit within this town, and to delay the costs so that our mokopuna have to pay them while also being constrained across climate crisis and climate disruption is simply not fair. The generation that has reaped all the benefits also need to understand there's a cost to the benefits that they've experienced, and they need to front up with some of those costs now, not delay them so that the mokopuna of tomorrow have to pay them. And that's what we really want to put in front of this council today. Tēnā koutou.
Yeah, thank you for that. I've got a question. You talked about housing accommodation problems. How do you think that can be solved?
There's a lot of land, I think, that can be repurposed and re-explored for housing. There's a massive empty block down in Kōpiopio where the old countdown used to be, been sitting there for a long, long time. Underutilised, not utilised. There's other lands within this district that could be repurposed and used a bit more creatively and with a bit more innovation. But we're doing housing the same way we've been doing it since the 1940s, 1950s. We've got to come up into innovation about what tomorrow's needs would be. We've got a massive precedent out in Tūhoi in terms of living buildings and in terms of living in harmony with the environment, and we can get closer to that if we explore more innovative, more creative ways of housing our people.
You're clearly not aware that Kaingaora is building about 40 apartments on that section.
We've heard rumours, but there's been rumours for the last 8, 9, 10 years about what's happening with that site.
No, and there's also another 100 and something that they're developing as well.
That will be great.
But that has to be funded somehow.
Everything needs to be funded, but we can't have 2 or 3 generations who don't put equity into the mix, who have that delayed all the time. The same decisions that are meaning that we need massive investment in infrastructure, because that's been delayed. The same generations have reaped the benefit and made the decisions that have made that situation occur. They can't then expect to have that rebated against them so they don't have to pay any costs. That, as we all know, the cost of living is rising for everybody. Nobody's escaping that. But like with the delay on Rex Morpeth Park, it's never going to get cheaper to do the improvements. The costs are only ever going to rise. And so at what point do we say these are the costs of the lifestyle you want to live? And that is the case for some of the generation that it's the generation above me that really we need to be fair about what we're passing on to my generation and my kids' generation. We can't just expect that these things come for free. Yes, there's costs, but they need to be shared equitably.
What do you say to the lady who came in before and said she can hardly afford to live in her own house?
Well, again, I mean, that's part of a much, much larger problem in terms of how we live in community with each other and why there's such disparity between those who have the means to survive very, very well in this district and those that are struggling on the breadline even though they're working full-time working weeks. That's part of a much, much bigger issue. Not just a whakatane issue, it's a national, global issue about the inequitable distribution of wealth. And I don't think we should plunge people beyond the poverty line by any extent. But when I see people standing up at a town hall and saying they don't want to pay, but they've reaped all the benefits through their generation and they're sitting there telling us stories about the life they used to live as children, it's not fair. There is costs, but we have to all pay them.
Deputy Mayor Reuben.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you so much, Dale, for coming in today. It saddens and embarrasses me that you were put in that position. It's not good enough, and I think we're on a bit of a learning journey, although you could rightly say we should already have been there. What could we do to restore a bit more confidence with your daughter and the decisions that we make?
I think some of the issues around, like I said, treaty literacy, that they understand when they walk through these doors, if you're going to fly that flag, that when they walk through these doors, there's a certain amount of safety and respect for their legitimate worldview, and their language is important. I think that's important. But the inclusion of them, her statement was really that she would see one type of people making decisions for the future of this town. She said to me, Mum, how come the future of this town is probably young and brown, but those are not the people making the decisions? Can't answer that for her, apart from to say life's not fair, babe, but we're part of the solution when we try and bring these issues to the table and challenge people to do better. And then when there's opportunities like this to take part in the decision making and influence, that we take those opportunities. But definitely, I would say basic visibility and respect of that. I would love someone from the council to have said that it's not acceptable, that language is not acceptable in a public forum. It's barely acceptable in private forums, but in a public forum, no, stop that or leave. Had I stood up and said the exact opposite, I would have been asked to leave. I almost assure you of that. So it's just shrugging it off and saying, oh, they're old school and they just think like that. It's not good enough anymore. We're 184 years into a treaty relationship. We do expect better. We will require better of this council going forward. That's my challenge to you. That's not about saying, can you, will you? We will be here holding you to account, because these kids have been Māori medium schooled in their language since Kohanga Reo, Kura Kaupapa, and through to here, state-of-the-art, internationally recognised tertiary institution. It could be a flagship for this region in leadership and Indigenous and council partnership. I invite you to take that challenge.
Councillor James.
Yes, thanks, Dale. It's a great presentation. I appreciate it. Just going back to Rex Morpeth, you are saying that we need to be looking at the future, the people, well, the future should be doing planning rather than entrenching existing needs in users. But do you feel then that the people that we've been consulting with, the current users, aren't looking to their futures as well? Because, I mean, I agree with you that we want to leave something better for, not only for our kids, or my grandchildren, but their children as well. And like your daughter's children, they want something way, way better. And they will need something way, way better. So do you feel that through our consultation we aren't actually taking that into account?
I think in terms of the methodology that was disclosed to us on the night, I think it's privileged existing users, because it started with them as the existing stakeholders and then worked out where do they want to go with their futures, which is great. It's a good conversation. Shouldn't have been the only conversation. There should have been a call out to the people who don't engage with the Rex-Morpeth precinct to say, why don't you? Because there's nothing there for us. But to say that we're just going to build a better rugby space, that's presupposing that the future of this town and the rangatahi in this town are going to be the same shape and form that we've seen in the last 20, 50 years, where rugby has had some sort of dominance in this country. I know a whole lot of rangatahi that won't be going near that. But we're building parks for, I think, a yesterday, to be frank. Well, we've got a lot of rangatahi now that are tech savvy that would much rather see a space down there that enables them to engage in technical spaces that they can explore science and technology. That to them would be a recreational activity. We don't have anything like that for rangatahi in this town, really. But so I feel like some of the shaping of that is based on what we think the youth will want. But we haven't road tested it with them to say, is that the future you see for yourself? And I think that's really important, because I don't think we've got just the kids that play rugby and use the swimming club and use the little theatre. There's a whole lot of people that already are excluded from those spaces because the spaces don't accommodate them. And I think we should be going a lot wider than that and saying, if we had a recreational precinct in this district, what would you expect it to see? What are the multifaceted points of community intersection that you would want to see that house? And I think you'd get much different answers than you would have just starting and almost concentrating on making life better for the current stakeholders and current users.
Thank you, Dale. We've got to push on.
Thank you.
We're getting right behind schedule. So
Kia ora, Dale. Kia ora.
is the next speaker. Thank you, Philip. And the individual submission, pages 226 to 230.
I would gladly be delayed to hear the comments of that.
Kia ora.
My name is Philip Jacobs. I'm a concern rate, semi-retired, a small business co-owner, and have been an accountant of many flavours for 53 years. And council for this opportunity to speak to my long-term plan submission, which focused on what I regard as communication deficiencies under the LTP. I will speak to the key points in my submission. Key question 1, Rex-Morpeth Hub redevelopment. I'm very concerned that the LTP is asking the community to make a choice between $12 million and two $100 million plus options. I'm also concerned that to date I have not found a detailed cost and staging breakup of the $100 million plus options. I regard both of these issues as communication failures. That said, I believe that the community should be prepared to spend more than $12 billion over the next 10 years on these facilities. But $100 million plus today is too much. Council needs to progress the most important items and leave everything else for tomorrow. Question 2, food waste collection. Don't waste your time. 2027 is 2.5 years away. Question 3, the funding gap. Despite my research and finance background, my accounting brain is yet to fully comprehend what the funding gap actually is. And, more importantly, how it arose, and why a once-only contribution of $14 million by ratepayers will not be the first of many. I am financially confused. What is the understanding of this issue within the community? Given the so-called funding constraints that I think this council, like others up and down the country, is facing, perhaps they need to turn to the other side of the coin. Seriously review spending plans, especially capital works, which drive up council debt and then rates later on. Now is the time for council to review its strategic non-income generating assets costing us 7% per year in interest charges. Have a bit of a clean out and let some of them go. Council should not consider itself to be a property developer. Rates distribution. I would be happy to pay a few extra $100 in rates each year if it gave relief to the struggling ratepayers who have lesser valued properties. But it's not that simple. As Tony Bond said yesterday, many elderly ratepayers in this town cannot even afford the current rates. The proposed rates increase. It took me some time, but I eventually worked out that the $12.3 million rates increase can be substantially attributed to a $3 million increase in the general rate, a $4.4 million increase in Three Waters, and a 71% $2.7 million waste services increase. Council needs to go back to these 3 highlighted areas, dig into and challenge the work programs, challenge the financial plans line by line, and impose some constraints to substantially reduce the proposed rates increase. Council communications generally. I attended the Living Committee Standing Committee meeting on the 4th of April. Perhaps some here wondered who it was, where I observed what I considered to be communication failures. 2 proposals were discussed. Firstly, it is my view that the Port Hope Wharf proposal should have been rejected. That portion that related to upgrades to the wharf shed building, a so-called profit-making investment, was not supported by a correctly structured financial proposal. And in the absence of any unfinished building works across the site, the rest of that proposal should have been rejected and left for a time later on when current financial constraints don't exist. Secondly, it is my view that the Mitchell Park proposal should have been fully rejected and not referred back. The proposal seemed to be of significant benefit only to the Sunday market operator, who has no obligation to continue to use Mitchell Park. The construction of a toilet block there for use just 4 hours of work is, let's say it, insane. In summary, therefore, Council needs to improve its communications, and better external communications by Council is the only way to avoid or minimise the ruckus, the anger, in respect of the current and future long-term plans. Better communication is the only way to win, build and retain community support and the respect of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor James.
Thanks for that, Philip. How do you see town progressing and moving forward to the future if we're going to be constrained on what we do?
I think the words moving forward are somewhat loaded. I think we need to go back to the basics and focus on what we really need to do and what are the nice to haves. Alan Moore said this morning, rip out the nice to haves. Well, he was going to rip out, he criticised the nice to haves. What is in the proposed rates increase? More particularly, what is in the proposed CapEx plans for next year and a few years that are nice to haves? We don't need this further development of Port Hopi. We don't need toilets at Midfield Park. We decided, in all wisdom, quite recently, that we don't need to spend a lot of money on the Blueberry Corner curbs. There are lots of opportunities not to spend money. We just need to think a little bit.
Any other questions for Philip?
Thank you, Philip. Well, my question would be, but would you accept that some people's nice to haves are some people's needs and vice versa? For example, in your submission, you've kind of categorised any spending on anything that's to do with community well-being as kind of wasteful expenditure, but we have a statutory obligation to provide for the well-being of our community, not just build infrastructure.
I don't think this answers your question, but Gerard Van Beek did say yesterday, and acknowledged this, that sometimes things that are of interest to individuals have to be sacrificed for the benefit of the community. And I have been watching most of these submissions online, and I am concerned about the parade of sporting clubs that have come here asking for money. Yes, I do think we need a big new flash sports hall, but I don't think we have to pander to every group when there are sports fields at all the schools, mostly unused on weekends. Schools and a lot of church groups have big halls which could accommodate some sporting activities. I really don't think it's council's responsibility to go overboard with sporting groups. I'm not saying smaller community groups are not important, but I think we need to focus on roads, three waters, those things we have to do.
Okay, thank you, Philip. I think we better move on. The next speaker is Clive Mecko. An individual submission, pages 300 to 302. Welcome, Clive.
Thank you. Before I sit down, how many of the councillors have been to the Thornton?
Could you speak up a bit, Clive, mate? Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
No, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes. Right. I asked you councillors, how many of you been to the Thornton Reserve lately? Less than half. Okay. Right. I have some photographs here that for those that are disadvantaged, you can pass them around. Thank you. Right, my submission today is the redevelopment of the top car park area of the Thornton Domain. The Thornton Domain is a hidden gem on the plains. It's well used by people of the Planetary, 10-yard tour and Europe Galaxy Awards and wider community. It is loved by the long miners, surf casters, white baiters, recreational fishermen, boaties, Wapahama Group and the Rangitaki River Festival, which fish from the wharf. lovers of fresh kāwai spend great deal of time at the bar fishing. The domain provides the Whakatane District Council with a yearly income. People don't realise that. This income is generated from the sand mining and the leased holiday park.
Into the mic, please, Clive. They can
The Quinton domain is a tourist destination and includes 5 motel units, 2 standard cabins, 4 tourist flats, 60 campsites, 5 residential units and 19 backpacker units. The council has provided the area recently with a new toilet block, barbecue area, which has been greatly received by the people. This highlights the need for continuous upgrading of the domain. Currently, there is a poorly formed rough-sealed circular road at the top parking area. Most of the parking is off on an unsealed potholed sand and stone area of grass. The centre of the area is flat, it's uneven. Recently there appeared 4 sapling purakawa plantings of three plantings of purakawa saplings. It's questionable whether the size and the area of the plant is sufficient for them to grow. Looking seaward, there is approximately 1.2 metre high fence which runs round the seaward area of the park. A mixture of shrubs, trees and weeds have restricted the vision out to sea. An unobstructed view would take in the Rarimus, White Island, Whale Island and down to the east coast. Presently, a view is unavailable to anyone with a disability or unable to walk down to the beach. You would all know when you park at the heads in the properly designed parking area with well-placed plantings, there's a clear visibility out to sea in the surrounding area. Currently, Mout is a creation of a walkway and bikeway from Edgeton to Thornton. For bringing in more people to the area, whether one starts or ends the journey at Thornton, consideration needs to be given to what is on offer. Also, the consideration for additional volume of people, current health and safety would be a problem, and the poorly unmarked parking area, which seems parking of large camper vans, utes, cars, four-wheelers and even horses. What is needed is a perfectly designed car park similar to the Whakatane Heads or the Aohiwa Wharf. Thank you.
Thank you, Clive. Right on time. Time for questions. Councillor Jukes and then Councillor O'Brien.
Sorry, my apology, I didn't quite catch the volume of traffic. You did the volume of traffic in that area? I think you said it, but I didn't quite catch it.
Volume of traffic?
Yeah, through that car park area and on the road, yeah.
The car park area is at the top, at the sea.
Yes, but I thought you said that gave us an idea of how much it was used.
Oh, very much so. I was there yesterday actually, and there were some people fishing, I think, and they'd actually come from Tako, and there would have been 6 or 7 other vehicles off the top car park. There's one's at the end toilet, there's some down at the jetty area. On a good weekend, Saturday, Sunday, you'll have 10, 15, 20 boats out, plus jet skis, people fishing off the wharf, fishing at the Mout River. It's very well used. Pretty some people don't just make themselves familiar with it.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien?
Just like, do you think that the locals or people that use that space the most would like to see something more like what you're asking for? Or are they happy with the space as it is? Feedback from the people from there? You just got the feedback from the people that actually use the space often?
Yeah, as I say, if you want to see out to sea, you've got to get out of your vehicle and get out of the car park. If you go down the Wakatani Hedge, you've got unrestricted vision. You go to Ohiwa, you walk there, you've got unrestricted vision apart from the 2 buildings. Across the harbour, up the harbour, down the harbour.
Thank you. Clive? There are no further questions. Thank you, Clive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next presenter is Alan Law. Oh, you've just done it, yeah.
Larissa Cuff.
Larissa Cuff. Yep, Sport Bay Plenty.
All right, we'll test this. There we go. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Larissa Cuff tōku ingoa. I am General Manager Strategic Partnerships at Sport Bay Plenty.
Tēnā koutou katoa, my name is Devine Jones. I am the GM Business Services at Sport Bay Plenty.
Firstly, we'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to our submission. We appreciate that it is a very complex environment for councils to work in, so we really value your time and I really want to acknowledge the space for us to talk. We also really enjoy working in partnership with Whakatane District Council. We strive to achieve positive outcomes for our community through our play, active rec and sports sector. The submission that we are presenting today covers 3 main points. Well, actually 4, sorry. We just wanted, the submission discusses the value of investment into the play, active rec and sports sector. We talked to the Rex Morpeth Recreation Hub development. We talked to in support of your investment to accessible play spaces, particularly the Marae Tōtara playground, and also commend your commitment to investment into active transport. In the essence of time, I would really like to focus on the Rex Morpeth Recreation Hub. Through our submission, you will see that we support option 1. There are multiple reasons for why. Generally, in terms of investment into Rex Morpeth, for us, we've indicated in our submission the timely need for investment into this area. Quite interesting to sit here after previous speakers, but I think the key point with this development and the work that the council staff have done with it is really looking at what is fit for purpose for your community, for sporting, recreation and play. And the proposed development is meeting those needs and is fit for purpose. I think the multi-purpose approach to this development is commendable and something that the sector strives towards. I think based on the funding environment and the fiscal environment, it is really important to make sure there are facilities with multi-purpose use and for this community to be able to work together and come together and have multiple sporting groups, recreation groups, and the community coming together to one space is a really good thing and really good thinking. We really wanted to talk to the community from a youth lens. We've highlighted one statistic in this submission. I don't want to get it wrong, but it talks to the increased or the high level of youth participation in the Whakatane district compared to national average, and talking to how a recreation hub like Rex Morpeth can support youth. And I think the really key thing here is the development making sure we have equity across the Eastern Bay. So making sure that your youth have access to quality infrastructure and for their own community wellbeing within a place that they live. I think it's really important to make sure that you as a councillor are supporting your youth given the demographic. And then I guess another point there, we've just highlighted through our Voice of Rangatahi survey, so that's going into high schools and talking to your rangatahi about how they are active, and just noting here that the most popular sports or activities for rangatahi are indoor based, and so thinking about what is fit for purpose currently in your community and what Rex Morpeth proposes. So those three sports are badminton, boxing and volleyball. So currently not fit for purpose for the growing community, but with the development more fit for purpose. I think I might pause there. I'm quite happy to have corridor or answer any questions about our submission.
Thank you, Larissa. Are there any questions of the submitters? Councillor Panchos.
Thanks for your presentation. And it's quite reassuring hear from an organisation such as yourselves about how the proposals Rex Morpeth and knowing that they're kind of in line with the way we should be thinking around these kind of facilities. Imagining that you've had input into the development of the thinking so far, but are there any things that you'd identify that we could have done differently that might have improved our thinking?
To be honest with you, to answer that on the spot, I couldn't give you a clear answer. Yeah. But generally, no. We've been involved in the process all the way along in terms of the steering group. Have leaned on national advice, national strategies, particularly in terms of indoor facility investment. I think it's been very insights based in terms of the supply and the demand of sport and recreation within the district. So it's been very well thought out. There's been lots of community engagement with users to understand what they need. And like I said, I think that willingness from the community to commit to a multi-purpose approach or a multi-use facility is commendable.
Thank you.
Miar.
Thank you, Worship. Good afternoon, ladies, and thank you very much. Just in regards to the 2022 Rangatahi report, so was that done during 21 and report done in 22, or was it it's quite recent?
Yes, at the end of 2021 into 2022. We actually have more current data. It's just not quite ready. Yeah, but supports similar line of thinking.
I was interested to see that basketball wasn't in the top
yes,
three
good point, yeah.
And had it jumped into the
top
three.
What it have, yes, yeah. Sorry, I can't answer that. But interestingly, we have national statistics from Active NZ, Sport NZ data, and that is showing the growth in basketball. And I guess for us, it was about what regional data can we highlight for you? Yeah.
Thanks, and of course the growing pickleball that we heard about.
Pickleball in the down, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Just on your page numbers are different, but there's a statistic there at the beginning of your submission that talks about the number of adults who believe they have access to spaces and places where they can do the physical activity. It's only 7%, which is really poor. But then you go down the couple of lines and 74% of adults 18 plus have participated in physical activity in 2022, and the young people 94%. It seems to be a little bit opposite those things. People don't think they've got the spaces they need to do stuff, and yet 94% of them are doing it. Does that mean that really people are doing what they need to do, and there's enough space to do what they need to do? It's just we all want bigger and better stuff. Is that what you read into there?
Yeah, it's a really great observation. It's not what we read into it. I think it. Are you talking about the youth statistic or adults? I guess generally.
Well, the adult statistic 74% compared to on your top little round dots, only 7% of adults feel they've got access to the spaces. So there's a difference. 7% believe they have access to the spaces, and then on the next round one, 9% of the people, even more, are satisfied with the quality of their spaces. But yet 74% of the adults are actually doing stuff out there. So does that mean that really there are enough spaces for people to do stuff, because there's 74% and 94% of the youth?
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'd look at it from a lens of thinking about how people participate in physical activity and how you're providing that across the spectrum. So we use the language play, active, rec and sport. So when you're talking about, sometimes when you're talking about spaces and places, you're thinking about sporting infrastructure, grass fields, turfs, indoor facilities. So recognising that there is a deficit there. There are other means for people to be physically active. I think we understand that as a community, how we may be able to, or particularly living here in the Eastern Bay, access to walkways, access to beaches. So that is the different lens on it. So yes, we wanted to highlight that people are physically active. How can we maintain that? For us at Sport Bay of Plenty, that is our mission, to have more people active. But it's making sure we have people active across the spectrum, so whether it be leisurely physical activity, but also making sure that we have the facilities, spaces and infrastructure for structured sport and or recreation.
I guess it's a bit concerning that if we spend $100 million on building a great sporting space, will you still have a deficit in those that are satisfied with what they've got?
Yeah, I can understand that, and I think you need to look at the age, the age and the current state of your infrastructure, and then also look at what we call supply and demand, so what you have based on your needs. So I'd look at that, I'd focus on those top statistics based on that, because I know it sounds silly and I'm sure you know this, but the longer you withhold investing or updating those facilities, the older they get and less fit for purpose for that side of the community they become.
Thank you.
You talked about given the demographics. What's your understanding of the demographics of the district?
I just wanted to talk to the piece about your young people. So Whakatane district has a uniquely young population with 23% of the population under 15. So compared to national averages higher, is my understanding.
But generally we've got a lot older, even since 2000, and it's getting more top heavy. In fact, all over many places in the world.
Yeah.
Yep. No, thank you for that.
Yeah, and if I may, I would, we know we've got an ageing population across the country, but interestingly here in Whakatane, a higher, younger population as well, so the balance of investment.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, thank you both.
Thank you, ladies.
We're right on time for our
Thank you.
adjournment and coffee break. Back here at 3:25. Thank you, everybody. Okay, welcome back everybody for the last section of the meeting. The next speaker is Margaret Wright, representing Federated Farmers. The submission is on page 201 and 206. Thank you, Margaret.
Right, Mr Mayor, councillors and staff. Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Wright. As stated, I'm a dairy farmer in Manawahai and on the Rayan Plains and provincial dairy chief of Federated Farmers. While much of the content of this draft long-term plan is not encouraging, it is nevertheless valuable to have an opportunity to comment, and it is appreciated. As representatives of the farming sector, along with many others in the community, we have been stunned by the scale of the rate increase proposed over the life of this plan. We appreciate Council's claims on page 11 of the accompanying financial strategy that the rising demands of policies and legislation and substantial inflation and interest cost increases have led to this position. In our view, however, and that of many, the appropriate response is to scale the Council's vision and key objectives back to a realistic place rather than to remorselessly increase rate revenue. I will leave the rest of the Federated Farmers' actual submission as read. But I'd like to speak to two issues that are a part of the submission this afternoon, but also expand a little to cover concerns of the wider community. The first is on behalf of the rural ratepayers of this district who use extensive areas of high value land to run a business, who of course Federated Farmers represent. I have a pretty good understanding of this group of people, pastoral farmers, because I am one of them. We already contribute well over 50% of the rate take, and I'm sure you know this. Certainly we rely on our roading network more than our urban counterparts may do, but this reliance does not only benefit our personal needs. Remember that a good chunk of the money we circulate through our businesses is spent locally. We use local service industries, we use local retailers, we use our beautiful environment to play and holiday, and perhaps most importantly, we either directly or indirectly employ a lot of people who also contribute to the local economy and pay rates. The rate increases that are proposed unfairly target us again. Council has been disingenuous in much of its publicity about rate rises published in local media, listing only urban rate increases. If what is proposed for the uniform annual general charge change from 24% to 16% for low dairy land, for example, adds another 15%, and the overall rate increase for dairy adds another 15%, and the overall rate increase for dairy low at 29.4% as listed in the LTP. Well, my maths just isn't good enough to work out that total, but the number is big. Dairy average is 20% rise if the uniform annual general charge lowers to 16% and 21.1% proposed in the rate increase schedule. My maths is good enough to know that these percentages on already large amounts of money add up to a whole lot more. For our business, where just district council rates amount to $22,500 per year, this is my personal business, a 21% rate rise is almost $5,000 more for nothing new, more bad roads and little else that we make significant use of. I find it mildly offensive that just because council perceives that we can swallow an extra rate increase, that we should. All this before we pay really significant numbers at the regional council. We strongly urge council not to mess with the uniform annual general charge. Do not bite the hand that already feeds you. Council argues that much of this proposed rate increase is brought about by inflation. We have paid district council rates here for 34 years now, and I can count on one hand the number of times that rates have not risen by more than the rate of inflation. While inflation was in the accepted range of below 3%, rates have consistently risen by over 5%. Last time I spoke at a hearing like this, about 6 years ago, our total rates bill was $20,000 including regional council rates. This total has more than doubled in that time to almost $50,000 a year. Further to paying twice as much for receiving very little, sorry that's a continuing theme, it is increasingly frustrating to see the amount of my money the council wastes and the serious lack of determination to get the basic infrastructure right first. Which brings me to the second issue I would like to address. While we agree that central government has foisted a lot of new stuff onto councils, there is just no denying that this council and its predecessors for many years have wasted serious amounts of money on poor maintenance of roading infrastructure, poor or lack of planning on long-term infrastructure upgrades, taking capital payments from developers and spending them elsewhere, building grandiose monuments to house more and more staff that are difficult to engage with and resistant to listening, spending a fortune on consultants and still getting inferior decisions. Have you any idea how frustrating it is to try and run a business, or even just live a life where money must be accounted for to make a go of it, to see profligate waste of the money that is paid by us as ratepayers to council and its staff with little or no accountability? And in the apparent need to turn into a menace like me, to get to talk to someone whose mind you may or may not be able to change, no matter how many of you are that asking the same question or having the same concern. We would all love to have a fancy Rex Morpeth Park to provide 5-star facilities, but while the likes of Edgecombe has a polluting wastewater system and has for as long as I can remember, and Manatar needs to address its wastewater issues, and all the other communities calling out for the basic infrastructure required for the growth in our area, then we just cannot afford the nice stuff to have. Would any of you buy a new boat while your roof leaks? Would you not rather be remembered for prioritising an up-to-date wastewater system that improves the life of those people in those communities and improve the water quality of the lower reaches of the Tarawera River, than imposing costs on the future generations of this district for things we just cannot afford? We urge Council to be different from its predecessors, be brave and disciplined, curb wasteful spending, plan for a community in which everything works like it should, maintain our current assets, stick to your knitting, live within your means, and take control of your expectations of council staff. Show us, your ratepayers, who runs this show, then build the nice stuff. And who knows, the popularity contest that is the 3-year election cycle might just thank you for it. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you, Margaret.
Does anybody have any questions for Margaret?
Thanks, Margaret. Good feedback for us, and I know exactly where you're all coming from. Rest assured I do. You say the funding system isn't working, which we all agree. Have the feds got any suggestions on what we could do to make it work better?
I think that's probably a bit beyond my pay scale, to be honest. But well, it's obvious to me that the local government forum, I can't remember what you call yourselves, need to push back much harder on central government. I honestly appreciate that you have had all this other stuff foisted on you. And I think my feeling is you just have to park some of that for now. You know, there's lovely things we'd like to have to address culture and entertainment and all those kind of things. But until we have a district that actually functions like it should, and a place that people want to live in, then all you guys can do is push back against central government, and all we can do is push against you. And central government, of course, you will vote. So no, I don't have the answer.
Councillor Thanchos.
Thanks for your presentation. Lots to think about in there. I have 2 questions, if I may. One was really just, first of all, in response to that, you talked about a place that people want to live in. And one of the challenges we have in our district is attracting professionals, you know, medical staff and all kinds of things like that. And often they don't just want the water to come out the pipes. They want to know that there's good schools. They want to know that their kids can play sport. They want to know that there's cultural activities and things like that. So a place that people want to live in is more than just infrastructure, isn't it?
Yes, I agree it is. But surely it is more important to have healthy infrastructure, a sewerage system, for example, that works like it should, a decent road to get to these cultural activities. A lot of that stuff will happen anyway because communities are like that, and this community is certainly like that. They will make some of that cultural stuff happen irrespective of having Rex Morpeth Park turned into an amazing thing. It will still happen. And sure, it won't happen maybe as much it will still happen. we simply cannot plan to cater to every whim and need and future possible sport that might want to be played here while Rome burns, essentially. You know, let's fix the basic stuff first, and then surely people will still want to live here. The environment is our biggest asset, isn't it? It's a wonderful place to live because of the environment we live in. That's the reason it's a wonderful place to live, not because it has the most amazing cultural centre in the North Island.
But that's why we have difficulty attracting people, right? Is because
Really?
that's not enough for some people. I mean,
For some people, okay.
Anyway, we're
Can't satisfy all the
arguing
people,
about it.
no, and you can't satisfy all the people all the time. And I won't say the other thing, which is surely we want people who live here, who appreciate the sense of community we have, the beautiful place we live in, respect that, want to make it better. Around the Tako River, for example, want to make it better, and surely if it's the best place to live, all the rest will follow. Physically, I agree you have a challenge on your hands, but you know, times are tough. Let's be tough.
My other question was, I asked an earlier submitter and I didn't really get a clear answer about the rates, because I'm trying to get my head around the challenges for, particularly for pastoral farmers.
Mm-hmm.
And I accept that, you know, you've got a pretty big rates bill that you're trying to grapple. I was trying to get my head around what that looked like. And an earlier submitter kind of talks about their regional council bill, but didn't really talk about their district council. Earlier you were talking about how your rates have doubled, but
yeah.
Because I think you talked about like 50,000.
So that's our total rates bill now.
And so how much of that is the regional council and how much?
Half. So well, just slightly over half. 22,500 is district council.
Right.
Now that's without the current proposed 21% increase, and the rest of the 50,000 is regional council.
I mean, one of the other things that we've been trying to talk to the regional council about is how rates are apportioned, because the Eastern Pay, it seems, pays a disproportionate amount of regional council rates because of how they allocate the awards.
Yeah. Well, that's a big chunk.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Isles.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks for your presentation, Margaret. You made several references during your submission on roads, or the state of roads.
Yeah.
And again, I appreciate in the rural sector, basically roads is about what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to see more being thrown at the maintenance of roads, sealing of roads, etc.? Or are you happy with the levels that are being...
I live on a sealed road, so I'm not going to make any comment about unsealed roads, because the people who live on unsealed roads would no doubt like more sealed.
You are actually doing a presentation on behalf of Federated Farmers, so
Yeah,
no
I
doubt
am.
you would have had conversations with farmers that live on less than...
On less than ideal roads. Well, certainly I have in my community, in Manawahei. In Manawahei, I can speak for Manawahei quite with some knowledge. The issue we have up there, well, there's two things. One is the amount of what appears to us to be waste that goes on, and the other is the fact that there's a quarry up there now, and no amount of planning seemed to happen before the quarry was given permission to become the size that it is. I'm not complaining about the quarry, the guy runs a business, that's fine. But we have these enormous trucks on that road now. Well, in the good old days we had class 1 and 2 roads, and they wouldn't have been allowed on there. Now they're on our road, they give it a real hard time. Over the last couple of years, the road has been patched up. Sometimes 2 areas of the roads are being patched up by 2 different contractors, and they all have their own traffic management thing going on, and you just... And then they do stuff to the roadside which causes erosion, which runs under the edge of the road. You've seen my letters in the paper. Look, it just drives me crazy, and that is just what I see outside my front gate.
Thank you, Margaret.
If there are no further questions, we thank you, Margaret, and we'll move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Margaret.
Who is Quinton Kingi. Hello, Quinton. We've advanced. We've been upgraded, mate.
Ki te waki te mauna, o he te matoro o te awa, mā tā atua te waka, nā te pūpeko, nā te awa tōku iwi, rani hauhiri, hika kino, pai whakaia, rangataua, tōku hapu, Kingi, tōku whānau, koe ni Kingi ahau. Orea, kia ora koutou. Oh, it's good to see some familiar faces. I'm still here, and just straight off the bat, just want to thank Whakatane District Council for your support for our community of Awatapu. So I've been handed this PowerPoint presentation I didn't think to push, so let's, without further ado, this is our Awatapu community plan. So we've been working in Awatapu now. I've been there my whole life, but we've been restoring our awa. If our councillors aren't aware, that was the traditional Ohine Mataro river that was rechannelized back in 1960s, of which our awa now is pretty much just a it's a I don't want to say wasteland, but it's pretty much just stagnant water that doesn't flow. There's not much life in there in terms of ecology, which brings me to our next point. We do have a trustee named Keith Hamill who has been very supportive of our restoration project. What we don't see here is the southern end of Awatapu Lagoon, which is the netball court, Hoiomai end. That area is very stagnant and very degraded and needs a lot of awhi, which we have been talking with Park and Rec, I think, who have endeavoured to support our project of returning the mauri to our awa. And here, again, thank you to our council for helping us and supporting us to get our community garden under the way. It took a while. We didn't know there was a license to occupy. It took 2 years to work through those things, and through the due diligence and the dedication to our core Awatapu Community Garden group, we got there. And this, so to the top right, is where our produce is being grown now. To the left of the top, that's where our next phase is. We're hoping to put some seats around those trees there, so that we can encourage our pakeke, our elderly, to come and sit and share their knowledge with our younger generation. And then if we go to the bottom left and bottom right, that is an alleyway from Hotene Street through to Whakatane Intermediate and James Street School, where we would love to plant some fruit trees and create a fruit forest. I remember as a young fella growing up in Whakatane, we used to have fruit trees all around our town, and we would all just go and help ourselves, and it was a good thing and a bad thing, because I used to get in trouble from going home to my curfew. I was too late because I was never hungry. The good thing is the kai is there, and our children will be fed. And that's the idea here, is to plant some fruit trees. And on that note, we've actually been granted or gifted some fruit trees from council.
Cool.
Here, this is Kukuland. So, Nando, our mate to the left here, he's also a trustee on our trust. When we first worked on this project, the rim down the bottom, the basketball rim, was broken. And for about 2 years, we advocated to get it fixed. The day that basketball hoop got fixed, there was 30 kids at that park consistently every day. And it was one basketball rim, right? So the thing with our tamariki, like Awatapu solo mothers, all those statistics you speak of low decile areas. It all is here in Awatapu. To the top right there is the back end of Cuckoo Land. So I'm standing on the stop bank when I took that photo, and I'm looking down, and I can't help it but envision a skate bowl. There was a subtle hint, a skate bowl there. But we would love, like I said, our children. There's 30 kids consistently that play at this park. A skate bowl. Hey, who knows? We might bring out the next Kelly Slater, or create some opportunity for our young rangatahi. Straight over, so to the top right, that picture doesn't quite reveal it, but there's some beautiful shaded trees there on both sides. We would love, if possible, to have some barbecue areas, some restorational areas where our whānau can sit, congregate, and have some family time. Whakatane Heads is beautiful, and why can't we make Awatapu beautiful as well? One of the things that we speak of is being a product of your environment. If our whānau are aware of what Awatapu is and has there, there's a huge gang population. So why not change the aesthetics and make people feel good about their community and their places. And here is, we've been advocating for a while now, and there's actually been a few members of our community who actually don't want to wait for consent. I'll just be honest. They just want to go and build a bus shelter. So our kids, come winter time, they have to wait in the rain sometimes, or till the last minute before they can go down to catch the bus. So our Paro kids catch the bus here, and it's quite painful to see when it's raining and cold, and our kids need to catch the bus. So that's what we're hoping for here one day. And if we could speed up the consent process, there's a few whānau who will get a bus shelter up real quick. And here's the big ticket we're hoping for. So this is council owned land. So as you're coming over the roundabout of Awatapu and you get to the IHC, if you look left, that's a horse grazing paddock. It's overlooking just up to the top there between those trees. That's the netball court end. You're looking at the netball court, and you're also looking at Toyoho Mai. That's probably where the most degraded part of the river is, which is the southern end. But be with me if you can envision a deck overlooking the awa when it's flowing, and there's a huge complex there for our rangatahi, gym there for our parents, somewhere for our people of Awatapu to re-identify themselves as our Awataputanga, is what we're calling it. I'd like to share a story here. So Otamakauka was the original name of Awatapu back in 1950s. The councillors couldn't pronounce Otamakauka, so our tupuna said, how about Awatapu? So Awatapu from that day was given its name. Why I mention this is Otamakauka talks about rib cage or pukeko. So kaukau is rib and tama pukeko. So why I like sharing this story is because it took me 33 years to actually learn this story. I grew up disconnected from my culture, and when I found this kōrero, and once I understood my pukekotanga, it really made me feel a part of the whenua, a part of my hapu, and I think I can clearly tell you that growing up as a man from Awatapu, or as a kid from Awatapu, not knowing this connection, it was, there's no real word to it, but I suppose it helped me become a better person, because once you understand where your people are and where your people come from, it gives you identity. And, So anyway, back to our community hall. That's we would love to see a community hall. Not to mention Awatapu is the lowest lying part of Whakatane, so we have huge flood risks there. So in terms of emergencies, we need somewhere for our people to go and gather, and this will be a perfect place. Just wary of the time. Oh, still got 4 minutes. Cool, and so this is our vision, right? Is to reconnect the mauri of our awa. By reconnecting the mauri of our awa, we're going to bring the kai, we're going to bring the food source, we're going to bring the mauri back to our awa. Therefore, it will transfer into the people. Our kraua, Uncle Parapoi, Rapata Kōpai, he was asked the question, what do you think it will get to help the people to look after the awa? And he basically said, bring the mauri back. And Uncle was a very simple but very very amazing man, Uncle Parapoi. And so from that day forth, we've just been pushing forward on reconnecting the main river back to our traditional river. So a lot of that talks about connection. Obviously I shared about the story of Otamakauko. So right there identifies this connection.
Thank you, Quinton. Anybody have any questions for Quinton? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Richard. Oh, te tēnā koe, Quinton. And a really great story, and also the way that you told it. If I go back to your submission, which is on page 211 and 12, there's some great goals and aspirations there. I'm just asking, are these listed in order of priority that you would like to see?
No, we got it in pretty much on the day. But yeah, they're all priority. But no, like, we're realistic. The community hall is not going to be built overnight. Returning the mauri back to our awa is going to take some time. And we've been working on that project since 2017. But we have been talking with council around the project starting this year, so that's really helpful.
And it's great that you've got those conversations still going on with some of the team. Just in terms of, you've got harvesting the aquatic weeds, so there has been some regular weeding already that gets done there between your group and Halo and council?
Are you talking about the algae harvester, or because there's a lot of wetland planting going on along the side, but we learned our lesson from harvesting the algae 3 years ago. We've done a huge harvest, and then what we didn't anticipate was that the algae grows 10 times faster. So what we learned is we have to maintain it, so at least twice a year, which was not cost effective. So we've re-strategized and goes back to creating flow. So we need flushing of the awa, but that's going to cost if we're going to connect back to the awa. But there has been engineers working on that project.
Thank you for your work for the community.
Councillor Boynton.
Tēnā koe, Quinn. Mō tō mahi, mō tō kōrero e pēnei ahe. Thank you for your presentation. One of the part I wanted to ask was, what transformation have you seen in the rangatahi with the activities related to the revival of the awa and its knowledge, or awa tapu area and space? Are there some examples you could?
Yeah, so straight off the bat, when we put the garden down there, obviously when strawberries harvest, the kids are there. So we have like 3 different groups of rangatahi. So there's 7 to 10. And then from the 11 till 17, you don't really see those older ones much, but the younger ones, they're everywhere, And so what they normally do is they start at France with trees, and there's a whole group of them, and they move slowly down towards the garden, and then they help themselves have a kai there, then they move over to Kuku Land, and then they sort of just like migrate, if you will. But what we've seen is, with our rangatahi, there's a whole lot of social services in Awatapu, and it's hard to monitor all everything that's going on. We engage with our community as much as I can, but in saying that, some of our Māori community are whakamātu, we try and engage. So that's what we're finding. So we have, every fortnight we have working bees at our garden, and it's hard to get our whānau there, even though it's right on the doorstep. I didn't mention it, but we do have a training and education facility on Hōtene Street that we've been working to get going, which is what's needed, I believe. I only ever speak out of experience. Reconnecting to your culture, can't put too much more money on that. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Quinton, for a nice presentation. Thanks, mate.
One more thing, I heard you were a resident of Awatapu one day, back in the days.
I don't think I was. No, not that I know of.
There was a part there because I used to stay on. I used to stay. It's gone. But I remember with the flooding. So where you want to get a whakatū hareke wā koutou. We're looking at a vision of putting a community hall down there. And I remember when it got flooded out and we had the army trucks come in and get all the residents out of there, and then all up to the town hall. When we're looking at those is that corner or where that corner, that's the highest quickest we know, close down that corner. So those are kind of some of the things and the thinking that I have looked at their thinking, because my boys didn't want to leave the house because they ended up fighting with the army. So, but the other part, these those long-term goals, but definitely those short-term, like the food forest, the turu for the nannies, and the schools, and that bus shelter. That's probably one of the. But no, was just in the thinking of that, of where the community hub, But then those are all things in progress, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks, Quinton.
Yeah, once again, thank you to our council, and I've enjoyed the journey so far, and thank you very much. If I may, can I take a selfie?
Can you get us all in?
Alright, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much.
Sign of the times. Kia ora, Quinton.
The next speaker is Kevin Allen. It's an individual submission, and it's on pages 242 to 243.
Kia ora. I've been reading the paper.
Afternoon, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. I appear on behalf of myself, but I also feel that I represent part of that big demographic part of Whakatane over 60s. People who don't often make submissions, because they don't have the time, they don't have the interest, or they don't believe they'll be heard, and so on. So I'm one part of that group. I'm also one of the 300 odd plus who signed a petition and who was treated by council as a single submitter to a recent situation. I've got a property background in property, so some of my comments are all about property and how council relates to or deals with this property. However, the thrust of my submission has got to be today the affordability of nice-to-haves versus the essential infrastructure essential things that we've got to get done. People often express a little less of confidence in the district council, and that may or may not be warranted, but let's go back. The second bridge was part of your long-term plan 12 years ago. How did it slip through the net? Then it was around $20 million. It was being advanced by way of route security being the principal reason why it should be part of the district plan. What's changed in the 12 years since it's disappeared off the district plan, the long-term plan? You know, and other things like the kiddies pool, which we won't say too much about the kiddies pool. The sale of the Puruply block, council still hasn't seen, we haven't still seen one of the 250 odd houses that are supposed to have been built there. Not council's problem currently necessarily, but the land was let go for a project that hasn't materialised. The sale of the Albuquerque Hall wasn't exactly covered council and glory. Acquisition of the camping ground doesn't exactly rate as a high performance outcome for council. Acquisition of the Sullivan block of land, which within days of it being published is being applied by the council. We see headlines in the paper, council tell us what, citizens tell us what you want to do with this block of land. Still to my knowledge there's no public proposal or plan for it. But to buy that land in the circumstances, then to publicly declare that you didn't have any current plan for it doesn't offer a lot of confidence to the council. The upgrading of this building itself, let's face it now, is shown to be a sham, a guise under earthquake strengthening to just refurbish and represent the building and so on. I just trust that councillors and the officials have a bit more adherence to peer reviewing of engineering demands and so on for council assets. And you know, just last week we had the Blueberry Corner announcement, a $3.7 million project, now only $200,000, and that's created some public interest. I mean, two men in a ute and a guy moving the yellow orange cones could have done in a day. And the $200,000, despite council's explanation in recent paper, which I read every other day to find out whether I've died or not, you know, it doesn't, again, present a lot of confidence in council decision making. Okay. People understand, and I think councillors have impressed on in different ways, that money raised in terms of debt can't be shifted readily between one project and another, between the nice to haves and the essential infrastructure. People understand that, but surely the total indebtedness of the district council is a function of all of that mix of debt. And to suggest that $107 million or $105 million project, partly debt financed and so on, isn't part of the mix would be misleading. It's got to go into the mix, and people have got to make their decision. Is it more important, or are the infrastructure things more important? Salination of our water supply system. Little progress being made, although it is referred to in the well-presented submission, council presentation. Little progress on the Manatee sewage system. Surely that's more important than fluffing up around with the playing fields at Rexmoor Park. A second bridge certainly is a more important asset for this town than a nice to have park redevelopment. So there are more serious challenges, and indeed the sewage system, the rebuilding and the re-presentation and the environmental upgrades and the extensions or the redesign of our sewage ponds is a big cost coming down the track, and I'm just not sure that that's either well presented in here or indeed is beyond the 12 years, but that will be a significant capital cost, partly presumably debt financed. We don't have the benefit of the breakdown of the costs of the Rexmoor Park project, for example, into buildings, land, car parks, playgrounds and so on. I was just wondering, for example, has the council or councillors or the council officials looked at the prospect of taking taking the roof off the grandstand and not replacing it, reverting it to an open grandstand. I mean, the Wakatani climate is such that covered grandstand is a bit of a luxury, I would have thought. Now, whether that will reduce the cost or eliminate the cost or preserve some of the cost, I just wonder if those things have been part and parcel of the due diligence or the peer review. I mean, council often enough ask submitters and planners proposals for peer reviews. I trust this has all been peer reviewed again on the context of earthquake strengthening.
Kevin, are you getting to the end because your time is well and truly up?
Right.
Give you a few more seconds.
I could wrap it by just saying this council, as you would know, is the third highest average household rates out of the 60-odd local authorities. An increase of 17 to 18% may well push you into the first position, a not very desirable place to be. I simply advocate, as I did in my brief submission, that the uniform annual general charges should be at the max level, letting costs fall where they lie. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Kevin. Floor's open for questions. Well, it looks like you've made your point so well that, well, hang on.
I'll thank you for your
answer. A bit over on the...
And you've raised a number of points, and that's really welcome. That's what this process is about. I was just going to touch on, because other people have raised it, the question of the petition that you signed and being unhappy as it being treated as one petition or one submission, essentially. But so if we, to be consistent, we had a submission from a rugby club which had some 3,000 members. Should we treat those as 3,000 separate submissions?
It was in the name of the club? No, but I think due weight should be given to that sort of situation. Yeah. But they weren't individual signatories. That's occasionally they were just referred to as members.
Well, that's right. It was the representation from the club of that many members.
Right. Yeah. No, I think in fairness it should be a submission from a body, because it was a body, but not 3,000 individuals who didn't sign off on it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Good afternoon.
Thank you too. The next submitter is Naomi Biddle. Malcolm Whitaker's not coming in, and Barry Cutfield's not coming in either. So it's Naomi, representing the Whakatane Sunday Market, pages 30 to 37. I'm sure I see 37. 36 to 37, yeah.
Naomi, Kia ora. Just ask you to use the mic so that people online and at the back of the gallery can hear you. And it's better if it's rather than an ice cream, a banana.
So it's ice cream, is it?
It's a banana.
Oh,
no,
it's
not
banana.
an ice cream. Yeah, it's a banana, not an ice cream.
Straight into it, shall I?
When you're ready.
Good everyone, my name's Naomi Biddle and I'm here as the market coordinator for the Whakatane Sunday Market and to be an advocate for the Mitchell Park project funding to push forward. I'd like to share the benefits the market brings to our town and the challenges we've faced since operating on the Mitchell Park site. So the Whakatane Sunday Market's been going for well over 12 years. Myself and Carl, we took over the market in 2020 after our first lockdown. Back then we had about 10 to 12 stalls. So our vision when we took over the market was to create a market Whakatane would be proud of, a space that would be full of laughter and vibrancy, a melting pot of cultural experiences, and a place everyone felt welcome. Our visitors and tourists would want to return on their next visits, and opportunities for new business growth and community fundraisers. So our journey with Let's Grow Together. So Whakatane has created a space for locals and visitors to enjoy a variety of cuisines from around the world. So you can see the multitude of cultural backgrounds we have there in our food range. The foot traffic
that the Whakatane market is generating is well up to 1,000 people every Sunday, and that includes the 75 stallholders that are there every Sunday as well. The people that are part of our market and make up our market whānau are from Whakatane, Opotiki, Rotorua, Tauranga, Topoki, and our visitors that come to the market every Sunday are from those same areas, including our rural areas. It's awesome to see a large number of tourists that are coming to visit us every Sunday as well. And I think when you were there doing the LTP last Sunday, you actually got to witness it firsthand. So that's kind of not like a one-off. That's what we've been doing every Sunday for the last, I think we're coming up 3 years in Mitchell Park. So this is our 3rd year there. So the Whakatane market attracts 55 stallholders, and of those are food vendors. We also have a waiting list of up to 10 food vendors, and some of them from as far as Auckland are on a waiting list to try and get into our market. Having locally grown fruit and veggie has really given the opportunities for those who are really struggling with the cost of living to come in and enjoy some locally grown vegetables, fruit, and things like that that are available at really affordable prices. Some of our regular visitors have got really good relationships with our stallholders, so there's even opportunities there where they can walk away with things for free or at a cheaper option rate. The Whakatane market has become a space and a place for families to come and visit on a regular basis because we've created a situation where it's just become a thing. The thing that you do on a Sunday is go to the market with your family. There's not many places and events that are happening in our town every week, every Sunday, where you can walk in as a free entry and just enjoy the vibe that we've created for everyone. We have a balanced variety of stallholders, so even though we have those that cater for the low-income families, we also have a variety of stunning craftsmanship that you can only get in this town and at that market. So much so that it's created new business for some of those stallholders who have been approached by businesses to have their products in their stalls, and eyesights from around the Bay of Plenty as well. Being in retail and being in business, so outside of the market, I'm a full-time retail person for Seashore at Tui Aotearoa. So I've wanted to also create an opportunity for businesses that were looking for that extra little bit of income that were struggling to have a space at our market too, because that's the vibe that we wanted to create. And I think we've got about 4 local businesses now that are part of our market family. And we've got new business coming in too. So I think Michelle Oswald from Property Brokers is having her first stall at the market to try and promote new foot traffic for her business and create some new business for herself as well. So our stallholders come in all shapes and sizes. Retired couples, singles looking to earn extra money, which is, you know, really important at this time and space that we're in with the living crisis. And for me personally, it's really important to include elderly people in anything that we do because it gives them a reason to get up in the morning, and you'll find when the elderly are involved with things, especially within the community, or have a reason to get up in the morning, they thrive. We also, and we have been able to source in 2 more growers to the area that produce fruit and veggies, so that's really good. We've also, it's really important to have a space for those who have a slight disability and a mental disability, because some of those people in our community can't do 40-hour-week ride but still need to earn money. And also we have business owners promoting and selling their products and services. So I was asked to put some figures together, so this is all anonymous from our stallholders and food vendors. So we have 55 stalls with 1,000 plus foot traffic. So roughly around, I think at the lower end of the scale, we figured out that $28,000 to $30,000 each Sunday has been generated in that space for business. And if you times that by 42, that's up around the $1.5 million. I've never looked at that figure till last week when I was asked to put some figures together, because I wasn't sure if everybody was going to come forward with some information about what they earned the last financial year. So out of anonymity, these people gave forward some of their figures. Now that's at the lower end. I kind of underestimated it for some of our other stallholders. The other benefits, and like I said, was part of our vision, was to create new business within the space that we were in at Mitchell Park. So Cafe Coco, that never used to open on a Sunday, now opens its doors because it's created a lot of foot traffic. Robert Harris also has voiced to us the volume of foot traffic that comes off the Sunday market on a Sunday is quite phenomenal. And Tony, before he sold Java Man, said, please keep the market at Mitchell Park. It's an addition, great addition to our town. I hope that you can remain. So, community is the foundation for success, and I've always been part of community fundraisers throughout my whole career in retail. And these are just some, and this is just a small part of the local community that we help out there. Right up until, I think, for the first 2.5, 3 years, myself and Cole, who organised the market, pretty much dipped into our own pockets and gave up our own income to keep the market pumping and to get it growing. And any money that we had left over was all thrown back into the community through either giving it to the Coast Guard, Little Moments, free pyjamas, anything that we could do to support our community and build our market. Now we get to the crappy part of this presentation, which is one of the distinct situations that we are finding ourselves in, and that's our toilets on Green Street. Yeah, so I'm just going to let you read those things because a couple of them aren't nice things, and this is just a small window. So we've been there for 3 years. So you times what I've written down here by 3, it's quite sad. And I was part of the Z Energy rebrand from Shell to Z Energy. So I was the ops manager for the Eastern Bay of Plenty. So I helped rebrand all the Z stations. One of the first things that we focused on when we did those sites was toilets, and how important it was to have a nice toilet so that if your visitors came, it was almost a representation of yourself. So it's quite disheartening sending, even if we sent a quarter of those people, which we do, to the Boone Street toilets, that's a couple of 100 to 300 people that we send across to the Boone Street toilets, which we've nicknamed the Lucky Dip toilets because you just don't know what you're going to get when you get there. The issue that I have is I can't see what's happening over there, and I can't hear what's happening over there just through the distance of how long it takes to get there. So I've left those scenarios, and like I said, myself and Cole have personally paid out of our own pocket to approach one of the businesses to say, can our people use your toilets? So yes, please, when it comes to the Mitchell Park funding, there is endless possibilities and opportunities there. The Whakatane Sunday Market is just one of them. So, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Naomi. Are there any questions? Naomi? Thanks,
Naomi. You've built something really fantastic there. Full credit to you. It's an amazing thing, and it really adds to the vibrancy of our town and our district. So thank you very much for that. When we were looking at the plan for Mitchell's Park, there was a few elements to it. So there was toilets, there was some talk about the drainage issues, some flooding.
Yep, it's a bit of a lake. So when we had all that rain last year, just created bigger dips, which, yeah, is quite dangerous when you're walking on them and you don't see them.
So in terms of for your needs, is the toilet the kind of first priority?
Yep, so if we had a priority, definitely would be the toilets. For me, yes, it would be great to have that other stuff, but that's the frills of it. We can still run a vibrant, I mean, you can see it, you've seen it, how it is now. So for me, the toilets would be the priority, and then possibly the drainage, make sure it's just draining properly, because we did get on that grass a little bit later this year, so it's a little bit longer to dry.
Thank you.
Councillor Boynton.
Tēnā hoki Naomi. Thank you for your presentation and also thank you for those estimations in terms of the turnover. You know, roughly between 28,000 and 30,000 a week and up to 1.5 million that's been generated. It's huge for our economy here. One of the things I wanted to ask was about the placement of Mitchell Park, because for some of our whānau, having the winds on one side, having the courts and the police and the cells actually on the other side have not, in the past that area hasn't been seen as a nice sort of area to be parked up in, because that meant you're either going to Winds or you're going to court or you're going to get someone out of the cells. How do you think that's changed since having the market there? Do you think whānau see that place as more than what used to be?
Yeah, and it was through feedback through the some of our locals like Kahuana, who said to me how lovely it was to come to this space other than for those reasons for our people. And that's not something that sort of landed with me until she actually said it. That a lot of people that were coming back to that space, it was nice for them to be in a positive space and feel more comfortable, and for a positive reason as well. And you know, like I said, our market is about bringing us all together, and it's a melting pot of cultures there, which is what I really love about our space. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, look, for me is that market's going to grow and that space is going to be small. Have you thought about something like, because it is an attraction now, and this is just the beginning.
Yep, so supply and demand. So I've capped it, and the reason that I've capped it is so that I can control it, because once the beast gets out of control, you kind of lose. You go to those big markets and it doesn't have that vibe. So I do have a cap on how many people that I put on there, because you can't grow the space any bigger than what it is. But with us having capped the numbers, it just has a constant flow of people coming and going from around the area. We have about 10, 15 stalls every Sunday that come from the Tauranga, Rotorua, Hamilton area on waiting lists to get in, which adds to the vibrancy of our market, that you're not seeing the same stalls there all the time.
That flooding that's happening, it's would be, you would say it's a stormwater issue, which we would see as a priority. How would our market community feel to look at another space until work is done to fix that problem? Because we don't know what that looks like. And then it becomes more of a permanent something to enjoy the space without that concern, without putting plastic on.
Yep, so in the winter we go on the concrete. We stay on the concrete until we feel that the grass is ready to be on again. So most of the year we're in the car park space anyway, which I don't think will affect the upgrade or any work that's done on that grass. Yep.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Kia ora. Lovely to see you here and great presentation. I've got two quick questions. The first one is, do you think if there was a toilet that people had to pay for there until it was paid off, they would pay it?
Oh, 100%. I mean, like I said, we've been going since 12, 13 years. So we do create a small income for the council, and we're going to be there for the next 10, 15, 20 years. So that income is going to be constantly coming in. But if there was a small charge, I mean, if you talked about $1 or something like that, absolutely. I mean, I'd stand there with a bunch of $1 coins just stuck in there and just like they could use their toilet. 100%, that's a great idea.
And you actually asked my second question, which was, it seems like the success of the markets has got a lot to do with you and Carl and the way that you awhi and pull everyone together and motivate them and probably give marketing advice and things like that. So you just said 10, 15 years.
Yep.
If there was going to be some investment in there, it's like, would a similar person be able to keep the momentum going?
Yeah, 100%. But like I says to that capping it and controlling that, just like what you guys do in your roles, where you can go too big and it just loses that thing. But I can control the beast at the size that it is now.
Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you, Naomi.
Okay, kia ora.
Thank you. The next speaker is Arthur Dominic. He's got two back-to-back presentations. The first one's the individual one, and then speaking on behalf of the pages 353 to 367 for the first.
Oh, you're going to dance. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. I thought I'd play some intro music. I've been watching the hearings and everyone just kind of walked up to the table. I thought I'll make it a little bit more exciting. It's getting towards the end of the proceedings for you. And I thought I'll give you some light entertainment before we start. So, my name's Arthur Dominic and I'm here to basically talk about a very exciting opportunity. Hopefully you've looked at the submission and you've read it from start to end. I am a Scottish lad. I've been in New Zealand for 17 years and I am a Whakatane ratepayer. I've been a ratepayer here for 70 years also. I'm a father, I'm a husband, I am a community member. To see where things are fiscally in New Zealand is heartbreaking. To see and hear our community's poverty is unbearable. Young and old, Māori and Pākehā, there is much human suffering in many social quarters right now. When we don't look after our young and old, what have we become as a species? So let's get to the financial framing. No one is coming to bail us out. The solution from council only ever seems to be debt on top of debt on top of more debt. Higher rates on top of higher rates on top of higher rates. We all know a lack of financial diverse council income streams is not a new problem. It's a long-standing problem that has never really been fully addressed. Now it's amplified by extremely terrible national, global financial circumstances. The public purse has been pilfered. There's nothing left to take. As we seem to just get New Zealand deeper into debt with private banks, we seem to believe passing our problems to our children is actually viable. That's not good parenting, that's not good leadership, and it's certainly not a solution. So what do we do? We get ambitious. We become transformative. And Whakatane district communities enter a new age of wealth and abundance. Imagine a Murupara Galatea gigafactory and data centre facility. A gigafactory, for those who are not entirely sure what that is a generic term that refers to a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility where components and products are produced and manufactured, constructed and shipped domestically and internationally. We would provide New Zealand and the world with a diverse range of innovative, renewable and sustainable technologies. This ambitious proposal seeks to assist our communities punch up like we have never punched up before. The Murupara Galatea area offers a remarkable central location with existing infrastructure and unique transportation links. So let's get to the financial benefits. Direct local community. The establishment of a gigafactory would create job opportunities, stimulate local businesses, and generate income for residents of Murupara and Galatea. Increased economic activity would enhance prosperity and improve living standards within the community. What happens in a district and Bay of Plenty? The project would contribute to the economic growth and economic diversification of the Whakatane district and the wider Bay of Plenty region. Enhanced infrastructure and industrial development would attract investment, create spin-off industries, and generate revenue for local government. New Zealand at a national level and exporting. As a significant exporter, the Gigafactory would contribute to New Zealand's international trade and export competitiveness by manufacturing high-value products. Thank you. India, other countries that we've been visiting recently. New Zealand would be in a great position as a leading player in the renewable energy sector, punching above its weight in exports and economic influence. This might sound like a pipe dream, but everything starts with creativity, imagination, and courage. Who around this table has this right now? People are screaming out for that. So let's round it off with the thanks. As an initial step, I request Whakatane District Council immediately seeks funding from Kanoa Regional Economic Development and Investment Unit. The funds are to perform a feasibility study on this socially and fiscally transformative proposal alongside Whakatane District communities, of course. The Murupara Galatea Gigafactory project promises to deliver a wide range of benefits across multiple levels and timeframes, creating immediate jobs and infrastructure improvements. By embracing innovation, collaboration and responsible stewardship, this initiative has the potential to transform Murupara and Galatea and position New Zealand. Wait for the money shot. Thank you. By embracing innovation, collaboration, and responsible stewardship, this initiative has the potential to transform Murupara, Galatea, and position New Zealand as a global leader in transition to a sustainable future. Many thanks for this opportunity, and I look forward to receiving your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur, and thank you for bringing your ideas to the table. Councillor Rangiao.
Hi, Arthur, have you been to Murupara and Galatea?
I have.
Oh, I'm just looking at the distance between what you're proposing and being in the ports. The only thing we see out there is usually the rails. But also probably interested is have you ever thought about bringing your kaupapa to the Murupara Community Board as a presentation? Because I think one of if you know about Murupara, it's always about the water. And if we're looking at technology and data, there may be an interest in how they can support their kaupapa. That's why I asked around engagement with the Murupara Community Board.
I would be very open to having corridor with anyone who is interested. Essentially, I've done this work completely solo, individual, and I haven't partnered or been in talks with anyone, and this has been off my own back. The platform of that being just looking around and seeing how challenging life is for a lot of people, especially in our inland communities, and I would like to see those places become enriched.
And I suppose I'll and I suppose maybe an engagement with their Runamara or Ngāti Manawa, but there's also Timberlands there too. So I think it's just a lot of working relationship with trying to, you're right, out in our very southern part of our Whakatane district it is always trying to move forward, but there are things in the waters is at our big feet now, and looking for resolutions if I brought something like that, and drawing in some of the other stakeholders, or as you may see, people involved with the community.
Absolutely. This concept would take completely unprecedented relationship, collaboration, and fiscal funding, probably in New Zealand's entire history. It is not a small feat, but I think it's something that would be well worth exploration, not just for our community, but for all of New Zealand, but especially the local community would be, to me, the highest kind of component to those discussions.
So just one Why Murupara Galatia? Are you a Galatia? Murupara Galatia?
I have obviously travelled around New Zealand and I see things that you just, we all know are there and we just don't want to see it. We want to see that transformation occur. I think that location, we can lift Murupara and Galatia up to a height that's never been lifted, way beyond the bin and the mill industry back in the day. It's done it before, we can do it again. We can do it 10 times, 100 times to that capacity, I believe. And the transportation links within that space are absolutely pivotal to what raises that locale and the value of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tanchos, and then Deputy Mayor Remick.
Deputy Mayor Remick, you ready? Deputy Mayor Remick.
Thank you, Arthur.
It's getting late.
Appreciate you bringing some innovative thinking to SLTP, and that's always welcome. I'm just trying to get my head around the idea, I suppose. So what I understand the proposal is a large factory in the Murupara Galatia area producing what, I'm not clear. I know you talk about sustainable things, but what kinds of things are you talking about? And who's it selling to? So is it, I wasn't quite clear, is it a direct to end user thing you're proposing, or who's the customer?
Yeah, 100%. And I wasn't quite sure what level to take this to, because when you open this up, you meet 1,000 questions, and all of those questions that you've just asked have gone through my head as well, so good questions. The products themselves, well, we would have to decide what would be suitable, what would be scalable, where do we target, and we have to be smart with that kind of approach. What are the nations that we can partner with, as well as what is our domestic opportunities? What do we need first to build that capability in-house, so to speak, and then what other nations can leverage that, so can we build things that we need as well as targeting other nations? And we're seeing the BRICS come on board, we're seeing India making some big moves. I think we really have a golden opportunity, probably literally, to make those things possible like we have never before. So those blocks that you're talking about, hopefully become pathways of opportunity in the next 12 to 24 months.
Deputy Mayor Remick, you get the second to last question of the day.
Thank you. Hi Arthur, and look, I love a big idea, and I love a transformative idea, and I think the local community of Minganui, not far from Murupara, is actually undergoing a transformation themselves with the use of digital connectivity. And I like the idea that you did the back thinking about the resilience factors. The biggest risk up there is fire, probably more than anything else. The question was really, do you have experience in the tech industry and developing a giga manufacturing plant?
I haven't personally built one, no. But it doesn't mean New Zealand cannot partner with other nations that have done that. And what we could do to completely draw down on the cost of that would be not to build something that's uniquely designed that becomes exorbitantly expensive, but what you would want to do is build a twin, a gigafactory twin. And again, we can start small and then we can scale up. I'm not saying let's go to Murupara and Galatia and build the biggest factory that's ever existed on Earth. That's absolutely not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting let's embrace a bold new idea. Let's dip our toe in the water. Let's build the relationships. Let's start to think about how we do this and how we can make it a reality, not just for us, for our children, and for other nations too.
Thank you.
I've got a question. Gigafactories, you need a lot of things. A lot of money, a lot of expertise and skills and competencies and all that. But New Zealand has a timber industry, which is quite significant, and it's actually all around that area. And in fact, that was the centre of timber in this district. Have you heard of engineered lumber?
Enlighten me, I would love to know more.
Cross-laminated timber, like timber that's cut into sheet that's cross-laminated.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, it's a good engineering material. There are people in this district who talk to me about it. Red Stag is a company that's not far away from it.
Yeah.
And I think it's got a pretty bright future. What about piggybacking on something like that? I mean, what we mostly do in this country is export raw logs directly to China. What happens to them there is it gets converted into boxing for cement, and then they get burnt. Whereas, you know, there's embodied carbon in that wood, and the carbon should be kept. Rather than contributing to what's going up there. So we could be making some, value-added products from timber. So that might be a factory idea that could be based in a place that was traditionally about timber.
Yep.
Rather than something like, semiconductors or something that we've got no experience in.
Yeah, I think we start with what we're familiar with and we build up very carefully. We do not overstretch. We manage risk as much as humanly possible. And we just take our time with it. But again, we need that larger vision. And I think partnering with other industries is the way to go. So you've got the wood, but you've also got other renewable industries that we can tap into, which we can, again, as a nation, we can school ourselves and get more skilled labour internally as well.
Thank you, Arthur. We now move to your second presentation, which is quite a different topic. And you've got 10 minutes for that one.
Thank you. I'm just going to drink some water first before we go.
Sure. Page 164.
Yes, page 164.
All right. Thank you for welcoming me back. This time I represent an organisation known as the Whakatane District Collective Employees Association, and today I want to table remuneration as a very critical item, especially in this day and age. It's always been a bit of a taboo subject to work at council and talk about money and asking for a salary and wages and that sort of thing. It's not a particularly welcome one from the public in this kind of setting, but let me frame this up for you. So, I'm Arthur Dominic. I've been in New Zealand 17 years. I've got an IT background. I've worked in the Portuguese, I've worked in Bay of Plenty Regional Council, I've worked in the District Health Board, known as Te Plenty Ora. I started working in Whakatane District Council on the 17th of September 2018 and currently employed as a business analyst. I am a proud member of the Whakatane District Council Employees Association, and I've stepped up to become a WDCEA, Whakatane District Council Employee Association Union rep in December 2023. So the union, for want of a fair kind of title, that was originally incorporated in June 2001, and as of the 18th of April 2024, we have got 168 council staff covered by the...
Hold it like this, Arthur. If you hold it like that rather than that, yeah.
That
yeah.
All right, sorry.
Yep.
I don't do much karaoke, I apologise. As of Thursday, 18th of April 2024, we have 168 council staff covered by a collective employment agreement. This means that Whakatane District Council Employees Association makes up 48.98% of Whakatane District Council staff. Very close to 50%. That's pretty good in that count. And we're going to try and push that up even further, of course. We're going stronger than a month. I'd like to take this opportunity to shout out to existing members and potential members. Let's get it up to 70%. There's more of us than you might realise, so please join. So let's get to healthy working places. What is a healthy workplace? Personally, I believe a healthy workplace includes psychological safety, fairness, integrity, respect, support, trust, and keeping good people in employment. Employment in New Zealand lists some employer responsibilities as pay employees what their employment contract states, and at least the legal minimum or living wage. Give their employees at least 4 weeks annual holidays, act in good faith with honesty, underlined. Provide a safe workplace, underlined. Do not deduct money and wages unlawfully. Question mark. Not misleading or deceptive. Let's drill into or double click on good faith. Good faith requires that employers, unions and employees must act in a way that is truthful and will not mislead each other. Act honestly, openly and without hidden motives. Raise issues in a fair and timely way. Work constructively and positively together. Give each other relevant information ahead of when it is needed and as soon as possible. All information given should be carefully considered. Be fully honest with each other. I've said that enough. Raise concerns or issues as soon as possible and respond to these quickly. Keep an open mind, listen to each other and be prepared to change opinion about a particular situation or behaviour. Treat each other with respect. Underlined. Let's jump over to resource stress. When we don't supply employees with respectful fair pay, they leave. It is that simple. It also causes huge reputational damage to the council, who then struggle to attract the quality staff we know we have in our communities. This unfortunately places huge pressures on existing staff, who have to pick up the slack, meaning more work whilst continuing to be underpaid as the years pass by. We're going to get to that. At Whakatane District Council, the general morale can be quite poor at times, as staff do not feel valued and respected in many senses, and fiscal is near the top of the list. Some staff are genuinely afraid to speak out about how they feel and what they think in front of senior leadership. This is why I'm here today, to give those a voice who feel voiceless. We even have a history of great staff being pushed out of jobs due to introduced COVID.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, is this a point of order? This is an extremely operational matter. It's not a governance or a long-term plan issue.
I was just thinking that.
He's saying here, though, that it's to ensure its affordability through effective budgeting in every long-term plan. So I suppose
I
that's
think we'll just let it go. Carry on.
irrelevant. Yeah. He's saying make sure you budget effectively for
Carry
it.
on. Sorry for the interruption, Arthur.
We even have a history of great staff being pushed out of jobs due to the introduced COVID protection framework and COVID-19 health and safety policy. Senior leadership and councillors push community members out of paid employment. Prejudice is question mark. Can I remind everyone, it's people that makes businesses function, not policies. I've yet to see a bit of paper fix a damaged water pipe, seal a road, or deal with disgruntled customers. The last time I checked, Ohobi Beach doesn't pay bills, cover school fees, pay for fuel, or help clear mortgages. Our latest negotiation resulted in complete quagmire of confusion, resulting in staff being told the 5.05 gain last year was now being deducted this year. Our remuneration negotiations are taking way too long, and the employer seems not to want to be entirely clear about the remuneration details. But the employer continues to undercut staff value. We are ultimately reducing council efficiencies and contributing to community poverty, already in full view. So just to wrap up with the thanks. So in closing, I look forward, and I do genuinely mean this, 100%. I look forward to the 2024-2025 collective bargaining negotiation round to be much smoother than previous. I look forward to the employer restoring good faith to the relationship with WDCA Inc. I look forward to a truly respectful partnership to form between the WDCA and Whakatane District Council. I look forward to solid commitments from the employer to a fixed negotiation timeline that does not continually extend. That's not just good project management, it's good relationship management. Let's create a great formula for remuneration that respects both parties. But you're right in saying earlier on, ultimately, we are looking for a proactive action to set aside sufficient funds, budgeted and allocated, so Whakatane District Council is always able to fully honour the remuneration terms of the collective employment agreement between Whakatane District Council Employees Association Incorporated and Whakatane District Council. Many thanks for the opportunity to present this submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Does anybody have any questions for Arthur about that?
I'm forming a question.
We've got 2 minutes and 42.
Well, because he's bought the paper. What did you say? Was it because of the budget inside of the? I'm trying to understand it because it sounds like that the pressure from the general public has been such in regards to staff pay that's why you're sitting here on behalf of staff who feel threatened around what is happening in the general public. I'm sorry, because I'm trying to understand, because that's been one of probably the, through the submissions as we've heard, it's around staff remunerations, and I'm not too sure whether this has come about because you had a 1 month period or staff at a 1 month period to put something in it, whether they felt threatened from the outcries of the general public around. I was just informed because it sounded like a collective, and I'm sorry, it's because in my past life I was a PSA union representative for the North Island region, so I was trying to figure out what you were doing.
Yeah, so essentially, looked at the numbers, trended it out. We've been consistently dropping below consumer price index. That's not being met, and we have been tracking downwards for several years. All that data is from the public website. Just put it into a table, put it into Excel, you get the trend, dead easy. Nothing, no rocket science involved. It's quite clear that we are tracking below that, and I don't think it is unfair or unreasonable to ask for fair pay, which includes matching consumer price index.
Councillor Bronwyn.
Thank you for your presentation. I suppose I know you've put up the data around what our remuneration is. As far as I can understand, ours is controlled, so it's out of our hands in terms of what remuneration that we have according to the authority. So we have no control. And speaking, we've been fortunate that what can be controlled is how it's distributed, and that comes through from the Mayor at the time, in terms of what other councillors and that would, is that right? Yes. Is allocated, and we've been very fortunate that there has been an increase from the base councillors' rate, and there was a bit of evening and spreading through so that it would make it worthwhile. As someone who in the past who has had for tamariki as a solo mum on the DPB or on the benefit, a lot of the hours in that we put into this, even as a base councillor, and then after tax, I roughly operate on the same as what I would get when I was on the DPB with for tamariki. So for me, I suppose it sort of feels a bit weird if we're being told that our income is far above what our staff is receiving. The other part of it too is that the only person we employ is the Chief Executive Officer. We don't, we're not able to determine what staff beyond the Chief Executive Officer happens, because our only employee is the CE. So that's just my point of view. I just felt I needed to explain in terms of the rate. There is a perception that we've heard throughout this process where a lot of the public believe we're pulling in on Rolls Royces to the council building, and that we're all blinged up or something like that. But actually, we're not. which we were, but definitely not. And the amount of hours that we put in terms of not just attending meetings, but all the readings, and also too just the tautoko of being in a lot of the community events. It's well below the minimum hourly rate for what we do. So kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor.
He's not talking about us.
Councillor Tanchos. Did you want to respond to that, or?
I agree. There is massive misconceptions that if you work for council, have a gold bullion stashed somewhere. Unfortunately, a lot of people do put in a lot of extra hours, like you say. I do that myself, and I have to force myself to. If you want to do a good job, you want something to be at a level. I've had to force myself to not do that sometimes because I have to go home and see my wife and my kids. But, it's not fair on them. So, thank you.
You still want to ask a question, Councillor?
I'm not sure if it's a question or a comment. Thanks for raising this with this other. I'm a little bit reluctant to be negotiating salaries through the long-term plan process. So I'm a bit uncomfortable speaking about it in this forum, to be honest. But I think it's something that you've raised that's important, and I'm wondering, and perhaps the question is actually not to you, but I'm wondering if it wouldn't be valuable for us as a council to have some discussion around our fair pay living wage policy. It's not for us to determine salary levels, that's not our job as governors, but I think there is some policy discussions we might usefully have, but I don't think we should have that now.
That's a good call. Thanks, Councillor. Arthur, thank you very much. I really applaud your enthusiasm and your coming with ideas, that's great. So thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, that brings our 2 days of hearings to a close. I'd like to thank everybody around the table, people in the audience and those that are listening in on the live stream or even after the event. I think it's been really useful and we've got lots of things to think about. And that, after all, was the aim of this. So I'll end the meeting with a karakia, and we can all be on our way. Kua mutu a motu mahi mō tēnei wā, mana akitia mai mātou katoa o matahoa o matawhānau ai o ki te aorangi. And to translate that, our work is finished for the moment. Bless us all, our colleagues, friends, our family, peace to the universe. Hallelujah.